Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Unite Protest Series 5. With me today, we have Lobo, and we've got a fantastic lineup of cast to present this tournament. It's an exciting one, Lobo. We've got Asia from various different countries that were performing in the tournament yesterday. Over 60 or just about 60 teams participating with 340 players. What are you ready to witness today, Lobo?
Oh, 60 teams, 300 players. Look, that is an incredible amount of players that are interested in these grassroots kind of tournaments that we're running here at Engage. We got teams from India, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand that we're going to see today. And I don't know, man, like I don't get a lot of experience with these regions being an OCE caster myself, but getting to view these players from different regions is something super exciting to me. Getting to see a different form of meta, getting to see a different form of draft, a different game style play, whether we're seeing a protect the president kind of comp, a score comp, a team fight comp, anything that we can go through to see a different kind of game style. I'm really interested to see when it comes to Pokemon Unite. Also, we've had a new patch. The new season has started. Everyone has gone back to Ultra, although some of the sweatier players are already in their master ranks. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams are going to be cooking tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, this Unite Protest series has been going on within the Engage community for almost 2 years now, and Engage has been bringing this level of entertainment, first of all, for the grassroots scene, so that we can kind of elevate the players, so that they can kind of perform and compete on the world level, especially for Worlds next year. So we've got a good lineup of projects for the Asia scene. We've got some coming out for the other regions around the world as well. So it's a really exciting time. We're going to kick it off with the Unity Protest Series as one of our first events with the Engage company as well. So Lobo, tell us a little bit about our first match, and then I will hand it over to none other than Engage's events manager and caster from the APAC region, which will be JJ-kun. So I'm excited to see you and JJ cast over this first match.
Absolutely. The two Engage casters coming together for the first time. I'm really excited for it. Our first match is Team CRS versus Team Nightmare Fan Club. Both teams, again, not teams I'm too aware of, but we've got a team from, I believe, both India teams that are going to be taking off in this first round. So we're going to see what kind of strategies, what kind of gameplay these two India teams are going to bring together. But I'm really excited to bring you the action with JJ-kun.
All right, then without further ado, let me bring in JJ-kun into the stream. And of course, he's coming from that APAC region, so he has some level of experience with the APAC teams there as well. So I'm excited to hear his views as well. JJ.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello,
Hello.
JJ. Hello, welcome on in, my guy.
We're going to
Yeah.
just switch the camera over to you, JJ. I don't think you'll need my face on it any longer. So let's get that moving. And we've got the first game coming up. I'm excited to see that kind of synergy between you and Lobo as well. This is going to be really interesting to watch as a spectator as well. So let's make that happen as well. On spot, can we get JJ in? Perfect. Nice. It's a Lucario.
As we say bye-bye to Zenith, we'll see you a bit later. My friend JJ-kun, welcome, my friend. It is good to be casting with you for the first time as both Engaged casters. How are you feeling today?
I mean, you can see me right now, right? Like this is.
No, I can definitely see you. You're looking a little blue, my friend. You're looking a little blue, but tell me what you think. Tell me how you're feeling about these grassroots scene tournaments going on.
I mean, one thing about Asia, and I think in OC as well, is that we don't get a lot of grassroots tournaments. So definitely having something like this, the protest series, is something that would definitely help out the community, especially again, as I mentioned, there's not a lot of tournaments. There's not a lot of like grassroots initiatives as well, and just to make sure that we still have something even after and before the World Series is, something that would definitely help us out.
Absolutely. I love seeing, we have this call for in the Unite scene to have more off-season tournaments, even now in between what is NAIC, which is going on right now, and Worlds, which is coming up in Hawaii. Having these grassroots tournaments is really good. But let's not get too distracted right now. We have the game underway, so we're going to switch on over to the game screen to check out these teams as they enter, I believe it is losers round 1 matchup that we are watching at this moment.
So as we had mentioned earlier, right, with Zenit, we're going to be watching Team CRS and Team Nightmare Fan Club, which are both from India. And what can we say about these teams is that at the very least we know one of the members of Team Nightmare Fan Club is that this Apple here. This Apple is actually one of the teams that plays second in the Indian regionals.
Absolutely. You look, when you play second high up on that regional gameplay, that's exactly what you want. It's an experienced player, especially at the regional level where that competition is going to be high. So we're going to see just how well that he is able to bring his team forward. So again, not a lot of these names are very familiar to us, but there, JJ-kun, we're seeing the Leafeon Tyranitar Gyarados ban come out straight away.
Right. I mean, it's one of the things, right? Like going into this kind of bans, it's something the same kind of Pokemon that we see banned quite a lot in the official terms as well. Knowing how much they are really strong, but Tyranitar though, sure they might have gotten buffed, but we never really got to see the maximum potential of what a Tyranitar can do, due to its very high ban rate.
Yeah, absolutely. The buff on Tyranitar for me, absolutely ridiculous. That Godzilla-like monster going on a rampage is not exactly what you want to see. But look, we've got the Umbreon ban coming up. The Trevenant is coming in, one of the strongest defenders right now, just providing so much sustain and disruption. But also, the Pain Split Curse, you end up taking down yourself if you decide to take it one-on-one. But Sylveon and Mimikyu also coming up. Very strong Pokemon in my opinion. But JJ, Cramorant.
Okay, so this is really interesting. It's like the last time that we saw a lot of Cramorants is that, during the LCQ West, right? I believe what was told to me is that Cramorant was actually used a lot. But in LCQ East, unfortunately for those in the LCQ East, right? Cramorant was used a lot, but it lost 100%. So until I've seen people play the Cramorant, but I'm still not quite convinced of how much buff it actually received because, well, I haven't really seen it win thus far. But with that being said, though, going over to the other team, right? We have the Sylveon, we have the Mimikyu, we have the Crustle, and of course the Blissey, which I think so far is quite a well-rounded kind of team. Even if they don't have their main core, never mind. There is the core right now.
There is. Absolutely, we are seeing the Crustle, such a good combination with that Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb's so good. Rock Tomb Stealth Rock, such a good combination as well as that X-Scissor combination, putting up big damage. But we are seeing a Dragonite on the team of CRS, which is going to be the purple side for us. JJ, CRS on the purple side and Nightmare Fan Club on the orange side. Hyper Beam secure, you think? That we're going to see Hyper Beam becoming very popular right now in a lot of gameplay, but so is Outrage. You do not want to make that Dragon angry.
No, I do like both of the teams' composition here because, as you can see over onto the purple side, we have the Trevenant as to be their frontliners. We have the frontline damage as well. That is the Blaziken. Of course, we have the semi backlane and mid range Pokemon that is a Dragonite that can, as we have mentioned, secure objectives, and the backlane damage coming in from that of the Cramorant with the support the Eldegoss. But on the other side, I think this is more of a very squishy kind of composition, though I would have to say that they have a really an objective focused kind of composition and compared to our orange compared to our purple team here, and they would be able to last more into team fights.
Absolutely, but we could see the tanky and bulkiness of Team CRS on the purple side get shredded down if we see that Hyper Voice Sylveon come into play, and obviously Mimikyu playing into that assassin role with Shadow Sneak and possibly Shadow Claw, but to take full advantage, we might see a Play Rough combination coming out here. But look at this, we've got the Eldegoss Dragon Dratini inside the central area for CRS, and we've got the Greninja heading into that central area as well as Blaziken heads top lane all by its lonesome.
No, yeah, I
Uh,
mean, it's quite interesting as well. Being into this kind of like, like composition and their rotations as well. Of course, we have the XP share here just to be able to get in more XP for both of the teammates, but it seems as if we still don't have enough information towards that of our teams here, as they're still trying to get a grip of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see the Hyper Voice Sylveon coming a long way. Our camera is deciding to go all the way across the map, but the Greninja has decided to come up. The X attack has been popped. Dragonair going to take... Oh, Eldegoss going to take down the first 2 KOs with that support from the Dragonair as it decides to go Torchic, just trying to get onto that level. Sylveon has decided to come topside to help out, and it is going to go in with the Hyper Voice. The Mimikyu is going to go in. Blissey getting himself online, but no! Torchic is going to go down once again. Great pushes by both teams, but the purple side coming out on top in terms of KOs.
Yeah, and still not done yet. We're still going to be having more team fights into that top path. Off cam is going to be able to take down that Mimikyu finally, but that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. No, make a 2 trade here. The Sylveon goes down as well into that other top path, making sure that Team CRS is still on top and going to be able to take down the Frogadier as well.
Absolutely. Frogadier going down there, especially losing those central area buffs, not the best thing. We are seeing a Shadow Claw build coming out from the Mimikyu, one of my favorite movesets to run on Mimikyu. Blaze Kick securing that farm for the orange, for the purple side. Dragonair just trying to get its evolution as Crustle makes its way into the central area. Hyper Voice just going to shred all that down. Big Wood Hammer managing to take down the Sylveon, getting backed up by the Cramorant here. Very good pressure early on from Team CRS.
No, yeah, I mean, as we can see here as well, it's quite interesting how they are making sure that they have the entire dominance, so that when the main objectives comes up at 7-minute mark, they would have a, basically, the advantage going over to those objectives. But look at this right now, though, like NHK here trying to get in, be able to take down this Trevenant, but they're going to be able to be taking it down successfully, make that 3 KO for NHK. And I mean, when I saw this Greninja, I was pretty doubtful, but the way they're playing it right now, it's looking great.
Absolutely. Mimikyu being able to sustain itself with the Shadow Claw, but then the executions coming in from the Greninja getting those KOs. So working really, really well here. 3 seconds until we have the Reggie spawns. We have both teams split. We got 2 for CRS in the top lane alongside the Mimikyu, but it looks like Mimikyu is going to make its way down. Woodhammer, Hornleech getting in onto the Trevenant as it gets shredded down. The Greninja ult has been hit. Trevenant about to go down. He does go down to the final Hyper Voice as well. Eldegoss having to come on in with that Pollen Puff. Rock Tomb taking, oh my god, wow, another 2 KO streak for the Eldegoss as the dive camera is just get taken down here by the Mimikyu. Wall-to-wall action only in these early minutes, JJ-kun.
Right, and look at that, though. The Mimikyu overextending just quite a bit here, but going to be able to get back, just in time for them to be able to get their backups. But here comes another team fight coming down into the Reggie bottom here. Are they going to be able to get away? They need their backups right here, and there goes the Trevenant, but they're currently low. The Dragon is going to be taken out as well, and that is the play with me. Going to be able to take down that Trevenant. It's going to be 2 for none, but the Cramorant with the Gatling Gut Missile going to be able to take down the Blissey, and that off the amazing Crustle and the Mimikyu as well. It's going to be 3 down, and they're still not stopping. And TM supporter here is, man, they don't call Eldegoss the Mafia boss for no reason. Has been taking out so many from the other side, from Nightmare, giving them the nightmares of the dreams.
Absolutely. The Elder God has risen once again. Cramorant doing absolutely amazing damage, being able to heal itself back up with that air slash moveset. Again, what a team fight down bottom. We thought Dragonite might have that secure with the Hyper Beam, but Sylveon coming back in. And now Dragonite is going to try and push on to this bar. The Regieleki was taken by Team CRS. It is only going to be a 26 overcap this time round as it does push into the top base here. Rock Tomb catching out the Dragonite. The multi-scale is going to activate Hyper Voice, catching it out, but no, Blaziken coming in with those Fist of Fury, and the Mimikyu is coming in trying to get anything he can do, but no! Blaziken managing to get a Fire Fist right upside the head of that Mimikyu.
And we're still not going to be stopping there because they are still in the central area. And it seems we're going to be able to see a sandwich here over to the side of Nightmare Fan Club. And look at the central area right now onto that of the Dragon Spit. The Blaziken is alone by themselves with 3 Pokemon into the side of Nightmare Fan Club.
Absolutely, we don't want to be here. Mimikyu just trying to get its levels online. Really wants to hit that level 13. Greninja at level 12 as well. Blissey, unfortunately, a little bit behind here, behind the 8-ball at level 9. But as we've got to push with Team CRS, Phantom Forest gets popped by the Trevenant. And that is a KO streak on the Crustle as CRS are just going to push down onto that bottom pad and just break it there. But JJ-kun, 4 minutes left to go in the game. 224 to 153. Where is the momentum in this game?
Well, see, right now, the way I see it is that, Team CRS definitely has the advantage in terms of, team fights, basically. And as I mentioned earlier, right, like, the composition currently into the side of Nightmare Fan Club is more of objective secures, but the problem here is that, Team CRS is quite heavy on the XP. They are on the lead for quite a while, that they are just dominating that, Nightmare Fan Club here couldn't get or can't get any near to any objectives, though. That is a main problem right now.
Absolutely. As we see this, Trevenant getting shredded on down by the Hyper Voice. Blissey just trying to get some levels inside that central area. Sniper and Fan Club is going for a bot side push onto this base. But the Greninja managing to secure with Surf once again onto that bottom Regirock. The Greninja going after the Cramorant. The dive just managing to get away. Greninja is hunting, and he does manage to get the takedown. The Blissey ult coming from off screen to save the Greninja. Oh my god, Mimikyu taking down the Eldegoss in that way. This is 3 minutes. Ult last time to be used. Trevenant still alive after taking a full Blissey ult to the face.
Oh, look at this, though. NHK trying to get away, though, and they still want to get some XP. Overheating! Overheating the damage. Did you see that? Did you see that damage? Bro, that was so huge, but they're still gonna stop there. The Blaze is gonna be taken out. It's gonna be 2-for-1 trade, and the Blaze is gonna be taken out by the Crustle as well. And now Tormai Kodo is gonna be trying to get away with a dive.
Take those frog legs out of the oven. They are cooked. I know we're in Asia, but look, CRS is serving up some French cuisine as Dragonite is just going to try and rip down this Regieleki. They have 30 seconds. Nightmare Fan Club going to have to try and do something. Shadow Sneak not able to hit onto the Regieleki, and it looks like Nightmare Fan Club are just going to let this Regieleki go to the side of Team CRS, but we see a level 14 Greninja, level 13 Mimikyu, really dangerous, as well as a level 13 Sylveon on the side of Team Nightmare Fan Club. Dragonite, Crustle, level 13. Blaziken, level 14. Yeah. Wow, these levels are so high, JJ, with the Rayquaza just about to spawn.
But still, though, like, Greninja might have the damage, but it still doesn't have the HP. Remember, guys, for those who doesn't know, Greninja and the Sidawai has the lowest HP before items in the game at level 15 at only 5,250. But look at this right now. The question is, are they going to be able to get away? No, they're not. It is going to be a 4-down man into the side of Nightmare Fan Club with only the Mimikyu up left here. Are they going to be able to get this?
Oh, the Mimikyu! They did! The Mimikyu secured the Rayquaza! The Mimikyu secured!
It's not enough.
In between 5 members, Mimikyu managing to Shadow Sneak onto the Rayquaza and secure it for Nightmare Fan Club as Team Nightmare Fan Club are back up. There is 1 minute 20 on the board. A Hundo Burger will solve it. But they need to be wary. They need to be wary that Dragonite has its ult. It can ult into a base to try and secure, but here we go, JJ. 1 minute to go. No shields either side. 100, less than 100 points. No, just 100 points into this game. I cannot believe what I saw with that Mimikyu secure.
Oh, no, yeah, for reals. I do see that as something unbelievable. I mean, again, as you have mentioned, like 5v1 and you still get the steal Mimikyu. It's not a Pokemon that you know that can actually steal. I mean, steal a KO, sure, but steal an objective is somewhat very surprising.
But look at this, Blaziken and Mimikyu are set to defend. Eldegoss is going down. That is 2 KOs. Here comes the 50. The Greninja, no, the Gold Missile stopped it. The Gold Missile stopped it from the Cramorant. Oh my god, we just need some points to go in. No, Dragonite came to help defend, and now, Nightmare Fan Club is again at a 4-man down. But Mimikyu is going to jump, and I think that is going to be game to CRS. What a first game for this Engage series.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, Team CRS, that was quite an amazing run. As I mentioned, they have had the advantage from that of the early game, made sure that they maintain it up until the late game, and they have the complete control in terms of the team fights. That's why Nightmare Fan Club is just looking for ways, looking for little opening spots for them to be able to take down, just like what happened in, I believe, 3 minutes or 4 minute mark that they tried to position themselves early with the Crustle, position themselves early into that orange bottom, but unfortunately, Team CRS was a little bit too big in the XP that they weren't really able to like secure that objective for themselves. But again, if there's any Pokemon, if there's any trainer that I want to applaud for, that would definitely have to be Nightmare with the Mimikyu.
Nightmare the Mimikyu, absolutely, incredible.
It is.
I really have to point out, as a Mimikyu player myself, the timing to Shadow Sneak, but also getting stunned as soon as he went in to jump onto that Rayquaza, but still managing to get the Shadow Claw off to secure. But that shield disappeared in an instant.
Right.
But being able to get some takedowns, but also being able to stall it out. You saw he went around the Rayquaza pit to try and pull some people out, then Shadow Sneak back on in. So really, really great play again. But also for me, we have to point out the Cramorant, the Tormai. Right. I'm gonna butcher this name, but I'm just gonna call him Chodo. Chodo on the Cramorant was absolutely pivotal to that team's success.
Right.
Not only the dive air/Cramorant proving to be very, very capable, a high damage dealer, top damage dealer on the team, but you saw Shrey NHK on the Greninja almost scoring that 50 points at the end, but the gulping missile from Cramorant able to just hit that tick box and stop it from scoring. So great job again, JJ. That was our first match.
Yeah,
that's game one.
That is just game one. That is the thing, right? That's just game one. But right now, if I'll be honest, I'd say that we are looking pretty. We might be looking at a 2-0 here if the same thing keeps on happening going over to game number 2, because we saw how dominant Team CRS was. We saw how they are. They made sure to get the early game and then lead off of that, maintaining up to the late game, and even on any team fights, they were always winning. But here's the thing, though. Team Nightmare Fan Club needs to change things up here. They might want to look for another objectives, because again, their team composition is more of the is more on the objective oriented, right? But maybe this time they need to be more of a balanced kind of like team composition, just like what a Team CRS did. They're good in playing like team fights. They're good in taking objectives, and once they got the objective, once they got the advantage, then they can just steamroll over that. Maybe that is something that they can do as well, or maybe can go for a much bulkier kind of composition, or maybe perhaps I think one of the things that I can see that they can change going against that kind of composition coming in from the Team CRS is go for more crowd controls.
Absolutely. So for me, especially with Team Nightmare Fan Club, I thought the Greninja and the Mimikyu worked well with each other. The Sylveon did a great job with the Hyper Voice to shred that bulk. For me, the Crustle Rock Tombs just weren't hitting. They weren't trapping. They weren't doing well enough. But if you also noticed, a lot of the time that Dragonite was playing Dragon Dance, especially as well as the Blaziken with those Fire Fists, are able to just dash out of the Rock Tomb, the Rock Tomb trap. The Trevenant doing a brilliant job corralling Nightmare Fan Club, so they weren't able to get too much off. So anytime someone was pounced on within that Rock Tomb, that Trevenant was right there and there to help protect its team. So I wouldn't mind seeing a similar comp, but I think possibly changing that Crustle out. Yes, the X's it does damage. Yes, the Rock Tomb was doing its work, but I think it just needed a little bit more, like you said, bit of crowd control, maybe a Surf Blastoise coming on in, surfing people into walls, allowing that assassin style coming through. But JJ, we are back into the second game right now, and look at the two bands we've got, Gyarados and Leafeon.
And that's what we're talking about, right? Like Dragon Current, definitely one of the best Unite moves in the game at the moment, especially with its crowd. It's like how do I say this? Like it's like Ebon Fist, like Urshifu Dark Bear Unite move, but stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragon Current, such a good move. Unable to be targeted, but can be stopped by walls. Mr. Mime walls do affect the Dragon Current, but that knock up plus the attack bonus that you get from the Dragon Current so strong, and nobody wants to face that right now. As well as Leafeon. Leafeon is just... I don't know what to say about Leafeon. It's just... something needs to change. The both movesets on Leafeon, especially the Emerald 2-step Unite move, is so strong. So, you know, obvious bans coming up straight from there.
No, yeah, for sure. And I mean, honestly, it's you know, Emerald 2-step. Sylveon, even without Emerald 2-step is what I'm trying to say. Even without a Unite move, it's just too strong of a Pokemon, especially as an attacker. Sure, it might be squishy, but it's still too strong, especially as a right hand.
Absolutely. We're seeing the T-Tar ban come up again and the Umbreon ban. So we are getting the exact same bans as Game 1. But so far, JJ, the draft is looking pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same, except the Crustle has been picked up this time around. The Crustle and Trevenant are being swapped around. So what you were saying, a little bit more of that crowd control is coming up on the... so both defenders have been swapped on each team.
Oh, the Mewtwo! Hold up! No. But okay, so this is something that I'm actually liking a bit more. Going into the side of a Team Nightmare. Team Nightmare here. But the question though is the Trevenant going to be enough of a crowd control for them to be able to get back against Team CRS? Because sure, I think what they're trying to do here is make have more backlane damage. That's why they're having the Sylveon replaced with the Inteleon, but of course have more of a fighting a fighting frontliner that is the Lucario. But Lucario though, it's I'm not quite sure if that's going to work up against that of a Blaziken, and of course the Sylveon as well, which is I think is one of the more on-point counters against Lucario, not as a crowd control, but rather in terms of like damage, because the Lucario is going to have a hard time, right? Going to have a hard time into getting in unless it's using extreme speed.
What is the great thing that I am seeing here is that we are going to see probably a Snapshot Inteleon coming out here. Not really too much in terms of dive on the side of CRS. Maybe that Crustle is going to try and get in that dive. Cramorant so good in that previous game.
Right.
We could also see the high damage output from both Blaziken and Sylveon. If it is running that Hyper Voice, we could see a Pain Split Curse come out from the Trevenant. Obviously that Inteleon wants to be defended, so we could see a Hornleech Woodhammer option, corralling that and getting a big snipe shot off. But again, I'm curious to see whether we're going to see an E-Speed Lucario or a Close Combat Lucario, both viable into these teams. Bliss Assistance was very good in the previous game, but we just need to get that Blissey online a little bit earlier. But I'm keen to see what we have going. CRS taking Game 1, but they did lose their Rayquaza, so this is going to be an interesting Game 2 coming up, JJ.
Oh yeah, for sure. And look at this right now. We're gonna be starting our game, and for just a bit, guys, we're gonna be changing the camera settings into far, camera distance into far in just a bit, so that we can be we are gonna be able to see more. There you go, ladies and gents. We're gonna put it to far. There we go. Beautiful stuff.
Fantastic.
And now, thank you on spot, our server and producer as well. So give your claps and shout outs to this guy, doing all the work. Look, we see a lot more, dude. Beautiful.
Why are we seeing a Blissey invade? We just saw a Blissey invade. Blissey getting taken down in that middle area, leaving that Lucario and that Sylveon having to come and help it out there. Lucario and managing to get a stack on the board but it is being put on as Mimikyu is about to come on in. Mimikyu level 5 in this top side against these mons is going to be incredibly dangerous. Trevenant is still on. There goes the Shadow Sneak. The Shadow Claw is online, but not having that Shadow Sneak just yet. But both teams 4 at 4 apiece. Good exchange. Even with a little bit confusing of a Blissey engage.
Honestly, that's actually okay as well for the Mimikyu that doesn't have the Shadow Sneak just yet, because if they actually used the Shadow Sneak, they would have been sandwiched there by Team CRS. But look at this right now. They are going to be heading into a team fight, trying to force the issue here against them and trying to get in that Citrus Berry, but unfortunately wasn't able to aim it enough. They're going to be able to be punished by that. It's going to be 2 KO coming in from that of the Torch Shake. Now a Combusken, and going to be able to get 3 KOs for the price of 1.
4 members rushing that top lane was not the best idea. We have seen that the Mimikyu has gone, I believe, the play rough combination this time round as well. JJ, Mimikyu changing it up. I think the Shadow Claw was effective. I don't know if play rough is going to be as effective this time round. Crossel online, Trevenant online, the Drizzle is online as well. Lucario and Blaziken are just going to fight it out top lane for these stacks as we head on over to the central area where the Altarias are forming. And here we go. We're going to get a team fight down here. It looks like Nightmare Fan Club were managing to get most of the middle Indeedis, as Sylveon has decided to go back and take the central area for CRS. Interesting strategy there from CRS.
What I'm really quite curious about is that, how Nightmare is actually using the Lucario this time around in comparison to previous games Mimikyu, which honestly I think really puts up a lot. And look at that, the Mimikyu is gonna be taken out as well, and there's a huge shift in terms of the the offense. There you go of Nightmare Fan Club with Nightmare not being on the Mimikyu.
Absolutely, that you saw a beautiful Woodhammer managing to corral every single person. A single Shadow Claw into that would have been incredibly effective, but Blaziken finding the Lucario hiding in that bush with a Focus Blast, and Lucario is just gonna have to retreat out here. Like you said, the damage is not going to come because this is a team fight oriented comp that we're seeing for CRS. That Mimikyu is going to have a lot harder time isolating anyone on CRS to get the knockdowns. But I have a feeling that player up for this dive. Cramorant, as it goes in, managing to get the take down here. Mimikyu is here. Shadow Sneak on to the Cramorant, just like we said. It's trying to reset itself, but no. Mimikyu managing to take down Cramorant, but getting caught out now. And there's a beautiful Rock Tomb. Sylveon going with that Mystical Fire moveset, really working well with this Crossel, able to single people out. But again, we see the limitations without the Shadow Sneak, JJ. I mean, without the Shadow Claw.
It's Dr. Zethus here is showing Nightmare Fan Club how to use the Crossel. It has been taking out a lot in the process. They're gonna be able to take down 2 more, and the Crossel still lives another day. That's gonna be 3 down, even with the Intillion taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage into the side of Team CRS. But they're not gonna stop there because the Gatling Gun missile is gonna be popped up, and that is the Trevenant. Despite the Wood Hammer popping up, it's still not gonna be enough. And look at that, the Intillion. Sure, you might have been able to snipe us a lot, but that snipe doesn't stop us and does not deal enough damage to take down anyone into the side of CRS. And look at the scores right now, 28 to 242.
28 to 242. Lucario is the only one that has been scoring on the side of Team Nightmare Fan Club. Again, it comes down to what we said before. The lack of damage being put on by Nightmare Fan Club is just not enough to deal with the damage that is coming out from Team CRS. That Cramorant is putting in the work, the Blaziken, those Fists of Fury. But the Mystical Fire Sylveon is doing a fantastic job partnering with this Crossel, jumping on any Rock Tomb option. Here goes the Horn Leech coming in through. Mimikyu has decided to go in. The player up, followed up. Blaziken does go down. The Aura Cannon firing. The Intellion has used its Unite as well. Crossel has popped its Rubble Rouser. But again, Team Nightmare Fan Club just do not have the damage output to push their advantage.
Well, they're not going to be able to punish down the Blissey, just trying to. And I like what the Blissey did as well, because just they know that they know for a fact that they're gonna get KO'd, so might as well just take down the remove them from play, get them out, bait them out, and unfortunately though, Team CRS was ready for that. And look at that, Phantom Force is gonna be popped up as well, gonna be able to take down Nightmare into that outer Greninja. The Lucario.
There's the play rough onto the Sylveon. The Fairy Frog's going to coming out. Mimikyu is going to go down here to the Mystical Fire. Once again, Blissey going to go down as well. And this is just a well-drilled team. They have practiced this comp in and out. The core members of this comp are Cramorant, that Blaziken, and the Crossel combination. Where you swap the Crossel out with the Trevenant, just like we saw in Game 1, and they are still a pain to deal with. But, JJ, how do they deal with this Cramorant? You can't chase it down. You can't catch it. Once you get caught, the Gulping Gatling comes out as Regieleki's pushing into that top lane. What do Team Nightmare Fan Club have to do?
See, here's the thing, though. The only thing that they can use or do against that of the Cramorant, which is honestly the biggest pain in their team right now, is to have that Intellion actually do the damage with the snipe shots, or if not, use the Shadow Sneak coming in from that of the Mimikyu. But unfortunately, though, those snipe shots hasn't really hit the Cramorant a lot, and instead it's hitting the supporter that is the Eldegoss for quite some time now, since earlier, but now they're going to be able to take down that Blaziken as well. I think that is their objective. I think they need to change their prioritization in terms of dealing out damage against, Team CRS.
But look what is happening here. We are getting a double 50 score bot side for Team CRS as Team Nightmare Fan Club do manage to get a break on that top lane. They said if you score top, we'll score bottom. Blaziken taking down the Blissey as it tried to get another stack. This Cramorant is just roaming around free. But JJ, what's interesting, even the domination being shown by CRS at the moment, the levels. 3 level 13s, 2 level 11s on the side of CRS, but not too far behind with Nightmare Fan Club with two 12s, a 13, and 2 level 10s. So again, the level gap is not too high. They've got access to those Indeedis. 20 seconds left to go, but here we go. This is not where you want the Trevenant to go down right now. 4 members pouncing on the Trevenant. Is it going to go down? It is, and that Trevenant is not gone for too long. It's going to be back for the. It's going to be back for the Ray fight. It's going to be back for the Ray fight. Luckily, no ults were used there. But here we go. Here we go, JJ. The Rayquaza has spawned.
Yes,
there's a 200 points within this game, and it looks like CRS have just taken control of this Rayquaza pit.
No, but not everyone from Nightmare Fan Club has their Unite moves. The Mimikyu and the Blissey does not have it, and they're going to have a really hard time here. They have been able to get in their Unite moves now. The assist is going to be popped up here, but they're going to be able to save this this Lucario for themselves. No, not quite yet. Play With Me is going to be popped up. They're going to be able to take down 2 in the process. Team CRS is now down 2 Pokemon, but Trishka going to be able to take away. Yes, they will be able to go away, get a bit of a refresh here, but there's still 3 more Pokemon for the side of Nightmare Fan Club, but it's still going to be enough, though, to, to dive in and slash down this Rayquaza, and definitely just going to be giving, CRS a bit of a time here to readjust and go into that Rayquaza, seal it away from them.
Beautiful, beautiful snapshot hitting onto the Blaziken, managing to be taken down there once again. Mimikyu scoring in the bot lane. Shadow sneaks in, and Nightmare Fan Club secure the Rayquaza with an Intellion. Yes, it was the Intellion. Oh my god, Nightmare Fan Club for the 2nd game in a row have brung a Rayquaza secure out of nowhere. But again, 430, if Crustle gets this in, I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough, but Trevenant still has its snipe shot, hits on the Sylveon, protecting. I think that's it. Intellion still has shield. It could go for another score, but it might be head up. Phantom Forest coming on out. Intellion is invisible. It's going to score again. And Nightmare Fan Club behind all game. They are just so good at securing. Wow, 2 Rayquaza secures from out of nowhere. 1 from the Mimikyu and 1 from the more predictable Intellion. I don't know if it got it with a boosted or if it got it with a snipe shot, but incredible.
Oh no, yeah,
incredible.
Nightmare Fan Club. Wow, Nightmare Fan Club has been doing works. Might not be on the team fights, but at the very least, they know how to take the Rayquaza, and I think that is that's actually quite a high risk, high reward kind of like gameplay, or at least the game plan that they're banking all their eggs on, just because of the fact that if you don't maintain, or at least maintain an equilibrium with the other team into the mid game, right, and just put all your all your eggs on the Rayquaza, you might be taken out, right? You might be taken out by the Ray fight, just like what happened in game number 1. But on game number 2, though, at the very least, they were able to readjust. They were able to take down a lot from Team CRS and was able to secure that of the Rayquaza. But still, I love that they won, but I think they can do better, especially in game number 3. They were able to adjust in game number 2, but going to game number 3, I think they would be even more ready.
Absolutely, but you see Nightmare and Stray swapping roles here. Nightmare was on the Mimikyu in the game 1, which is probably why we saw a moveset change up coming out there. But again, I don't like. They brought the Trevenant in. I don't know if the Intellion, but Intellion still managed to do 81k in that damage. Those snipe shots, maybe we didn't see them hitting, but a lot of damage being done off those boosted critical hits that Inteleon gets anytime it uses a Fell Stinger. So very, very strong in that instance. I believe Nightmare Fan Club had the better Rayquaza fight. They were pushed out, but then the Gulping Gat missile coming from the Cramorant was taken out. They jumped on that Cramorant as soon as most people will run away from that Unite move from the Cramorant, but it was taken out by the Mimikyu. But then Mimikyu had its chance to use Play With Me on the Sylveon as well, which went down. And Blaziken being chased out was a smart decision. But then we had the Lucario and the Inteleon trying to rip the Rayquaza whilst the Mimikyu was scoring bottom. So that brought the pressure back on to CRS, but then the secure incredible because Blaziken already went down. Blaziken went down very early in that second engage. So they had a better Ray fight. They obviously had the secure. I'm keen to see what we see in Game 3. I think CRS will keep it mostly the same. I'm wondering if we're going to see another change up from Nightmare Fan Club. What do you think?
I mean, if anything, right? I think they need to change up the Lucario because I don't think it's working out pretty well for them in this team fight. Maybe a Pokemon. I think like their composition is actually pretty okay. Just a bit of a change in terms of how the Inteleon is being used, especially with the targets, right? As I mentioned earlier, they need to change up their targets. They need to be able to target down the Cramorant because that is one of the biggest problems that they have for the team. But in terms of the switching up the Lucario, I think a better fit here for the top path would be a Zarina instead of the Lucario because that then not only are they going to be able to deal out damage, but they would be able to sustain themselves as well because as you can see here, previously we only have like 37k in terms of the damage and 35k damage taken as well. So if you're going to be going into a team fight as one of the frontliners anyway, might as well have the sustain that you have for team fight. So I think a better pick here for Nightmare into that of the top hat would be a Serena against them.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see Nightmare come back onto the Mimikyu as well into that central area. The Greninja was such a good pick in Game 1. It did a lot of damage, but yes, you're right. The Serena could come out here. But look at this. We've got to change up in the bans here. The Umbreon has become available as a defender, and Zamato is going to pick up that Umbreon straight away. Alongside the Blissey with the Wish Snarl combination could be very effective here. We could also see a Mean Look Wish combination too to allow that Mimikyu to trap those opponents better with Shadow Sneak. Really, really good adjustment, I think, on the side of Nightmare. I kind of want to see Nightmare stay on the Mimikyu this time round. But look, we've got the Lucario and the Sylveon coming back on for the side of CRS. They just didn't want to deal with that Blaziken. Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm more looking at Ragnar. Nightmare has decided to pick up the Cramorant this time round.
Well, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. It's not locked in.
Honestly, it works any day. Like it could be the Inteleon, it could be the Cramorant, but obviously, we saw how much damage that the Cramorant can do. But with this being in the this being in the hands of a team, what it calls a team
Nightmare,
right? They have the Hoopa, they have the Umbreon, and they have the Cramorant. What else can you ask? I think this is a pretty like not over the top, but rather like a pretty well balanced team. And being the dominant team here, I could understand why Team CRS is picking up the guard jump. Despite it having a really hard time, they just need to have like more crowd control here. But even then, like guard jump would have a hard time rushing in against that of Team Nightmare as they have a lot of Pokemon that attacks from the back lanes. But I guess that's why Team CRS is opting in for the Eldegoss and the Venusaur as well, because not Hyper Beam, but the Solar Beam, or even with the Giga Drain Petal Dance would actually work out pretty well against this kind of composition against that of Team Nightmare Fan Club.
Absolutely. Just looking at the the Venusaur has changed up the items that it is running on the Venusaur. So we are looking at a full frontal assault coming from the side of Team CRS. They want to make sure that they can take everybody out in this next raid fight. The Mystical Fire is going to be there because it's going to be able to get those extra takedowns plus the dashes. This Eldegoss doing such a fantastic job. This is a full-on assault team from CRS. They are sick and tired of losing the Rayquaza the last 2 games. But we can see, you know, the downside of this full-on assault team coming up from CRS is that if they group up, that Gardevoir Fairy Singularity is going to do big damage.
I mean, I can see the what they're trying to do here. You know, the Garchomp gets in with the eject button into Dragon Rush, right? And then there is the Wood Hammer as well, just to land him up, and then you know a Venusaur and the Garchomp just to basically finish the job. But it requires too much setup for both of the teams. Sorry, for not both of the teams, but rather to Team CRS. For them to be able to do what they want to do with this kind of composition. And again, another point of contention here is that, as you have mentioned, Team CRS here is going in for a full frontal assault. And most of them are mid-range damage and frontal damage. But Nightmare Fan Club has a lot of backlane damage, though. So that's going to be one of the biggest problems here for Team CRS. But it doesn't matter because they are lining up here. But the Umbreon I
think we have a possible disconnect coming through from the Umbreon. We saw the Hooper invade. I think we might get a reset. The Umbreon is not moving. We might have had a game crash. Teams are going to have to play it out anyway. We have to double check with our tournament organizers what the rules are here. If we have to show the disconnect or if we have to make sure. But usually the rules are you make sure that you keep on playing even though you've got a disconnect. Prove that the disconnect happened. And then move on. The Umbreon is moving this time around. Maybe we get a reset on this game, JJ. I don't know. We're just going to go with we're going to go with what we've got so far. Team Nightmare Fury not too far behind, even with that Eevee not getting online just yet. But 26 points to CRS so far. That Shadow Claw is coming out on the side of the Mimikyu. Hooper tried to do the invade. We're going for a bot lane push. Cramorant not managing to get out, getting taken down by the Mystical Fire. Umbreon, Sylveon, sorry. The Umbreon is online and is just trying to hold this base away from the Trevenant, but it is not. It is just getting pounded in that bot lane.
And now that we aren't really getting anything from the officials, I think we can safely assume that we're going to be just playing this normally, right? So now we can see the Umbreon currently at level 5, just trying to catch up to be able to help down to their team in terms of like team fights. But look at that, 32-0 is currently the score of the game here, with Team CRS actually being in the lead at the moment.
Absolutely, we got 32-13 CRS, 62-13. Getting a score in for that side, but Umbreon has decided to go for that Snarl combination. That's going to be a real pain for the Trevenant to deal with. Cramorant is also gone with that Air Slash, but we've got Nightmare Fury getting some stacks in of their own. Gardevoir almost online. The Petal Dance Venusaur is online. Could it go down here? Yes, and the Mimikyu does go down as Umbreon decides to come on in and help. Just a little bit too late. The Hooper portal going to reset the Umbreon before it gets taken down, and Hooper is just going to manage to come. Umbreon has decided to come back. I don't think that's the best idea for Umbreon to come back through that portal. It escaped. It should have just stayed back.
Well, you know, always trying to go back to your homies. I mean, that's what's family, right? That's just family, dude. Like, families don't leave anyone behind. But
Garchomp being taken down by the Mimikyu. The Shadow Sneak is going on. Shadow Sneak trying to get to the Venusaur, but no! Venusaur goes down. Mimikyu goes down to the Eldegoss before it could get that takedown. JJ, I'm so sorry I cut you off there. You were saying we do not abandon our homies.
That is true. But speaking of not abandoning their homies, it seems that we're going to be able to see a sandwich here coming from that of the Nightmare Fan Club. And look at that. The Wood Hammer's going to be popped up here. The Cramorant gets away with the dive with the Pikachu on its mouth.
It avoided the Verdant Anger. The Verdant Anger not managing to hit anything. The Shadow Sneak on to the Eldegoss. This Venusaur is staying alive. This Eldegoss has not left his side. But Garchomp managing to secure the Regieleki from out of the nose. Oh no! It secured the bottom objective. Regieleki taken by Nightmare Fan Club as they're going to have some extra help to push this top base.
Oh yeah, and right now we can see like it's a 4v5 kind of composition here. Into the terms of CRS, we still haven't seen the guard jump because it's still not a guard jump, still not gonna be able to help out as much as it wants to into the team fights. But now that it is, it might be a little bit too late here. Just want to overextend here just a bit here, and to stop the top hat from getting destroyed. But I think that's going to be quite a hard kind of a decision, if they really want to push that in alone.
Absolutely. Sylveon is trying to hit there. The Fairy Frolic, the Moonlight Prance coming out from the Umbreon. Sylveon taking down the Gardevoir. The Moonlight Prance being hit by the Umbreon, stealing that shield away from the Sylveon. But CRS is going to try and push in here. Sylveon getting a 2 KO streak going down here. The Umbreon is just trying to stop any scores from going in. The Hooper is trying to help out here, but no! The top pad is going to get crashed in on by CRS with 197 to 132 for the side of CRS, as they are just going to go full-on frontal assault into the enemy team's central area.
Right. And
oh my god, Fairy Singularity almost trying to take out. Sorry, JJ, my apologies. The action is too fast, too furious. We cannot keep up with everything that is going on this team.
Oh no, yeah, and this is what I'm talking about earlier as well. Like, Nightmare Fan Club is more ready this time around going to game number 3. They were able to just a little bit into game number 2, but they have brought that over to game number 3, and now we can see a bit of a equilibrium, as I've mentioned, in terms of like team fight. It's no longer CRS actually dominating the team fights, but Team Nightmare Fan Club is just answering back all day long against them. But look at that though, the Mimic is going to be taken out with that of the Eldegoss.
Absolutely, the Mimikyu trying to make it back to the Hooper portal, but the Trevenant Woodhammer not being allowed to go there. The Gulping Missiles are trying to go back. This bottom objective, the Garchomp is just going to rip this objective down. I don't know if I was Team Nightmare Fan Club. There we've got the Hooper unbound, the Rings unbound. They really want to go for this objective. Trevenant getting caught out here, but here we go. Who takes the objective? I think it was the Mimikyu that got the Umbreon with its Unite move. Midnight Prance managing to take down the Reggie objective, but Nightmare Fan Club is just going to go down inside this team fight. The Hooper resets are coming. Cramorant managing to escape out. Great Hooper portals there by the Hooper, as Sylveon is just going to fight its way out. Cramorant kind of trying to help out here. Still, Cramorant managing to go down. Venusaur going to, my god, a solo on the Verdant Anger with the Fairy Singularity. That Venusaur said, "You ain't going anywhere."
That was I mean, that was like Gardevoir actually using Destiny Bonding. If I'm gonna be taken out, you're gonna be taken out as well. But unfortunately, it did not work out. Unfortunately, but I can see what they're trying to do.
Is that a little bit necessary? A little bit unnecessary, I think, JJ. Just a little bit unnecessary. I mean, they have time to get their ult back, but I think it was a little bit unnecessary. I'd love to know this. I'd love to know the story behind these two players. There might be some beef there, because that felt personal.
Yeah. That was actually pretty great, though. If it actually hit a lot of the Pokemon to the side of CRS, that would have been, I'd say, going to be one of my highlights of the tournament. But with that being said, though, the highlight right now is that they are going to try to push in this bottom tier first goal, score goal for Nightmare Fan Club.
Absolutely. Trevenant managing to go taken down by the Mimikyu, but the Venusaur coming back in. They wanted to crash into that bottom side. They're just going to reset their death timers this time around, but CRS doing a great job defending. But again, even with one base up, JJ, it is only 197 to 150 with ults on all sides of the team. All 5 ults strong, ready to go. This is game number 3. Can Nightmare Fury take another Rayquaza, as both teams are about to enter the Rayquaza pit? Here we go. I wonder if it's going to be an all-out brawl or if it's going to be a little bit more calculated this time around. Here we go, JJ.
This is going to be quite crucial for both of the teams because, again, we are at the lower brackets, and anyone who loses this match would have to say goodbye to the tournament. Again, this is the first round of the lower bracket. Team CRS, Nightmare Fan Club, now at the Rave pit.
Yeah, absolutely. But both teams deciding not to brawl it out straight away. Again, I think CRS has learned from their previous battle that Nightmare Fan Club are very good at sneaking this right away. But Mimikyu has decided to go in onto the Garchomp. Play with me onto the Garchomp. And there is the engage. Here we go. Verdant Anger being farmed. The Rings unbound are gone. Garchomp going down. The Cramorant has gone down as well. The Hooper is reset. Oh my god. But Mimikyu tried to go on in. Mimikyu being Going up,
Oh,
Verdank getting popped once
no.
again. They have a base down bottom, JJ. They have healing options, and Venusaur is just going to retreat as 3 members down for Team Nightmare Fan Club as Umbreon tried to retreat but got a mystical fire to the face. And I think, I'm not going to count them out just yet, but is this finally a CRS
Umbreon,
game?
trying to get away, trying to get
Umbreon!
in.
Oh, not this time round. Not this time
Oh
round.
no, I think that is it as well. The Gatling Gout missile, unfortunately, I can see what they're trying to do there.
Yes.
Wants to get in that eject button out with the Gatling Gout missile just to seal away that of the Rayquaza, but unfortunately it was pop up at the wrong timing, and you know Team CRS was able to secure that Rayquaza, gonna be able to take down everyone into the side of Team Nightmare Fan Club, and that is going to leave them with the mark of a nightmare for tonight. Unfortunately, Team CRS is going to be winning our first match of the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. They fought their way. This is the loser bracket, like you did say, so it is over, but it looks like 10 seconds to go. Nightmare Fan Club, unfortunately, put up 2 really good games. And again, this is an absolutely... For our first games on cast, JJ, going to a Game 3 situation, 2-1, 2 incredible race steals, and then an all-out brawl in that third game. I can't wait to see the stats of this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, as like the score isn't really that kind of high. I mean, it is high, right? In terms of the difference, but it only happened post Rayquaza. But looking over the battle data, I mean, the Gardevoir really did a number against that of Team CRS, and I like that. And we don't see a lot of Gardevoir anymore. You know, given that they are much more viable option against that of the Gardevoir. Even a Delphox is I would say is going to be better than that of a Gardevoir. But with this kind of numbers, I think the only player left that I know that plays Gardevoir is Kamiru from APAC. But other than that, right? This NHK really does a number.
Absolutely. Look, this is my first time seeing these teams, and I've already got a few favorites on these teams. Chodo on the Sylveon doing such a fantastic job. Supporter on that Eldegoss, so good. 66k damage taken plus 83k damage healed for the time of the side of CRS. And Shrey and Nightmare for the side of Nightmare Fan Club. Two members of those teams that I really want to look out for. I've become fans of these teams. Zamato also doing a fantastic job as an Umbreon in that game. So again, this is what these grassroots tournaments are all about here, JJ. We love to see it. These are not pro teams as well. They may have competed in UCS, but these are not teams that are consistently going and representing on those big stages. But these are teams that I'm seeing very strong. Very strong, and we could see them make that jump. Yeah, huge potential, and that's what we love about these grassroots tournaments. But that is game 1. Guys, we are going to take a little bit of a break. I am going to be saying goodbye to you for the next couple of games as we bring in some of our amazing other casters to continue the job. JJ, you've got some fun games coming up, but we are going to play a little promotional video to show you guys what Engage is coming up what Engage has coming up for you guys, and what our motives and stuff heading forward when it comes to the grassroots scenes of not just the Asia region but all regions. And JJ, you're going to explain a little bit more about that when we get back. So guys, don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of games coming up. We've got a lot of sets coming up. We will see you guys after a short break, and enjoy.
Hey there, Pokemon Unite trainers! Engage GG is currently hosting the Master Series, which is a series of competitive events to support the grassroots scene of Pokemon Unite, as well as involving some of the biggest pro players and team names. With an exciting daily ladder round for both the EU and the NA regions, teams are able to practice, strategize, and improve their gameplay before heading into the group stages. For those that are not able to join the ladder rounds, fear not, as you can still qualify for the finals through the open qualifiers. There's over a $500 prize pool up for grabs, with a free invite to both the Engage podcast in London and the esports event they're hosting in April 2025 in London as well. On top of all of that, the winners will receive a 12 months free master subscription on the Engage platform, which will support the growth and portfolio of each user and enable them to earn without having to pay any money at all. Join in on the fun by either visiting the Engage Discord for the ladder rounds or by signing up for the Open qualifiers on the 15th of June. We're excited to see you there. Hey there, Pokemon Unite trainers! Engage GG is currently hosting the Master Series.
Welcome back, guys, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. We are back in the Engage Pro Test Series 5. This time around, though, I'll be joined here by SpartanTano. They mentioned they want to be called Tano, but we're not going to do that. So, Master Chief here, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, yes, my name comes from a love of Halo and Star Wars mushed together to make SpartanTano. So, but I'll answer to any name under the sun. But yes, I have been playing any names.
That's a very scary thing to say.
Except Zoroark, because nobody needs to be named that. So yes, I play Pokemon Unite. I've been playing it since the game came out. I started casting round about sort of 6-7 months ago for Pokemon Unite because it is a lot of fun to cast this game, chat. So we have been doing plenty of tournaments over at the Unite Battle Hub, and also getting involved with what Engage has been doing here, which has been amazing. I love seeing all the representation from all the different countries, all the different regions in Engage. It's really exciting to see players get involved in grassroots as much as this. We did some ladder rounds yesterday. I did over there with Zenith, and it was exciting because even though they've been doing those like tournaments, ladder rounds every day throughout the week, and it was exciting to see the kind of plays that were coming out, the kind of comps that were coming out. It was really exciting to see the random stuff that gets played.
Right, and with that being said, though, like the Engage GG here, Engage GG is still not done engaging with the community, because not only are they doing NA and EU stuff, but they're also doing Asia, which is again our current tournament as of right now, the Pro Test Series, and we're gonna be seeing. Oh wow, it's a Phalanx, dude! Like it's the first time we're gonna be seeing it, but it's gonna be banned, unfortunately. But I really wanted to see a Phalanx, as I haven't really seen it played in a competitive series. Have you seen a Phalanx being played in a competitive series?
Yeah, I have actually quite a bit in EU. It happens. They love the Beyblade over here in the EU, but a very surprising ban there. But what is not surprising there, though, JJ, is that Tyranitar getting banned. Like, it is probably the most banned mon currently in this game.
And like it's even then, right? Like on the times that it's not banned, it doesn't really excel as much as we've hoped it to be, unfortunately. But with that being said, though, this is the first game. Sorry, we haven't really introduced the match that we're going to be having for this time. It is Secret Rare coming in from the Philippines, and attacker and defense of Kai Tong from Thailand. There you go. We're gonna be seeing that all day long. The attacker and defense of Kai Tong. There you go. Into that of the the orange side.
I'm just going to call them attacker, I'm not going to lie. But I do love the Gyarados pick, though. That is a mon that is very, very strong in the meta at the moment, JJ. I mean, it can be difficult to get it through to that Gyarados role when you are a Magikarp. But if you get a KO early on that mon, you will evolve very quickly and you can dominate whatever lane you are in.
Right, and this is something that I wanted to point out as well. SR here, Secret Rare, is a team that has been quite dominant of the Philippines region, of always on the top cut spots as well, always on day 2s on any local tournaments. But at the same time, we cannot dismiss the fact that we have team attacker and defense of Kaitong here, with Mark God as being a very experienced player as well. I'm not quite sure about the other members, but I do know for a fact that Mark God S has been doing quite the work for their community.
Yeah, and they picked up the Serena, which is 100% a mon that is currently going under the radar a little bit, because you've got these other all-rounders that are very strong in the meta at the moment. Serena is very good. It's up there with the Blaziken, but it's going very much under the radar because of how powerful these other all-rounders can be. So I'm really excited to see this pick here. I think it's going to be huge.
Right, I mean, the Pikachu, though, I am not quite sure. I mean, yeah, we know that a Pikachu can do a lot of damage, can do a lot of crowd control as well, but with this kind of composition, is that going to be enough, though? Yes, we have the Trevenant and the Umbreon as their frontliners, just to be able to, dish out the damage, get in the damage, and, of course, get a bit of a crowd control. But a Cramorant and the Serena, I can see where it's at, but that Pikachu, I'm not quite sure, but hopefully they prove me wrong. Into the side of Secret Rare, however, I think this is a bit of a what it calls like a very well-rounded team here. They have them, well, obviously not the Magikarp, not quite yet, but the Gyarados though later on down the line would definitely put in a lot of damage and crowd control into the side of oh, we're just gonna be calling it Adok. No, we're gonna call it attack and defense of Kaitang. We're not gonna stop there. We're gonna keep on calling it that. But you know, as I was saying, a bit of a squishy side into the side of attack and defense of Kaitang though.
Yeah, it's all going to be on how quick that Magikarp can get their Evo, because up in that top lane, they have a very strong offense on the side of Adok there. They've got attack and defense, I apologize. They have got that arena up there. And of course, the Umbreon, if that Umbreon manages to get an Evo before anyone else, they will be able to dominate that top lane. But with the Leafeon going up there from that jungle rotation, it is a very quick early game. And it does mean that the advantage will be more balanced up in that lane if it stays there.
And another thing that we need to take note here, it would definitely have to be Prios into the side of Secret Rare, because this is one of the leading the highlights of this team. And if you actually let them get their XP, once you give them the early game, then that only leads to a domination coming in from Secret Rare. So hopefully attack and defense of Kaitang would be able to stop that before that ever happens, especially that, you know, Kalel here is still a Magikarp at level 4.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a really quick rotation coming in from attack and defense there. They were able to come up there with 4 Mons, and as well as 4 Mons on Secret Rare, but obviously the Magikarp isn't quite a Mon that we can qualify for any fight at the moment. So maybe they were trying to look to steal a bit of a KO there, JJ-kun, but we have seen them actually rotate into that bottom lane now, so it is more even in these lanes, but we do not have an Umbreon yet.
No, yeah, and at the same time, you know, the Blissey, well, it's still a Chansey as of the moment. Still not a Blissey, so still not going to be able to support as much into the team fight. But looking at the effort gauge, it's almost filled up as well. Almost a Gyarados, almost ready to take on some damage. But going into that on the top path, though, I think they need... Oh, never mind, the Gyarados is now up, but the Meanlook is going to stop it from bouncing in and out.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to mean look it and run away, because if you stand in front of that dragon, it is going to annihilate you. It is a big fish, and it loves to cause that damage. In the meantime, though, in this central area,
the Meanlook!
Umbreon and the Meanlook from the Umbreon. Are they going to pick up the Trevenant? They do! Oh, they're Trevenant, but then the Umbreon picks up the Leafeon in return. They are 1 HP in a dream.
Oh, wow, the slap!
Taking the KO, the big slap on that Umbreon there, JJ-kun. Huge.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, at the very least, right? Like, they were able to use Meanlook into that of a Prios with that of the Leafeon, but we can definitely see a bit of what I said earlier, making sure that they don't give much space into Price, because that would actually just lead into a lot of attacking prowess from them. And you know, we saw that from earlier. Sure, they were low on HP, but it didn't matter for them, as they were still able to take down a 1. But look at this though, Kalel almost taking down the Serena. Not quite yet though, but they are now headed back into the major objectives.
Yeah, and what I'd love to see is Cramorant picking up that jungle rotation, so they now have their Unite move coming into this. It's just a lead on the Sylvie on the other side. A nice Electro Ball from Pikachu to secure that Reggie-Seal there. We see the Unite move coming from the Cramorant. They weren't able to pick up anybody, but it does give them so much space. Are they going to be able to push back?
Emerald 2 steps!
Here. Oh, a nice tasty Unite move coming from the Sylveon. They're going to be able to pick up the Pikachu. They're doing whatever they can to break some ankles. It is not enough, JJ-kun, and that is a tasty defense coming in from Secret Rare there.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, sure, you know, like attack and defense of Kaitang is not going to be enough though, with the pressure that's coming in from that of Secret Rare. But hopefully they are going to be answering back. They're going to be able to take down the Blissey as well. There's going to be 1 down right now, and they are outnumbering Secret Rare into that of the bottom path. And Meanlook over to that Slowbro is going to deal a huge damage here, +6 in terms of the points coming in from that of the Umbreon, making sure that they are, you know, put as much lead as possible against that of Secret Rare.
Yeah, I mean, this in the top lane, in the meantime, we have a huge fight going on between the Serena and the Gyarados. It is a fight for the ages. They have been up in this top lane for most of the game, just battling it out. Now we have most of the team coming up here to join in this battle, with that Regieleki being spawned there. We do get Slowbro going down there. That is going to be a huge KO for the side of attack and defense. They're going to be able to put pressure there. Pikachu Unite doing a lot to take out the Sylveon, so really interesting here. It seems they're going to get a lot of points in on the side of attack and defense here, JJ-kun.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, they were able to take down 4. Well, actually, they were able to wipe them out in the process. So attack and defense of Kaitong. Well, I don't know who Kaitong is, but it's actually working out pretty well for them.
So it is the Regieleki is going to go to the side of attack and defense here, and they may be able to push that down into the T2 if they wish, or they may just want to rotate down to this bottom objective. Pikachu is set up. They are ready to go for it. They could show the face a little bit and rotate down. It does seem like they just want to keep the aggression on here, JJ, which is an interesting move, but they do have a listen that he's able to drop that damage in there with a Unite move coming from the Cramorant as well, doing a lot of damage, but it isn't enough. They've got the healing from the goal. They're trying to do some TC, but the Trevenant does go down there. Pikachu taking the opportunity to get a nice 40 dunk down in that T2.
Oh, I like what attack defense of Kaitong is doing right now. Sure, they might have been able to like slip down a few, like the Trevenant and the Pikachu, but they were already done with their objectives, and it's basically just buying them time, buying their teammates time in order for them to like position themselves over to the next objective that they're going to be taking. And look at this right now. The objective in question is that of the Ice Beam, unfortunately going to be taken down by Secret Rare as they want to catch up going into this Ray fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Gyarados Unite didn't pick up anybody there, so they're going to have to farm that back. It isn't too bad. They do get it back pretty quickly, even though the cooldown has been nerfed on it. But in the meantime, a nice tasty Unite move again coming in from the Pikachu. They've managed to pick up just the Serena in the meantime over on the side of attack and defense, and it seems like attack and defense just want to keep putting that attack on because there's no defense from Secret Rare at the moment.
Well, there is now, and it's the Eggs, and this is going to be able to successfully defend the second score goal. But what I do like about attack and defense of Kaitong here is that if they were taking down 1, they would take down 2 from the other team. And that is a very beautiful and very straightforward kind of like strategy from them.
Yeah, and it's working. I mean, at the moment, they have a level 13 Cramorant. The levels aren't too bad on the side of Secret Rare, though. They are a lot closer than was probably expected. You do have that Gyarados with the level 12, meaning that it does have their plus moves up and ready to go. And that's really strong for them on the side of Secret Rare.
Oh, for sure. But again, in just 40 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen, and all traders alike, we're going to be seeing, the Rayquaza pop up. But at the same time, the Regieleki is still up top. Whoever's going to be able to take down would be able to get in a lot of pressure into the other team. Going to be able to take down 2 in the process 30 seconds before the Rayquaza. And they're not going to be taking in this Regieleki, but just put in the raw points down the second tier score goal up top.
Yeah, but the thing is, as we do say, JJ, if there is a Ray, there is a way. There is only 330 points difference here, and this is the risk of having T1 goals up at the Rayquaza fight, because however this fight ends up, if Secret Rare manage to secure that Rayquaza, they have 2 Hundo Burgers they can easily score at that point, and there's only 300 points between them at the moment.
Oh, it's easily going to be taken down and caught up on if they were able, if they're going to be able to take down this Rayquaza. But again, only 10 points coming in from Secret Rare is going to be a huge, tall order to to climb on. And look at this though. Attack and defense of Kaitong is making sure that they block any way to that of the Rayquaza while doing in a bit of a split push up top as well. It's going to get interrupted though, but at the very least, they are able to remove a bit of, the pain, the problem from that of the team fights, because Prius with that of the Leafeon is one of the strongest damage dealing Pokemon into the side of Secret Rare, and without that on a team fight, look at what happened. 4-man KO, and they're going to be able to take down Prius as well in the process, and attack and defense of Kaitong is now freely able to take down this Rayquaza. Beautiful micro decisions from both of these teams.
Yeah, it really, really is. They zoned out Secret Rare so well at that Rayquaza fight. They weren't even able to get into the pit. And then luring away the Leafeon with that Serena was huge. They're going to get as many Hundo Burgers as they can here. They're even going to double cap on that T2 there. 636. Unfortunately, Secret Rare just ain't going to be able to do enough to combat now. It is attack and defense all the way. And I tell you what, defense, it was all attack this game, JJ-kun.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. And honestly, if I were on the side of Secret Rare, if I were one of the players coming for the Secret Rare, I wouldn't really blame them if they would hate what attack and defense of Kaitong did to them, because that was a forceful option select. Because if they did not, right, if Frios did not stop the Serena, that would have been what 80 points, right? But if they do stop them, then they would risk the Rayquaza, and that is just what happened. The option select was just the mind games coming in from Attack on the, apparently it's not just on the team fights, but rather on the mind games as well. Attack and defense of Kaidok was just beautifully executing their game plan against that of Secret Rare.
Yeah, I mean, they've only just lost a goal zone there with with that hundo going in from the Sylveon, which it just is unfortunately nowhere near enough. So they've shown that not only are they really aggressive and they can put on stealing XP from Secret Rare wherever they can. There was plenty of invading onto their side during that game, and it really did show. 112k damage coming in there from the Cramorant, JJ. That is insane.
Man, it's in the early game, Secret Rare was able to get a bit of a a lead, but soon thereafter, even with the Pikachu, the Pikachu was able to proc in a lot of KOs. Might not have the biggest damage, but with the well-timed Thunderstorm Unite move, it just helped out so much in their team. And honestly, if there's anyone that I would have to give, to applaud for into the side of team attack and defense of Kaitong, I would have to give it to L2XK. Just because of the fact that those mean look perfectly timed, especially against Enterprise. They know their objectives, they know their targets, and once they put in those mean looks, everyone else just follows through and demolishes them. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it's a perfect sign of a really well scheduled team in that sense, JJ, because obviously they know when they need to be pouncing on those mean looks. They were really vital in stopping that Gyarados from being able to do whatever it wanted to do. With that bounce, it can't go anywhere. If that bounce can jump into the other team, if it can jump on that Cramorant, that Cramorant's gone. So those mean looks were really, really vital in that. Really well played by, both teams. Secret Rare, they were giving it their all. They didn't give up. They were playing from behind quite a bit. They only managed to score those 10 points, but they didn't give up. It's really important that you do keep giving it your all in this game. Rayquaza could go either way, but GG's to both sides, and we have the attack and defense taking that game.
Yeah, it's we still cannot dismiss Secret Rare, right? Because it's still just game number 1. We still have a second game. And again, we are playing on we're currently at the upper bracket. So even if they do lose here for game number 2, they still have a chance to get back up into the grand finals on coming in from that of the lower bracket. But for those who are new to the stream, who just tuned in, the teams that are playing right now is Team SR or Secret Rare coming in from the Philippines, and Team Attack and Defense of Kaitong from Thailand. It's really quite interesting here because we have two teams. We have two. We have one team from APAC East. We have 3 teams coming in from APAC West and 4 teams from India. And honestly, and I say this even on the the Pokemon official broadcast, is that I at least for the next season, I really wanted them. I just wanted to say this out loud, and for the record as well, I want them to have more open spots for the regional qualifiers because they only have one. They only have one, and they had the highest number of registrations of a regional tournament. For those who doesn't know, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, but they had 192 teams, 96 teams, and that is the highest number that any region could only dream of.
Yeah, the engagement from players there is amazing. The Pokemon Unite is, in that situation where there is so many opportunities for players to get involved, and there's people such as what we're doing here at Engage, trying to get as many people involved as possible to get those opportunities to play, to compete. And I just want to say to players, take that opportunity. There is plenty out there. Take it, get involved. You are going to have a lot of fun playing Pokemon Unite. It's a blast to cast. It's a blast to watch. The esport is only going to grow, and that's only going to grow from people committing to these tournaments. So let's go.
And at the same time, right, it's not only just Asia, it's not only APAC, it's not only India, but we also have some with Engage. We're engaging with the community from the Western side of the world with the Master Series. We have the NA and the EU, and the aim of that event as well as this one, the Pro Test Series, is that for us to elevate future pro players and teams. And of course, with that being said, we have been hosting this Pro Test Series and of course the Master Series to participate in weekly rounds of events to collect master points, and these points will be collected, and if you get enough points, get, I believe, like top 4, you'd be able to qualify for the group stages. And if you don't qualify for the group stages from Monday to Saturday, then you can still play on the open qualifiers on June 15th, and the top 8 teams of that tournament will also proceed to the group stages.
I just want to say that I appreciate your dog backing me up with the reaction.
That's my hype
there with "Let's go." I love it. I love it. I can see the tail wagging in the background. I'm like, yo, I'm with you 100% of the way.
That's this is my hype man right there. I mean, definitely, I was hyping out, Engage GG, hyping out the Master Series, hyping out the Protest Series. But now that I'm not hyping it down, you can see that my dog kind of like silenced down. Like that's my hype man right there. Like always got my back. I love that.
Exciting stuff. I mean, yeah, everyone just get involved. It's amazing. There's so many ways that you can play in this game. There's so many opportunities to be able to play this game, but you can jump in and you can get involved at any point, any stage. It's just a lot of fun. I recommend everybody just to give it a go.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, the Protest Series, I believe, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. But this is not gonna see. Hey, I'm still hyping up. Hold on. I'm still hyping up the tournament. So this is still not going to be. This is definitely not going to be the last one. We're going to be having more. Yeah, I know. I'm still hyping it up. Hold up. I'm still. Hold up. This is still not good. This is not going to be the last one of the series. We're going to have more, and including the Master Series. Which, by the way, I have I have information. We were given the information that the Master Series, it started with the NA and EU, but it's also coming to APAC. So that's to Asia. So that's actually a good thing as well for anyone who wants to try out. This might be the start, the Protest Series, but the Master Series with huge prizes is going to be headed into Asia as well.
Exciting stuff. Really, really exciting stuff. I believe it. There's prizes to be won. There's opportunities to be going on the podcast. And this kind of stuff, as well as a massive amount of experience of playing in these tournaments against other teams. So against different regions as well, which is really exciting. It's one of my favorite things in Pokemon Unite is to be able to cast these different regions. It's really exciting to see the way that these teams handle different situations, different regions cover different things. And it's just such an amazing esports to be involved in. But here we go, JJ. We do have what looks like a draft coming in straight away here. Let's get into this next game while we wait to see what is currently being banned. It seems like we haven't had any bans locked in yet. I'm not sure if that's a visual bug or if they just haven't had chance to. Oh, there we go. The Mimikyu coming straight out of the bat, and the Phalanx in return. They still do not want to deal with this Beyblade. That really interesting bans here.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I think like one of the things is that it's like how would I describe a Phalanx? A Phalanx is a stronger Aegislash. Aegislash, really strong, but Phalanx puts it up to an entirely different level, especially with the too much, like, it has too much prowess, I'd say, when I played it over in lobbies. Well, what do you think about the Phalanx?
Yeah, 100%. The Umbreon getting locked in straight away, very, very strong. We do see a lot of evolutions getting picked in these games because they are so strong in the meta at the moment, chat. But with that Umbreon being picked, not only do they have the Mean Look access, but they also have a Wish access if they do want to go to that more support role. But picking the Trevenant as well just means that you have two of the best defenders currently in this game. And the CC coming from the Trevenant, or even the Pain Split, if they do pick up a lot of damage on the side of Secret Rare, is going to be really important.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, right now I can definitely see what what attack and defense of Gaitong is doing. That if it's not broken, why fix it? And they're essentially just going in for the same kind of composition as game number 1. But now, like, they don't have the first ban, they don't have Tyranitar ban, and that means it's open. And as I was saying, of course, it's open. You gotta have that one up, right?
Yeah, and I think that's going to make the decision on the Umbreon to probably be Mean Luck. I mean, they have the Elder Goss as well on the side of Secret Rare, so Tita with a healer as well just makes it even more busted. I am excited to see this. In EU, Tita is dominating every game, every tournament at the moment. If it's not banned, it dominates. But we see an Urshifu picked on the other side, though, JJ-kun. We don't see that often.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. And with this in mind, I think it's going to be going in more of I like, as much as I want to see the Water Bear, right? I think this is going to be a single striker Shifu, the Dark Bear, just because it would have a much more better time into sustaining itself, and at the same time, the damage of the Water Bear isn't really that much, though it would actually help out, especially against that of the Cramorant, just to get in, take it out as soon as possible, so that it wouldn't be able to put out a lot of damage against the team of attack and defensive Kaitong. But at the same time, I do like the pick here. After the Tyranitar, they immediately pick down the Glaceon, which I think is a very good pick against that of the Tyranitar, just to make sure that, yeah, sure, it's not going to be able to hit them, not going to be able to get near anyway, and still be able to put in some damage against that.
Yeah, as well as the Crustle. So the Glaceon's going to be very vital in taking down those really tanky mons on the side of Secret Rare there. But I do think you're right. I do think we're going to get a Dark Bear, mainly because they also need the secure here, JJ, right? So they don't really have that much secure on either side at the moment, to be honest. Right. But Shifu, especially as that Dark Bear, gives you really strong secure with them being able to use those moves to take quite a bit of damage off those objectives. So it might be interesting to see attack and defense actually go for these objectives really importantly in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I see, now that you mentioned it, I can definitely see it. But at the same time, the composition coming in from that of Secret Rare is more of a forced team fight kind of composition, because we can definitely see, with the Raktomb going with that of the Tyranitar, making sure that it is encapsulated in an area where everyone else just, procs them out, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, we do need to see what they do with this Shifu, because at the moment it really does need to get that Evo very quickly to be able to do much in this game. On the other side, though, we have that Sylveon getting that Evo very quickly there with the Elder Goss helping it. So they're going to be able to come into this top lane with the T-Star's currently in and put a lot of pressure on. So that Kufu's going to have even more of difficulty trying to get that Evo.
Oh, for sure. But with that being said, though, it's not really going to be the problem, because the main source of damage would definitely have to come in from that off the Glaceon anyway. So the moment that the Glaceon gets its, goes online, right? It's the Kufu would be able to get its XP immediately after. So that's what I think is going to happen here. Especially that Market is actually the one leading with this as a Kubfu. Again, just wants to get in their objectives for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, the Glaceon's up here. They're not too far from their level 6, which is their best power spike at this early level. They're just going to be able to put aggression on up there. But Pupitar is not that weak anymore now that Stonehenge has got the buffs that it has had. Mean Luck coming in really clutch there to try and stop the Sylveon. But the Screamion takes it down with that Hyper Voice anyway. So that's a KO going to the side of Secret Rare there.
Man, that is quite an amazing Tyranitar. It doesn't matter. It's, normally we do see that, the Tyranitar, the Pupitar, right, doesn't really go out of the central area, make sure that it's a Tyranitar first before it actually goes into team fight. But this one does not care and actually takes in some chaos as well. Gonna be able to take down the Citrus Berry just to heal up a bit. But the Eldegoss is getting pranced in by that of Adok. And as we have mentioned, it is going to be not the Water Bear, but instead the single striker Shifu, gonna be popped up here by attack and defense of Kaitong, and gonna be able to be taken out as well. And look at that, Hyper Voice is gonna be popped up as well, almost taking down this Umbreon.
Yeah, really, really strong. As we see the Pupitar just trying to grab whatever XP they can as fast as they can. They want to get these levels up over on the side of Secret Rare as soon as possible. But Glaceon isn't going to be too far away from their Unite move. They have literally just got it as I spoke. A little bit of caster curse there, chat. But it does mean that they have that Unite move ready to roll for these 7 objectives that do spawn. But in the meantime, hey-ho, attack and defense, putting on that attack to be able to score those points over there against Secret Rare. But really good defense from Secret Rare themselves, being able to pick up the Umbreon. Umbreon is pretty tanky, but boy, do they have enough damage to do that.
Right, and I do like the fact that the things that's happening right now is that it's the other way around. Secret Rare was able to get in the early game in game number 1, but this time around, the attack and defense of Katong is the one leading the pack. Against that of Team Secret Rare. And with that being said, though, I think all of them are ready to get in a team fight. The Glaceon does have access to its Unite move as well, and the Umbreon is almost there as well. Gonna be able to put in a bit of a distance, repel and push them away just to keep them in check, basically going into that Regieleki. But with that being said, the Glaceon is going to be able to take down that. Oh, was actually able to steal away the Regibot and the Regirock away from Secret Rare. And with that being said, they're going to be able to take down the first 2 objectives of the game. Adok here with the Regibot and the Regitop going to be able to destroy the first tier score goal up top as well. Attack and defense of Kaitong looking pretty sleek in this game at the moment.
Yeah, really, really good aggression from them there. They're managing to secure both objectives. It's absolutely massive. Huge shout out to Trevenant with a cheeky steal there. But I do want to say, we have noticed that the Glaceon is currently running Icy Wind, which is really interesting. You usually see the Spear getting picked, especially when it comes to trying to break down that T-Tar and the Crustle with the Spear, because you do have that extra bit of maneuverability. But I think the dash with the Icy Wind is really, really important here. It's really interesting to see if you want to try and avoid the walls coming in from Crustle, for example. It's really important for that.
I mean, I'm not I'm having a hard time, basically processing it as well, because they have an eject button. So in case if that ever happens, goes into a team fight, they can essentially just eject button out, right? But again, I do understand as well that it's the cooldown is not as fast as Icy Wind, but still, it's quite interesting to be able to actually see that in action, especially that we are always seeing the Icicle Spear, as you have mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, if you can keep those spears up, if you can keep rotating those spears, it can do so much damage. But as we've just seen there, that can be quite difficult to do if the rest of your team ends up getting KO'd and you need to retreat out of there. So you can only put so much damage in. The AoE from the Icicle Spear as well is really important. So good pick up on the Sylveon there, but it is an interesting choice here. It's going to be interesting to see how they manage to use it in these objective fights.
Right, but look at that though. Team attack and defense of Kaitong here going to be able to take down, well, not quite yet, but going to be able to cash up into the Pokemon, into the side of Secret Rare. And they're going to be able to take down the Cramorant as well, one of the biggest pains in their team. A problem against attack and defense of Kaitong, and obviously going to get a bit of a disengage here. Very beautiful coming in from attack from Kaitong. I'm just going to call it Kaitong, because if they actually went in a little bit more, that would have been that would allow Secret Rare to punish them very heavily.
Yeah, and what I do love to see here is that attack and defense do not want to give up with the aggression. So they were rotating up to try and take that Lecky there because they knew that Secret Rare were going to be getting it. So they want to try and get these objectives as much as they can. They managed to grab that bottom Reggie. Unfortunately, they didn't get to the Lecky in time, but we do have a fight breaking out in this middle section. While Shifu is too busy with that Lecky defending it, they do manage to pick up quite a bit of XP from that midsection. But currently, at the moment, JJ, attack and defense are having a level lead, which is really important in this game.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially against a Tyranitar, and you don't want to get trapped down by the Tyranitar. But look at this, so L2XK is just popping out their Unite moves because they're gonna be able to take that one out before they raid Quasar anyway, and just getting in the reeling them out, beating them out, just to buy a bit of a time here for the side of their own team. And with that being said, they were very successful. They know they're gonna be taken out anyway, so might as well just buy some time for the teammates. And with that being said, they're gonna be able to take down 2 in the process as they got taken out. Trevenant is gonna be taken out though, but the Crustle and the Cramorant is a huge KO into the side of Atok.
Yeah, and it looks like Shifu might be caught out here with the T-Tar there. Oh no, a nice little bit of a stun to be able to get away. They are running for their lives. Run, Bear, you can get out of there. Some nice damage, but unfortunately Cramorant finishes off their Shifu there. Really, really exciting to see. But as we see, they currently have a T1 up, do attack and defense. It is a close game. We have 40 seconds until Rayquaza spawns, so they want to be looking at getting just these little bits of XP and then getting themselves set up in probably a good position to be able to take a better team fight for this game.
I'm interested into how quick Markot would be able to get their Unite. I mean I know that Urshifu can get it easily, but popping in that Unite mode of 255 is actually, 259 is actually quite a very risky thing to do, especially if you're going to be able to take down 2 Pokemon, sure. But if it were, like, say, not the 3-minute mark, sure, why not, right? But it was the 3-minute mark going into Rayquaza, and they definitely won't be able to have their Unite moves ready before that happens.
No, but picking up that Crustle there for attack and defense is huge. It does mean that Secret Rare kind of have to be a bit more defensive here. And it seems like Glaceon is getting a rip on the Rayquaza while this is all going down. They're trying to distract the T-Tar. They haven't quite spotted it yet. They have the Shifu also on it. Are they going to secure Shifu? What a crazy rip from attack and defense. Whilst the fight was going on with Secret Rare, they didn't quite realize what was happening. They're now going to be able to score these Hundo Burgers. What a way to secure the win on the side of attack and defense. But T-Tar does have that true damage, but they've not been able to get back onto a goal to stop them scoring yet, JJ.
That was actually beautiful. I mean, attack and defense of Kaitang, I've said it in game number 1, they play their opponents really hard. It's not about them being it's not about them being dominant in terms of team fights. Well, they are a bit dominant in team fights, but it's more about the mind games. It's more about the position that they're putting their opponents in on. And as you have mentioned, not only in game number 1 where they forced them into a team in an option select, but game number 2, they distracted them so much, put them in a position where they wouldn't know what's happening, and when it happens, the Rayquaza is just out of the game.
Yeah. I love that shout, by the way, JJ, because they picked up the Crustle. They knew that Crustle was not going to be in that fight, which meant Secret Rare had to be on the defense. If you don't have that Crustle dropping those CCs, as well as its Unite move, which is really, really valuable in a Rayquaza fight just because of how strong it makes it, it meant that they had to be on the defense. So the call from attack and defense to be able to just go, hey, we've got a Shifu, we've got a Glaceon, rip that objective, we will keep the T-Tar busy, and they did a fantastic job doing that, meaning they're going to take this game with a 2-0 win.
And again, like, it's quite interesting as well that, the thing that they did to make up for the loss, to make up of the lack of Unite move, is to make sure that they can pick off a Pokemon at the very least, a very huge Pokemon into the side of Team Secret Rare. That is the Crustle, because as you have mentioned, Crustle being out of the game is a huge blunder into the side of Secret Rare, just because of the fact that it's one of the frontliners to hold down, to hold the other team. But with that out of the game, with that out of the question, they can essentially just roll them out, do a lot of the damage, do all the offense that they need to do, and that's what happened. They distracted them, make sure that the Glaceon and LBX, not LBX, but Markout S, slash through the Rayquaza.
It was fantastic. I mean, as you can see here, 68k damage taken from the Crustle. So, in that Rayquaza fight, like, that doesn't happen if Crustle's there, because the Crustle will be down in that open pit. They will be in the face of Glaceon. They will have to concentrate on taking out that Crustle before they can even look at that Rayquaza. So, yeah, I mean, huge. Really, really huge. But I gotta say, I was not expecting the Glaceon move with the Icy Wind, but I enjoyed it. I feel like it worked in that game, JJ. Like, it was exciting to see. They managed to get a rip on a Rayquaza. They dropped 90k damage, and it seems like they did a good job of stopping the Crustle and the T-Tar from doing too much in that game.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. I mean, instead of going in for the DPS, right? Instead of going for the DPS, they went in for it's still a DPS, but more of a bursty kind of damage. Again, Ice Wind here, not the Icicle Spear instead. It actually worked out pretty well for them, especially that they are, the single targeted, and as you have mentioned, the evasion and the mobility that it actually provided the Glaceon just allowed it to just go in and out of any team fight, putting in the damage that it needs.
I mean, wow, what a way to secure yourself through to the next round. Attack and defense, putting on crazy defense, but the attack that we saw was fantastic through both of those games. They are going to be a team to watch because they are very, very aggressive. And it feels like in Pokemon Unite, at the meantime, if you can go aggressive, you can take XP from the other side, and you can get that level lead, you are in a really good position when it comes to the Rayquaza, and you just need to concentrate on having a very good Rayquaza fight. And that is what they did for both games there, JJ.
And I'm really excited to see as you, right? I too am ready to see what attack and defense of Kaitan would be able to do going into the tournament, because they have just secured a spot for the semifinals. Again, just one more win and they would be proceeding into that of the grand finals. But we cannot dismiss the fact that they are going against Bubba Believers, which, as what do you call this? Which isn't a team to be dismissed. As well as they never drop a single map in day number 1.
Wow. I mean, what a team to test your metal against as well, though, right? Like crazy. So I do believe we are just about to take a break at the moment, chat. So please do bear with us. We will be back very shortly with another exciting game for you. I will be dipping out for a little bit, but I will be back later on. So sit tight, get some drinks, get some snacks. We will catch you here very shortly.
we are here back again into that of the Engage Pro Test Series 5. I am JJ. I'm still doing the casting. Yes, sirree. And with me is none other than Zenith, the one, the myth, the legend of Engage. How are you doing? I know I pulled you in.
Don't be silly, man. Nothing yet. Absolutely thrilled to be here with you, JJ. First time casting with yourself. I'm excited. I've been watching you and Tano stream a little bit earlier as well. My whole family's actually been watching. The baby's literally there on the couch just staring at you and your dog. Thanks for the cameo for that as well.
Thank you for Zenith's family. Shout out to you. If it wasn't for Zenith here, we wouldn't have this protest series. So just don't protest to Zenith doing this, I guess.
We're looking at the next round. We've got an Umbreon ban start off.
Oh yeah, for sure. With that being said, though, like Phalanx is still not going to be into our. It's still not going to be into the play, but the Umbreon though is going to be banned now. In comparison to like the last game where we were able to see it, right? We were able to see how great and menace that is, and of course the Leafeon is going to be banned out as well, and the Hoopa. But that also means that we are going to be able to see a lot of potential strong Pokemon, such as the Gyarados, and of course the Tyranitar is going to be open up as well.
See, when I look at these bans, I'm thinking there's going to be some speedsters involved, and I know we were highlighted over it with Rinto just earlier. Of course, the support and the defenders are looking at the priority picks in the beginning, but I do think we might see some fast-moving Pokemon on this map, especially with Mean Look not being utilized here as well.
Yep. But okay. So before we head back into the game, right? Again, this is the semifinals. We're gonna be going with Bobo Believers. That's the one on the purple side, and we have Attack and Defense of Kaitong, which we just saw earlier as well, going against Secret Rare on the orange side. So for those who are new here, get ready, guys. We're gonna be having you guys a lot of Pokemon Unite action, and yeah, it's quite an interesting kind of like matches. Again, like Bobo Believers hasn't dropped a map yet, whereas everyone else was able to drop a map already since day number 1.
Yeah, and we've got a Delphox here. I am excited to see. It's like a staple in tournaments, regardless of the meta, just from its unique kind of abilities and threats as well.
No, yeah, I mean, with the crowd control coming in from that off, the Delphox is definitely going to help out a lot into the side of Attack and Defense of Kaitong, and at the same time, it's one of, I guess, like a great pick here for them as well, because they have the mid lane damage, mid lane attacker that is the Sylveon. Of course, they have the back lane that is the Delphox. But this is quite interesting. The Garchomp with the Delphox, and of course, this Crustle is going to. It's interesting because it's going to try to help them engage more without the Garchomp, but at the same time there's the Bliss Assistance, which can essentially just prolong and sustain this Garchomp. But the question is, would that even be able to get in on the other team? Because we have the Trevenant, we have the Venusaur, which I think is going to be using Solar Beam instead of the Giga Drain, and then at the same time we have the backlane Cow Control, that is of course the Gardevoir. And before that even happens, right, there is also the Slowbro with that of the Telekinesis. So this is going to provide so much problem into the side of Margaret, as despite having the access towards that of the Fire Spin coming in from that of the Delphox.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the Garchomp is going to help the team engage more, then we are all for it, because that's exactly what Engage is all about, encouraging a lot more engagement. This is the semi-finals of the Unite Protest Series version 5. And I'm excited because we've had new teams join us in the Unite Protest series. A lot of teams from APAC that have joined us as well. I'm excited because we started off almost 2 years ago, quite small scale, and just with regions of the Middle East, and now we've expanded as well. So let's see how this game unfolds with the two teams in the semi-finals as well. Are we going to call it ADOC instead of Attack and Defense of Kaitong?
I don't know. I mean, it's all up to you. I'm gonna keep on calling it Attack and Defense of Kaitong. But if you want to call it ADOC, then by all means.
Yeah, my apologies. I said semi-finals. I meant finals.
It is the finals. Yeah, the upper bracket finals, right? Before they
upper
head
bracket
into
finals.
our grand finals. So here we
Yeah.
have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. The upper bracket finals of Bubba Believers into the purple side and attack and defense of Kaitong on the orange side.
It looks like we have 3 members not moving on one side. Are we gonna need to take a pause? I think a pause would be a great move right now on the spot.
Right, but let's wait for our tournament organizer as well, right? Like we have a Zen here. I'm pretty sure they're going to have us be updated. But what happened earlier was that there seems to be a game crash. I'm not quite sure if we're gonna be having the same composition, especially that we've already started the game. Let's wait for our officials. But thus far, going into the side of going into the side of attack and defense of Kaitong, they have the Blissey, they have the Sylveon, the Crustle, the Delphox, and of course the Garchomp. And on the side of Bubba Believers is the Trevenant, the Slowbro, the Venusaur, the Eldegoss, and of course the Gardevoir, which is I think a really good pick against the Pokemon into the side of attacking defensive Kaitong. But at the same time, the execution wise though, like Kaitong did phenomenally last game, which I think they would still do in this game.
Yeah, I saw that last game with them. In the first match, they absolutely dominated, and in the second match, there was a little bit of a fight back from Secret Rare as well. There's been some really good teams within the first round of this series from yesterday. Actually, we have another team called Zenny Game Squad, which came second place in the India regionals, and they did bow out to the team Secret Rare. So it's interesting because as much as this is the finals and we are limited to these teams, there are some very, very strong teams within the region. And how much can a team improve over a year to get to Worlds, do you think, JJ-kun, in that 1 year's time?
I mean, honestly, like 1 year's time in Unite is actually pretty short. It's not even a year because, especially in APAC, right? Especially not just APAC, but especially in Asia in general, is that in comparison to the Western side of things, CPCI, the UCS, right? They do get regular events, monthly events, whereas for APAC we only get one, and then goes to World, right? So 1 year equates to just 1 month for for Asia, but at the same time, I cannot dismiss the fact that of course they can train. They can train, they can join tournaments, before the official circuit comes along. But that's it's actually quite rare for us to see any kind of like local or community events as well. That's why, again, as I've mentioned earlier, I'm really quite happy that we have the the protest series because of the lack of events, right? The community tournaments, right? The what do you call it? It's like the competition stagnates in terms of like its improvement, right? So having more initiatives such as this would definitely help out not only us as organizers, as grassroots organizers, but also the community for themselves as well into improving their gameplays.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, let me take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the Engage Master Series. Now, this has been a competition that we've brought together, semi-competitive in nature in the beginning. It is for the grassroots scenes. It is for the teams that want to try out new team members, find new synergies, try out new strategies, and then practice. And they have ladder rounds, which has been going on for the last 2 weeks. We're opening up the ladder rounds for the North America region now that the NAIC is coming to an end. So you have 4 days. If you are a team in the NAIC or if you're a team from the NA, you have 4 days to compete in very small brackets to rank up in the leaderboard and qualify. The top 4 teams qualify for the group stages, which is going to be held on the 16th of June. And if you don't get to qualify during the ladder rounds, you can still qualify on the 15th of June from the open bracket tournament that will be hosted by Engage as well. The top 8 teams from the ladder rounds of both EU and North America together will qualify to the group stages, and then the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers will complete the group stages of 16 teams. After that round of battles on the 16th, it will then give us the final 8 teams from the grassroots scenes that will be participating on the 22nd and 29th of June alongside them, they will be paired up against 8 pro teams from NA and EU as well. So these are world championship teams that will be going head to head against some of these grassroots teams, which makes for an exciting competition. What do you think about that, JJ?
I mean, I am quite, again, as I've said earlier and time again, really just excited to see more grassroots tournaments, and I like what Engage GG is doing for the community, what we are doing for them as well. And let me take this opportunity as well to call on everyone and tell everyone that if you are an organizer looking to get some partners in it here and there, right? Engage is always open to hear you out. Message me, message or Zenith, message Zenith here, or Zen even, Zen OP. You can message any of us if you want to partner up with Engage GG for your events. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are going to have the same compositions as earlier. So again, for the side of what do you call this? The Bubba Believers is going to be the Tyranitar, the Lobo, the Venusaur, the Eldegoss, and the Gardevoir. And on the side of what do you call this? Like attack and defense of Kaitong, it's going to be the Blissey, the Sylveon, the Crustle, and the Delphox, and the Garchomp, which I can see. I'm checking in if everyone is using the same Pokemon. Nobody changed up. Okay, so we are all in the clear. Wait, no. Actually, it was Destro who was using the Venusaur earlier, and now they are on the Gardevoir instead.
All right, we'll leave that for Zen as we begin this resetted match of the finals. Bulbasaur and the Slowbro or Slowpoke in the bottom lane. We've got a Delphox jungling on the orange side and a Gardevoir. 2 mages neck and neck in competition taking the jungles.
Right, and with that being said, though, we're going to be headed into our match. The first goal going into the side of Bubba Believers.
Yeah, and look, we're seeing the finals. These teams have been playing all throughout yesterday, all of today, and they've got this far as well. So it is going to be some good competition right now as the farms are getting in, and we've got Sylveon early game in exactly the fashion that they want it to, trying to take the farm, and that Crustle as well, I believe. We're looking at the junglers moving top lane now. The Delphox is going to be joining the orange side top farm. And the Kirliard does the same as well as they vie up for the 850 Altarias.
All right, and with that being said, though, like we are now headed into our first, minor objectives. That is the Altarios and the Birds, and we're gonna be seeing a bit of a attack here from both of the teams. Attack and defense of Kaiton gonna be able to take down the first KO of the game. That is going to be the Trevenant as well. And with that being said, though, they're still not stopping. They want more, but they have to disengage, or else they're gonna get punished down here by Bubba Believers, as they do believe in Bubba, whoever Bubba is.
Absolutely. Kind of reminds me of Talibobo from the EU region with the names. That was a good 4-man push at the top lane at that point there, which is becoming a little bit more common in the competitive scene, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm looking at the Gabite right now, almost going to be able to get away, trying to sustain itself, but unfortunately a 2v1 is not going to allow it to survive in that kind of fashion. Maybe if it were a Garchomp, sure, but not as a Gabite. But with that being said, they're going into that other central area. We're going to be seeing more action here as Legends is going to be trying to get away, going to be able to take down the Surface Barrier just to survive another day. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we're going to be seeing a bit of an action here for both attack and defense of Adzok. Attack and defense of Kaitong wants to, forcibly take in the advantage against the Bubba Believers. But I think at this point, they cannot force themselves in, because if they do, again, Bubba Believers is just going to, eat bits and crumbs of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, it's looking dangerous from both lanes, actually, because you got 4 people down and the 3 by themselves on the top lane, but he is going to get outcrowded by the 3 at the top.
Right, and with that being said, though, we are going to be able to see that Regieleki going to be taken down solo by the Gabite, as it is the only one left up atop. And into that of the second, the bottom pad, rather, the Regi Ice is going to be taken in here by that of the Eldegoss. Again, the Mafia God putting in a lot of damage here And with that being said, like 4v2, that's going to put them in quite a disadvantage. As I mentioned, Goodbye is going to be able to take down Reggie Alecki, and the Blissey goes down in the process.
I don't know if this is part of the strategy, but I've seen this Blissey play pretty aggressively in moments where maybe it could coordinate a little bit with the team, because right now they need the Blissey assistance with their team on half health. The Unite comes out from the Delphox a little earlier to kind of give them some time for that Blissey to come back, which has worked out.
Oh yeah, for sure. But with that being said, though, the Garchomp is now up and is ready to dash in from behind, and we're gonna be seeing the the power of this Garchomp if that is going to be the case here. And look at that outrage, a limited outrage is gonna be popped up here. Is it going to be able to put in a lot of damage? Yes, it will. Gonna be able to take down 2, helping down the teammates. Going to have the Dragon Claw as well. Gonna be 2 KO for that Delphox, and is that going to add up 1 more? The Garchomp is going to be just removed here from not removed here from play, but going to be removing it from scoring in. Gonna be able to be taken out by the Trevenant, but it's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade here into the side of Bubble Believers. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, they have been successful in pushing away attack and defense of Kai Tong from taking down that first tier score. First tier score goal down bottom.
Yeah. And it's looking still in the favor of Adok right now, with the second objective bottom lane spawning in 20 seconds. Teams are vying in for the farm all across the map right now, and there's not much left actually. The Venusaur is going to keep popping off with the solar beams. Earlier it did quite well to really push that Delphox back, but the Delphox wasn't able to survive. As the teams now rotate to the bottom lane, Garchomp is going to be one of the latest, Tree is going to be one of the latest to arrive on the scene. That could be quite fatal actually, as they are engaging with the Delphox Unite.
Right. Oh no, yeah, and look at this though. The Slowbro is going to be taken out. Beautiful pick off coming in from Adok here, down bottom, and now they have 1 Pokemon out of the field, and they would be allowed to just dash in for the damage. Look at that Dragon Rush into the Dragon Claw, going to have another limited outrage. That's actually pretty amazing, getting in the Unite move immediately, again and again for the second team fight immediately after. But look at that though, gonna be able to take down the Regirock and 1 more, but look at that, the Slow Beam is gonna be popped up as well just to stop down this Garchomp. With that being said, low HP though, and the Hyper Voice gonna be able to take down the Trevenant as well. The 1 down, but low HP for Marka though. They need to get away. They need to be able to heal up so that they can put in more damage. And the Blissey is now here, but doesn't have the access to its Unite move. Not gonna be able to allow this Garchomp to do in more damage.
Yep, really good support from Nurse Joy's Pokemon there as they return on the scene to heal up that Garchomp. It is now heading top lane to work that objective, and this is amazing. Like the mechanics some Garchomp players use to run Garchomp with the diving movements and the eject buttons is always really fun for spectators to see.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And at the same time, right, like it's I'm always on the fence whenever someone uses a Garchomp, because yeah, sure, it is strong. If we're gonna be talking about like one-on-one, sure, but in a team composition, right, in a team-based kind of a play, high-level play, I'm always on the fence just because of the fact that it doesn't really do much by itself.
Wow.
It needs to be babysat so much more than I think like more than Tyranitar as well. But with that being said though, we were able to see 4-man KO into the side of Bubble Believers, especially with the help of Fairly Singularity as well, putting down shutting down 4 Pokemon into the side of attack and defense of Kaitong, as their walls are getting teared down apart 1 by 1.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of clawed back on that lead with a 46-point difference, I believe, overcap, which is a really good overcap from the Trevenant.
With that being said, though, like 30 seconds left. 30 seconds, we're going to be able to see that that Rayquaza for our first match for Bubble Believers and Adok. As you know, Bubble Believers here does still have the advantage instead of a team fights in comparison to attack and defense of Kaitong getting in the lead in terms of points.
Yeah, teams really have to wonder if they should challenge for this last objective so close to the Ray fight, because we've seen that go horribly on many occasions. There's a Unite early on from
look at that!
Delphox, yeah?
beautiful
Wow.
lineup of the Trevenant and won't be able to follow up with that of the Venusaur with the Solar Beam, but unfortunately they are the ones losing some Pokemon. It's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade here. The Delphox is low on HP, and look at that. The Crustle is gonna be taken out as well in the process. And the Slowbro, that is going to be another 1-for-1 trade, putting, you know, Adok, I think. Adok here, attack and defense of Kaitong has the advantage over that Rayquaza, but unfortunately, they are not going to flush it down just yet.
Yeah, the game has swung in the favor of the believers at this point as they vie up for positioning for the Ray fight itself. A little poke from Sylveon there, but it looks like they are going to be playing a little bit patiently, waiting for the Gardevoir and Delphox to join them.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, that is going to be the game, the name of the game here, you know, for the side of Boba believers. But I strongly believe that, you know, attack and defense of Kaitong would have, should have taken in that Rayquaza freely with that, even with just a Garchomp, because it's just going to, you know, flush him off very quickly. But look at this right now. We're going to be able to see another team fight here. There goes. So Phantom Form is going to be popped up. There's going to be a tree down into the side of Adok, and it is the Garchomp and the Delphox going to be up left here, as Boba believers is going to try to secure this Rayquaza as they stop this Garchomp. And look at that, the Gardevoir and the Blast, sorry, not Blast, but the Slowbro is going to try to, you know, put a bit of a damage here into that Rayquaza, but knowing the fact that they are in the lead, but just a bit after that notification, they have a bit of a leeway here not to put in that Rayquaza, but that still puts them in such a huge risk as the Gardevoir is going to be taken out as well, along with the Eldegoss. And look at that, they can still score in just a bit here, but Mark God-ass needs to get this Rayquaza right here, right now, so that they can score in the first to score goal down bottom. Now 9 more seconds left. They're going to be able to take down this Rayquaza and put them a bit off a score, and that 96 points just secured them their win.
Yeah,
that was very close coming in from attack and defense of Kaitong.
Yep, I think that has just topped it right at the end, but it came so close because both teams were wondering who was in the lead at one point, and that it was all about scoring right at the end. That Ray just made the difference for the 96 that went in at the end. Let's take a look at the battle data, JJ.
No, yeah, I mean, again, like that last moment, like that was very risky play coming in from that of attack and defense of Kaitong. And as I had mentioned, what do you call this? As I mentioned, like they had a like a window for them to have been able to take down that, or at least, you know, reduce it into ashes, or reduce it to very low HP for the side of attack and defense of Kaitong. But they did go for that, wanted to, you know, refresh and have more reinforcement, which just allowed Boba Believer to get in, get back up into Rayquaza. But still, you know, they were able to get it at the very last moment, last 10 seconds of the game, which allowed them to, you know, finally score in and get the game points.
Yeah, I think that Gardevoir made a big difference to try and claw back.
Oh yeah,
at the end it was popping off with 3-4 kill streaks at one point, which was amazing to see. The unites were really, really good, but the amount of time that Delphox laid out those unites, those ultimate moves, that is exactly why it is a staple choice in tournaments. Even though the meta might not be suitable at all points, right. Delphox is a very popular pick, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's it definitely helped them out as well. But you know, I want to see the change that these teams are going to be doing for game number 2, just because the fact that they are all on the, especially attack and defense of Kaitong, right? As I mentioned this earlier, and I'm going to be mentioning it now again. Like the Garchomp composition, it really needed to be babysat for long periods of time, even more so than a Tyranitar. And I think they need to do a bit of the same kind of composition as they did on game against that of Sacred Rare, because that was a more stable kind of composition compared to what they did game number 1 against Bubble Believers, if they really want to like take in that first spot for the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. We're going to be heading into the next game right now, I believe. So let's see what we have for the draft. So we've got Umbreon. Is it going to be an Umbreon ban? It is. Common pick for this, and then Phalanx. It's like a pattern. It's like we're repeating everything again.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, Phalanx is just, again, a really strong Pokemon, a really defensive Pokemon. But, you know, the biggest problem with Phalanx is that if you use it and, you know, like, what it goes, like, if it gets your back, your defense is just going to go, well, 0 to none essentially. But with that being said, though, it seems as if what do you call it? Like attack and defensive Kaitong is not going to go in for a first. Not going to go in for one ban, which I've been seeing. Actually, I've been seeing this quite a lot in other regions as well. That they tend to not ban one Pokemon just to ensure that they can open up more possibilities, more Pokemon to be used, right, for their own team. If not, basically like use it as a bait for the other team to control, I guess, or like influence.
I get what you're saying, because I've just kind of deeped it right now. Just how much just leaving one ban open is we know the draft kind of function is very much mind games. We know that on a competitive level is huge amounts of mind games. So by you keeping one ban open actually is causing a little bit more thinking for both teams to do. If your team is the one doing it, then you might have a game plan. But the other team has more options, which could stifle them in reverse, which is an interesting way to run this. This is advanced mind games right now.
Well, again, right? Like at the same time, right? Like they. I mean, we saw that against Secret Rare. This team has been playing a lot of mind games to our team, and just having one ban just puts them into a more this kind of position where, again, they can influence the picks of the other team. And with that being said, though, they're not going to be getting in the Tyranitar. I think that's one of the biggest thing here, the Tyranitar, and of course the Gyarados is not going to be picked up here, which allows this to give them or allow them to get their comfortable picks, especially with Mark God S. We've seen Mark God S, right, played his Zoroark in one of our community tournaments. I believe it was during our community tournament, Nasi and Laksa Unite, that Mark God S using this using this Zoroark was just a phenomenal display of performance, and allowing this to get out. Allowing it to get its XP as freely as possible is a surefire way to lose a game.
Yeah, I'm excited. I love seeing Zoroarks in competitive play. I love seeing the players pop off, the ones that have the right ability to do it. And if you're saying that Mark Goddess has been doing it in previous competitions, then I am excited to see the Asian representative of Zoroark, especially with the Comfy on its tail, as or let me put it in the words of Ice from SAR. It's the Comfy and the Zoroark riding the Comfy. Not the other way around. As we head into the second game of the finals, and this is going to be a really, really interesting match, because I feel like if they can take out and deal with that Slowbro and isolate that Slowbro, the rest of the team is looking a little bit squishy, but the threat of the Zoroark is real.
You know what I'm really interested about with the Zoroark pick? Number one, it's the first Zoroark off the stream, but at the same time, outside of the game, I'm quite interested into what Spartan has to say about this Zoroark, because I heard that Spartan really doesn't like a Zoroark. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's I can see him laughing.
Did you call him Spartan, or did you call him Zoroark, or Thanos Zoroark? Well, let me know.
I'm not about to call him Zoroark, but maybe it would come to that if a Zoroark is picked when he's casting, you know what I'm saying? But, with that being said, though, we are now 1 minute into the match, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, as Market S is really getting in the XP that it needs, and now has access to its first move with that of, the Comfy. Yeah, the Comfy is now healing it up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Not only is it Zoroark, but it's a sparkling Zoroark, and he is putting some pressure and problems onto this team. Is loading up the damage, but no KOs on the side of the orange still. So they've held up really well. Let's see if the Zoroark can influence that top lane any further. We've got Pikachu and Slowbro in the bottom lane as well. Really good secures that they have as well early game. So this might be a problem for the orange team. It looks like a jungle invade from the Zoroark as well.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be one of the key factors here as well. And, we know for a fact that Comfy here really heals up a lot. And Comfy, Zoroark with a Comfy against a Sini, or even more so a Serena, right? Which will, I think the odds are the Zoroark would be able to survive more than Serena can sustain itself into that kind of gameplay. Maybe without the Comfy, sure, it might win, but if the Comfy, obviously, that is 2v1 still. But, that would have more of a sustain and more damage, honestly, against that of a Serena. But with that being said, though, Margot is going to be able to take down that Hoopa into off cam.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very difficult for Onspot with his observation, but if we can get the camera on that Zoroark for most of it, because that Zoroark is going to zip across the map quite often, and a lot of the action is going to be with that Zoroark. As the teams rotate now to bottom lane, we've got 4 from the orange team, 5 from the orange team now, rotating for the bottom objective, which is spawning in the next 20 seconds. The teams are going to be taking that position, and that Zarina is going to take that red buff before they engage any further right now. And exactly what you said earlier as well, with Zarina, they have a chance. If they can get that Zarina popping off on the Zoroark with its Unite, then they can control 2 members of the team in one.
Right, and at the same time, unfortunately though, the Zoroark now has this Unite move, and as I just mentioned, it actually got popped. Going to be able to take down the Delphox as well in the process. And again, without the config, going to be able to get in a lot of damage, even inside a score goal. Going to be able to take down 2. The turn is going to be going down, but the Pikachu is going to be answered back here for the side of our believers. But again, this is 3v1. I think that's a very good trade. That is a Zoroark in play, brought to you by SpartanTano.
Oh no, I'm not waiting around to hear this anymore. The Delphox is going to try and secure this objective bottom lane. Can it do it in the last hit? No, the Zoroark does take it, and they are going to be working that top objective with the Cramorant right now, whilst the rest of the team pushes this bottom base very low on that Delphox right now.
And look at that though, like 5 man right now against that of the Zoroark. Still not going to be doing a lot here. The FFF is going to be popped up though, not going to heal up a lot, but that just allows, right? Just at the very least, allows the Comfy to survive, not going to allow them to take down 2 at the same time. But the the Unite move coming in from the Serena, going to be able to take down 1 more. That's going to be the Pikachu, as the Comfy just tries to get away, going with the Slowbro while waiting for Markat S to respawn.
Yep, that Cramorant is going to score top lane, but it does, I think, need to be involved a little bit right now, because that extra firepower from Cram is super duper important right now. Really crucial. Both teams still have 1 tier, 1 goal up right now, and it looks like they will farm through that map. Zoroark at level 11 right now.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, right, like they have the front line damage that is the Zoroark, they have the back lane that is the Cramorant. They're all complete. They have the tank as well, of course, the Slowbro, and of course the Pikachu doing bits and crumbs of damage, and of course the Thunderstorm going to be popped up, going to be able to take down that the Serena with the Electro Ball. Going to be able to take down finally Margot as well, but it's still not going to be enough though. That it's going to be a 2-for-3 trade in favor of attack and defense of Kaitong, but it's not going to be enough though. Crustle tries to get away, but with a 2v1, no, make it a 3v1. I don't think that's going to last that long. Pikachu finally taking down that Crustle.
Yep, and the scoreline is clawed back really nicely by by the Baba Believes. Wow, that was a good kill. Pikachu been popping off with these Volt tackles.
Yeah, with the Electro Balls, rather. There we go. And with FFF as well, going to be popped up as well. More healings for their teammates is what's needed for them to be able to survive these team fights. But I don't think they need that just quite yet, especially with the Comfy instead of the Zoroark. Again, this is one of the highlights of this match that we've been seeing. And the Slowbro just pushing away Bubble Believers, not allowing them to believe in the power of Kaitong as they put in up their rainbow shirts, as they are going to be able to take down the place again as well. The Slowbro, though, going to be able to be taken down by the side of Bubble Believers, but that is not still ending just now, as Destro going to be taken out as well, allowing them to wipe down everyone for the side of Bubble Believers. Attack and defense of Kaitong is putting back their walls 1 by 1 again and again.
Yep, they were defending earlier, but now they're attacking, and they have established another significant lead from that bottom base with both of their tiers done. The Hooper Unite is in, and we are going to be seeing a fight in the top lane right now.
Right, and you can definitely see, okay, wow, the Red Legacy is going to be taken out by both Believers, but still, they are in the low, and that is the only thing that you don't want against Zoroark, but the Zoroark is just going to end the job for you. But beautiful, hyperspace hole coming in from that of the Hoopa, allowing the Crustle to get away and heal up. Now, see, I do like the fact, and you see a huge difference between the gameplay of attack and defense of Kaitong from game number 1 to game number 2, as we can see the shift in terms of the composition, right? And their basically game plan as well going into game number 2. But with this in mind, though, they are currently in very little lead against Shadow Believers, and they are currently on 1 round up against Shadow Believers, which allows it a bit of a leeway, a little bit of a window to do some stuff. What would I call this against that about Believers, because again, Believers, they need to get this win if they want to proceed to the grand finals. But Adzok here, attack and defense of Kaitong, they have they can play around just a bit, but I don't think that's going to happen because they now have the access to level 14 Cramorant and Zoroark and level 13 Pikachu as well, which is going to provide so much damage, especially with the Unite move Thunderstorm in the upcoming team fight.
Yep, I think they will secure that Regice as they have 4 seconds left before the Ray fight. Let's see how these teams are positioning themselves. So it looks like an early engage already. They've taken it out.
Oh, Mo, that's going to be 2, no, 3 down before the Rayquaza, no, 4 down. Only the Hoopa is up himself, going to be able to do any damage at all against this team, but tries to steal away this Rayquaza, but the Pikachu is up there with the Volt Tackle, and it's going to be able to steal away the Rayquaza from them. But again, it's the only one left in the set of Believers. It's not going to allow them to provide the buff into the rest of the team. And Adzok here, attack and defense of Kaitong, still has the lead, which allows them and puts them into a surrender state. While Believers is going to go to the lower bracket as Kaitong is proceeding to the grand finals.
Amazing play. I don't know if they still had a chance with the time limit to really push, because neither team had shields. But it is looking like we've got a finalist in the grand finals, and a well-deserved finalist as well. They played amazingly throughout the tournament so far. So I'm excited to see on stream what actually happens. Let's take a quick look at the battle data with you, JJ, before we pass it on to the next casters.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. I mean, look at Margot S. This is what I mentioned this in the early game. It is the recipe for disaster. You don't want Market S to get its XP, especially with this Zoroark. It's if I'm not mistaken, like Zoroark is one of their like signature picks as well for this player. 96k of a damage. Pikachu as well, moving up at 76k, and the healing prowess of L2XK at 43k is just phenomenal, especially going with that of the Zoroark. But at the same time, we cannot dismiss the fact that the Boa Believers really did their best against that of Kaitong team here, but unfortunately it wasn't enough damage, especially it wasn't enough of against the game number 2 against that of Kaitong. There we go.
All right, so it is looking like we are going to be heading into a short break and a little commercial break as well. JJ, thank you for having me on the stream.
Yeah, of course.
And it was nice casting with you.
Oh, it was definitely nice as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be, stepping out just a bit, and we're going to be, joined here by our good friends here, Lobo and SpartanTano in the next game. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for watching us. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more Pokemon Unite action. So just stay tuned, and shout out to Zoroark from SpartanTano. So peace.
Yeah, and JJ's dog.
And my dog. So peace. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey there, Pokemon Unite trainers! Engage GG is currently hosting the Master Series, which is a series of competitive events to support the grassroots scene of Pokemon Unite, as well as involving some of the biggest pro players and team names. With an exciting daily ladder round for both the EU and the NA regions, teams are able to practice, strategize, and improve their gameplay before heading into the group stages. For those that are not able to join the ladder rounds, fear not, as you can still qualify for the finals through the open qualifiers. There's over a $500 prize pool up for grabs, with a free invite to both the Engage podcast in London and the esports event they're hosting in April 2025 in London as well. On top of all of that, the winners will receive a 12 months free master subscription on the Engage platform, which will support the growth and portfolio of each user and enable them to earn without having to pay any money at all. Join in on the fun by either visiting the Engage Discord for the ladder rounds or by signing up for the open qualifiers on the 15th of June. We're excited to see you there. Hey there, Pokemon Unite trainers. Engage GG
How is it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Engage Master Series of version 5. I am joined by a new caster to the booth, KNewum. Now, say hello to the people, introduce yourself, tell them what you're about, because we have got a doozy of a game that we have to get to.
All right, hello everyone. Hi Lobo. Hi guys. Glad to be part of this team. Excited to do some casting. I am a little bit wet behind the ears, but I'm hoping to learn from some of my inspirations here, and looking forward to it in this lower bracket matchup.
Fantastic, man. We've got Secret Rare versus Furious 5 coming up. Now, Secret Rare did take the victory 2-0 in round 1, and both teams have now found themselves in the finals of the losers bracket. So, can you tell us a little bit about these teams? You seem to have a little bit more experience with these teams than I do.
Yeah, Secret Rare versus Furious 5. Philippines versus Singapore, both playing for the pride of the sides of their nations. Furious 5 with some OG in-house Singaporean names. If those who have been watching the Singaporean scene know of Genkai, Solo, Ruvis a lot, Bochi as well, and of course they've got Mama as their 5th player in there too. And Secret Rare, this is a very common name across the Philippines as well, but a slight shift in the names of their players here, who I'm not very familiar with, but they've gone this far in the tournament, and they did 2-0 this team, so they do have that to their advantage, that they already go into this game without with the 2-0 and the history in mind, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. The mentality having 2-0'd an opponent is really, really strong. Now, you mentioned that you do know some of these teams. They're quite popular in those specific regions. Are there any favorites that these teams like to stick to, as we see the Mimikyu, Tyranitar, Hooper bans straight away? Wow, those bans were locked in so quickly. Mimikyu, Hooper, Tyranitar, Sylveon straight away. Strong bans. No Leafeon, Gyarados available to be picked up. With these teams, do these players have any favorite mons, any comfort picks that we like to see?
If you know who Furious 5 Solo is, you know he loves that Absol. Obviously, Absol, a mon that's away from the meta for a long time. Very few 1-trick, 2-trick players do bring it to tourneys. But Solo on that Absol is an absolute god on that player. Not sure he'll be bringing it here though. As we do see the classic support tree, the support defender combo locked in, as well as Golgot on this Cram, who's been decent, and Gyarados on this all-rounder pick as well. That does leave the all-rounder pick Phalanx open for the side of Furious 5 here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing that all-rounder Phalanx being picked, as Tano likes to call it, the Beyblade. Ain't no one want to let it rip on these sides here. But look, we are getting the Beyblade coming on in. We've also got the Leafeon pick. Again, Gyarados so strong, it's going to be all about whether that Magikarp can get itself on a line. Not seeing the Absol as we thought we might see with the comfort pick from Solo. Umbreon possibly getting picked up. No, the Blissey's going to be chosen instead. What do you make of these drafts so far? These teams are looking fairly even across the board, sticking to the typical roles, but we are seeing the Crossel Defender coming out for the side of Secret Rare, and what are we going to get as a final pick for the side of Furious 5?
Yeah, usually the advantage would be given to the team that has the most number of EVs per side, right? So here we already have one EV ban from the right-hand side, one EV pick from the left-hand side, and no Umbreon pick, surprisingly enough. Instead, Genkai going for the Blastoise pick, which, since it's announced, has not been picked up by the professionals. I still personally think that this mon is CC hell for any melee to go up against, but
absolutely.
And I believe Genkai is on the same track as me as well here.
Absolutely. Blasto is one of the ones, such a good disruption mon, especially the Hydro Typhoon, such a good unite move to be used in clutch situations. But I am seeing a lot of Cramorant being played from these Asian teams. We don't see too much Cramorant play on the side of OC. Why do these Asian teams from India, Singapore, Philippines, why do they like this Cramorant so much?
I think they just believe in the Cramorant a lot more.
Believe in the Cramorant?
It just simply seems like that they just have better Cramorant players than other attacker players in the game. Obviously, dive air slash, that high skill dash around speedster style, the ability where you dive in, burst, and then dive back out again. Very familiar to the bursty meta that these APAC teams love playing with.
Absolutely, and that's the one thing I love being able to cast on these side of these agencies. We see such a different meta that we see coming out from different regions. We do see the Beyblade heading into that central area, but what I am seeing on the screen right now is a Eldegoss heading into that central area on the purple team side, going up for that invade. And Eldegoss with a red buff is so very, very strong, but the Eevee is just being pressed down here, and Blissey coming to now try and assist this Eldegoss. The Eldegoss is chased the Eevee right out of its central area. Wow, I was not expecting that. Now. Very
Eldegoss early game bully. Red buff or no red buff. Once you try to 1v1 this thing as the early game carry, you pretty much stand no chance, which is why the Blissey had to come all the way into the jungle to help out the Leafeon, who does get the level 5 in the end anyway, so I'm sure he's been able to last year and get his levels pretty undisturbed. But yeah, good play from the Leafeon. As you can see, the Leafeon already has the red buff up there. Down here, the bees just pop up, the bees just disappear, as usual with these teams with their bursty playstyle. Just love doing lots and lots of damage, these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. The Electro Ball Volt Tackle, such a good combination here. That Magikarp almost getting that Effort Gorge almost to full. We saw the Leafeon taking down the Phalanx earlier on. That would have helped that Effort Gorge go really high back down inside the top lane. This Wartortle is just trying to stop this Magikarp from evolving, but there's nothing about to stop this big fish from evolving. One more flail is probably going to get itself online. So close to that, to climbing that waterfall and begumming the big Gyarados. And here we go. The Gyarados is online. We're seeing that Dragon Breath bounce moveset. Rock Tomb trapping in the Phalanx as we head down towards the central area for these Altarias that are about to spawn. Rock Tomb stopping the Trevenant from going in. A big Wood Hammer. Electro Ball trying to take down the Leafeon as Eldegoss is just going to press what we can here. Volt Tackle onto the cross will manage to get the takedown from the Pikachu as Leafeon managed to take down the Eldegoss on its way out. Good exchange from both teams in that central area.
Right on the nose there. I believe that was a solid 1.5 minutes of just constant fighting there, where the Eldegoss, despite invading, has failed to really do anything in that invade, and only recently, just about now, a few seconds ago, finally got the level 4 Eldegoss evolution. As we look forward to these 720 birds, which once again disappear right off the map. You see them spawn, you see them despawn. And
my apologies.
Well, they've got 2 up and that's a triple KO up top. We do see the Solar Blade, Leaf Blade, Leafeon. Obviously, one of the best lane secure monsters in the game. Finally, despite the early Eldegoss harassment, has finally is already level 9, by the way, and already used its Unite move as well. Not able to catch on camera, but I'm sure it's done lots of damage there with a triple KO.
We've also got Gyarados online using its Unite move, but Furious 5 are just going to try and go ahead and secure that Registeel, try and get some levels here. They did try to crash the top lane base before, but were denied. Here we go again. Cramorant, Blissey are just going to try and protect this bottom base as Regieleki is going to walk. Phalanx is going in, the Volt Tackle hitting, and here we go. The dive's coming in. Volt Tackle once again onto the Cramorant, and there is the gulping Gatling gun coming out from the Cramorant. Dragon Rush coming in from the Gyarados. Gonna be a big knock up here. And Furious 5 are just going down with Blastoise the only one back. Everybody going down in that engage. Unfortunate there for Furious 5.
Yes, it is also nice to notice that this Blastoise is also Water Spout Rapid Spin. moveset that we rarely see anymore, especially since the nerfs it got a patch ago. So it's still opting for this brawl-heavy playstyle, despite there not being many squishy mons on the opposing team, or many low mobile squishy mons. As you can see, the squishy mons on the side of Secret Rare are Leafeon and Cram, who could easily just distance themselves away from the spinning Beyblade. Not Phalanx, of course. This is the other spinning Beyblade on the side of the Singaporean team here, Furious 5. And
going in with that Mega Horn, Volt Tackle, Electro Ball onto the Crossel, not managing to take it down. Gyarados waiting to go on in. There it goes in with its Unite move once again, targeting the Pikachu. Beautiful eject out, going in with the Thunderstorm onto the Gyarados. Emerald 2-step coming out from the Leafeon, and once again, Furious 5 have just fallen to the might of the Gyarados Leafeon combination. That was brutality. Oh my gosh. A team wipe at the 4-minute mark now. As we mentioned before, that history matters, and Secret Rare just have Furious 5's number here. Every single team fight they take up with Furious 5. Furious 5 just seem to disappear in every single game. They don't seem to be hitting any of their skill shots, as you saw in the other case as well. Well, here they go. Oh, they do finally get an objective here. And they do rip that really quickly. And everyone is top lane. They're looking to push. They're looking to get some more scores, as the scores is only 219 to 9-7. That goes in 219 to 137. They are still behind. They are still behind. Oh, Blasters almost gets caught there in the rock tube. And now they start the bottom. They start with their bottom macro decision. Yeah, absolutely. But Furious 5 are going to have to be very careful here. They are low health. They've used their Unite moves. They can't afford to push onto this base, especially now with Leafeon getting its Emerald 2-step. Once again, good engage there. Blastoise just trying to get some health back. Eldegoss trying to heal. But again, the damage output from the Gyarados and the Leafeon is just too much. But Cramorant, the secret weapon for the side of these Asia teams, it just does so much damage. Its ability to maneuver. Eldegoss trying to get a 40 in the top side as Secret Rare just take that bottom Reggie, but they're not looking to push this time around. They're preserving their lead. They know they're comfortable here. They're winning the team fights. Furious 5 have just got to find a way back in. They're not too far behind on levels, even though we have 2 level 13s on the side of Secret Rare, 2 level 12s on the side of Furious 5. Blastoise getting its level 12, Phalanx getting its level 13, just as I spoke. So both teams just looking to get as much experience. There's less than 100 points in this game now. Less than 100 points in this game. It's anyone's game whether who takes Ray. But like we say every single time, where there's a raid, there's a way. This is only game 1, but Secret Rare looking to have the momentum after 2-0ing them before. Leafeon's going to go in with the Leap Blade, gets caught by the Trevenant, managing to get out. It does get spun. It does get stunned by the Blastoise boosted order. Rapid Spin's going to go in. Crossel going down. Trevenant going down. Blastoise possibly going down here as well, getting the heal. But Blastoise managing to get out with the help of the Blissey. Nice little skirmish there with 30 seconds left to go until Rayquaza.
And while that skirmish did happen, they did sneakily break the bottom goal and reducing the lead to only 33 points. So Furious 5 coming back into this game. And we almost had what almost looked like the Ray fight over there. Just lots of skirmishes, lots of damage, lots of kidnapping, which is only possible by Trevenant's few abilities, where you can drag the opponent all the way from I believe halfway across your screen all the way to your team, which is always the advantage you get when you play this mon.
Absolutely. Now, this is super important. Gyarados is away from the team fight, trying to deal with that Regieleki. He's being called away now as Furious 5 are trying to go on to this Ray, but they decide to stop it. Rubble Rouser has been spotted by the Crossel. 1 Unite move down for the side of Secret Rare, but here we go. Furious 5 are just going to try and rip this. They are keeping Secret Rare right out of the Ray pit, but they have many ways to get back in. Here we go. Rayquaza is just being hit. They're trying to force them back in. Crossel is back up at full health. The Rock Tomb goes in. Crossel gets caught once again. Can't go out with its Unite move, and Blastoise is going to go 1v1 with the Gyarados. Crossel going down to the Phalanx. The Gulping Gatling is not going to hit any targets because it's been hit from the central area of Secret Rare. Leafeon still has the Emerald 2-step. Trevenant going to go try and find it. They are just ripping this down. But now they're going after the Gyarados. And this is a chaotic team fight. Rapid Spin on to the Rayquaza. Leafeon getting caught out once again. Here we go. There's the Hydro Typhoon plus the Dragon Rush coming on through. 3 members down for the side of Secret Rare. Crossel going down. But Gyarados
He gets
secures
it. He gets it.
Rayquaza.
He gets it.
Oh my god. But he loses his shield. He loses his shield. If they can get these points in.
He does lose the shield, and also they're still coming back up the respawn.
Blastoise
Eldegoss gets 90 points in.
Yes, and Blastoise managed to stop the Gyarados as well. Unbelievable comeback from Furious 5. They just need to defend now. They are in the lead. Gyarados can take down the Blastoise here. The Water Spout doing its damage there. Gyarados going to trap out that lead. Farling's getting another dunk in as well. 10 seconds to go. This first game goes to Furious 5. What a game.
Call the history teachers out of the school, because history doesn't matter here. While Furious 5 may have had the mental advantage, it's about what happens right now that wins, and right now, Furious 5 are up 1-0.
Yeah, history does not matter when the Rayquaza has that much importance on the game. Look at the damage coming out from that Phalanx. 100k damage. I think that's the first 100k that we've seen since we started that stream. Genkai doing a really good job. We questioned the Rapid Spin Blastoise build, but it worked for him. Being able to engage on the Rayquaza and rip it down. Leafeon Gyarados looked like a problem. But again, it was such a good job by Furious 5 to keep Secret Rare out of the Ray Pit at the Ray fight. Now? Hello.
Right, I'm with you. And I would be inclined to agree. In that Ray fight, we did see the Crustal 1v4 on the opposing 1v4 versus Furious 5, while Gyarados was 1v1 with the Pikachu. And that little skirmish there where Crustal was just able to take up the entire team's attention away from Rayquaza while it was low, get them caught inside the Rock Tomb, and the X-Scissor stun combo as well, which kept them stunned just about long enough for Gyarados to be ripping it from the backside. And while they did secure it, none of their teammates were alive with the shields. Gyarados itself lost its shield, and it was a rough skirmish ending to that game, but that's exactly what we expected, as they just carried whatever they did from the early game, from the Eldegoss invade to the mid game, to what at times seemed like senseless fights. GG's and well done to Furious 5. And we already see that Phalanx already a problem in the previous game, and they've chosen to ban it this game, which I'll be inclined to agree here. Good move there. If you can't play it yourself or counter it, just ban it.
Yeah, absolutely. That Phalanx is such a problem. Did such good damage there. You mentioned the Gyarados, such a big problem for the side of Furious 5. Do you think they're going to pick up the Gyarados themselves, or were they just going to keep it to Secret Rare once again? We're seeing another Eevee chosen this time with the Sylveon, both Mystical Fire and Hyper Voice. Such potent damage dealers for that Sylveon, as well as its ability to sustain itself. But here we go. 7 seconds. No picks yet. They're keeping us waiting now. Oh, Leafeon Gyarados picked up by the Furious 5. Fantastic. This could be a turn of fortune, as well as with that Eldegoss in that top lane. Again, we know how much of a bully that Eldegoss is. But seeing a Leafeon and Gyarados on the same team with no Phalanx to help to counter the amount of damage that those two can put on, this is going to be an interesting fight.
As we did last game, they did win. They did somehow managed to secure the Ray with both Leafeon and Gyarados in the previous game, so it was only a matter of shields coming up. And as mentioned before, already 2 EVs on the board. Can we see a third EV? Oh, we do have a Slowbro pick here, which is kind of exciting because Lobo is one of my favorite mons to play. That instant single target mon shutdown, and once again only two EVs, and doesn't look like they're going to be picking Umbreon with a Blissey pick. This very gutter pick here from Mosera.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 3 EVs on the field. Leafeon so strong, Sylveon so strong. The big blue button, as I like to call it, as Solo is going to pick up that Glaceon. I wonder if we're going to be seeing an Icicle Spear build this time round to take down that Trevenant. Blaziken going to be kind of hard to deal with here, but I think with the damage that they have, the Gyarados, Leafeon, and Glaceon, that Blaziken is going to have a little bit of trouble. But the Slow Beam from the Slowbro is going to be able to hold those big movers. See, Cramorant, Blaziken, and Sylveon all have dash moves, which is going to make it quite hard. I don't know, maybe we might see a Waterfall moveset come out from the Gyarados. I'm a big fan of the Waterfall moveset myself. Bounce just makes the Gyarados just a little bit too stationary to do too much damage. But that Slow Beam is going to come in clutch here for this round. But Furious 5 win the first game 1-0. Can they 2-0 Secret Rare and get their revenge for the previous round?
I know I talked about Solo's Absol previously, but you have to see the menace that this man is on Glaceon itself. I have played against Solo's Glaceon, and let me tell you, it's not a pleasant experience. Hopefully he'll be able to deliver the same amount of experience into Secret Rare here as we do start of the match with this Eldegoss once again heading central. But he's going bot instead.
No.
He does go for the invade.
He's going for the invade. Now, you say you've played against Solo's Glaceon. Can you give us a little bit of insight? Is he a Icy Wind player or an Icicle Spears player?
I believe he flexes on what the meta is right now, and right now, if the meta is Icy Wind, I believe he might be going Icy Wind. He does have that blue buff, which does indicate that he might be going Icy Wind, but we shall see it soon whenever the camera does pan down to the bottom lane here, as Cram here also has the blue buff, so a lot of jungle sharing going on this game, where a lot of these level 4 power spike mons just sharing jungle and hitting their power spikes early, while the laners just look to last it here. And as we saw there, it is an Icicle Spear. And we know a lot from Icicle Spear is that once it does reach level 10, it has that max HP shred. And seeing as the tanky team on the right-hand side here of Secret Rare, yeah, that's going to be doing a ton of damage if he gets those angles right.
Yeah, absolutely. Being a Glaceon player myself, I love me a bit of Icicle Spear, just being able to shred from safe distance. But we saw them crash earlier. There's 26 points in that top goal for the side of Furious 5. That Magikarp must be so close to being online. We saw the Leafeon taking down the Sylveon in that top skirmish as well. Blissey just going to get a nice little stack in, but this is not good for the Blissey because the Magikarp gets an assist and the Gyarados is online at 8:30. This is going to be a problem for Secret Rare to deal with as the Glaceon is fully stacked with those Ice Beams, putting it down. Now the Gyarados has decided to go for that bounce mover, taking the farm away from the Torchic. But here we go. The Icicle Spears are firing. Trevenant is not online yet. But now here we go. Gyarados is just looking to take farm from this side of the map. And now this is a problem for Secret Rare because Furious 5 have the momentum as Leafeon is going to try and make its way to top lane to do some damage itself.
Absolutely. A problem is a problem. Oof. And the only time you get to... Actually, as we see the double KO from the Leafeon, who went all the way from the mid-Bs, ignored the mid-Bs, went up top just to get a double KO and to get some scores, some stacks, and will probably be going back to Central to be getting that free mid-bird experience once again. And as you mentioned, this Gyarados came online a little too early because the only counter to this Gyarados is to keep it as a Magikarp. But once it's a Magikarp in 1.5 minutes into the game, well, that is not a good side. Not a good start for the side that wants to come back into the game here. Secret Rare, they've already lost this. Obviously, if they lose this game, they will be. And a huge push down here. Furious 5 are knocking on the door here, as we already have
rolling.
Bot objective.
Rolling. They've taken the bot objective.
They have taken the bot objective, which is a Registeel, which does give that 15% increased damage increase to both your attack and physical attack stats. And they just have the macro game down here. Now the Dragon card walking in. Huge, got a double KO by the Gyarados. this big fish is unstoppable at the moment, and it's not because they're using bombs.
No, absolutely not. That Dragon Current plus the Emerald two-step combination, managing to get those 2 KOs. But what I noticed what I noticed down in that bottom pad engage as they crash onto that tier 1 bottom pad is that Slowbro is now telekinesis, which means it is able to pick up those dashing mons on the side of Secret Rare. Their glacial stage has been set. Gyarados is about to bounce on in, and here we go. Gyarados taking down the Sylveon, and the Cramorant's just trying to survive. Gyarados on a 2 KO streak. It is just putting damage on this Blissey. Soul Blade is going in, and Regieleki is just going to walk into that top tier base. Furious 5 are on a roll, and I think Secret Rare made a mistake by allowing Furious 5 to get the Gyarados, the Leafeon, as well as the Glaceon, because that combination among with the Slowbro telekinesis, they are just not able to do anything. Slowbro picking up the telekinesis once again. The Gatling Gun's coming out. Emerald two-step goes through. Bliss assist does not matter because goes down anyway. Dragon Current picking up the Blissey, and oh my god.
Yeah, they are running away with this like thieves in the night, or maybe even thieves in daylight, because they're doing this right in front of our very eyes here. No jump pad up yet, by the way, and we're already seeing such aggressive pushes with the top tier 2 goal broken and the bot one. Looks like they just decided to back up and go farm the XP, because we do see lots of yellow pips on the side of Furious 5. They do have to clear the jungle and then clear the bot objective as well, but we do see a sneaky top push. They lose out on the Eleki. They believe that's okay. While they push 1v4 onto this top hand side, and Gyarados, as good as it is, I'm not sure it can win a 1v4, can it? Well, there's the bounce. He jumps in. There's the auto attacks. Oh, they capture the crown on the telekinesis.
This Slowbro incredibly accurate with his telekinesis, and it is just proving too strong. Wow, I've never seen a Slowbro this accurate with telekinesis.
Of course, telekinesis is that incredibly narrow, low hitbox, long range stun that just picks them up, and you do have the ability to pull them back into the team fight. And they're just crushing this game right now. It really doesn't look like.
The Slowbro picked up the Trevenant, it got Solar Bladed, and then Gyarados bounced on top of it. But now Secret Rare have a problem because that Regieleki is going into the top side base. They have to defend it, but now there's the Phantom Forest coming out for the side of Secret Rare. Bouncing on in is the Gyarados. They have to retreat out as Cramorant is the one to be left dealing with the Regieleki, and Furious 5
they just have to concede this goal here.
Crashed.
This team. History, no history. Furious 5 out for revenge on this rematch over here, and Secret Rare, well, they would be satisfied with their draft strategy, but we are going by the result of this game so far.
I think it does come down to the draft, just letting them have these mons that have been so prevalent in the meta for so long. The Gyarados, so strong. Glaceon has been a problem for way too long. Leafeon is banned in almost every single game, and they just handed Furious 5 those picks, and it seems like the team is now even fighting over the jungle to try and get these levels, because on the side of Furious 5 now, we have 3 level 13s.
3 level 13s, and they do get another free Register, which is another late game attack buff for this side that already has 2 level 13s, 2 of these EVs, 1 Gyarados. Everything is going against where we have 20 seconds to Ray, and there doesn't seem to be a prayer in sight for Secret Rare here, but like you've always said, where there's a Ray, where there's a way, and the engage has already begun with 15 minutes left. Oh, they've already shut down the tree. Tree dies without using its ult. Huge stuff, including Icicle Spear. Oh, they are.
What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? No. No, but now Secret Rare have just decided they're going to try and rip the Ray. They're going to try and rip the Rayquaza. Furious 5 are trying to make their way. They've used some of their ults already. Glacial Stage was set. The Dragon Current was used, but Secret Rare might just be able to come back. Phantom Forest being used. The Gulping Gatling Missling is not going to hit too many of their players. Secret Rare is low. They are low. And now here we go once again. Solar Blade taking out the Leafeon. Glaceon going in onto the Blaziken. Blaziken is 1 health. Manages to eject out. And now the Rayquaza is so low. Furious 5 are just defending. They're going to let the Rayquaza reset. They're going to let the Rayquaza reset as Cramorant gets pushed on out. Sylveon has that Hyper Voice able to shred, and Furious 5 managed to recover from what I believe was a moment of insanity because they just left the Rayquaza alone to try and secure that top Regieleki.
I believe that was their only chance at opening a win condition here too. As you know, you've always said throughout this tournament, where there's a way, and they, at this current moment, do not look like they're going to get Ray. However, we do see a sneaky push coming in from the top side. Eldegoss playing for some vision. They're playing from top side towards this top goal, but they do have the level disadvantage on their side. Well, it's Eldegoss and Glaceon here just running straight to the home base.
What is happening? What is happening?
They're just letting them have a free Rayquaza apparently, because
they've done the math. They must have done the math to allow that to happen. They have to have done the math. There's not enough time. There's not enough time. They have to have done the math. Gyarados getting 64. Slowbro getting 32. They've done the math. There is not enough time for Secret Rare. Wow.
Absolutely insane series here, where we might have doubted history, but these guys are here to rewrite history. Furious 5 with an insane shutout this entire game. Lose Ray, even though they did get Ray, they did not get their way.
What did I just see? That is incredible. They did the math. At Rayquaza, they were 300 points ahead. 300 points. They were 300 points ahead at the Ray. They went and scored 200 whilst the Ray was being taken. And then they scored another, I believe, 300 points away, and then they scored another 180 or so points after the Rayquaza got taken. Wow. But that is going to be 2-0 to Furious 5. Secret Rare.
Furious 5 on their revenge arc, knock their previous, knock the people who knocked them out of the tournament, and they'll be advancing on our journey. Well done, Furious 5.
Furious 5 will be moving. Furious 5 will be moving on to take Bubba Believers in the next round, and I'm lost for words, bro. I am genuinely lost for words with what I just saw.
Same here. We expected the matchup to be a little closer than whatever this was, but this was just they just clicked up a gear, didn't they? They just once they got their favorite picks and just saw that they had the draft advantage, and they just never stopped pushing. They believe.
Look at these damage stats. 79k from the Glaceon, 90k from the Gyarados, and I believe 80k from the Leafeon. The damage was there by 4 minutes. The top base, the tier 2 top lane base was gone. At 3 minutes, the bottom tier 2 was gone. At Rayquaza, there was no tiers left. I am completely stunned. But I guess what we'll do is we are going to throw to a break. We've got our losers bracket semi-final coming up. The winner of that match will meet 80 attack and defense on Kai Tong. I can't believe I remember that name. They are waiting in the grand finals. So we are going to chuck it to a break. We will see you guys real soon. And we will catch you guys when we get back. Please grab some water, go to the bathroom, grab a drink. We are not going anywhere. We have 2 more amazing sets for you guys to watch, but we will catch you real soon. back, gamers, one and all. My name is Lobo. I am joined, and I'm very excited about this. For the first time casting with myself, we get to cast together as SpartanTano. How are you doing, mate?
I am excited, Lobo. I'm excited to cast with you. These games have been incredible so far. Really high level play. So I'm going to be excited to see what comes next.
Absolutely. That Furious 5 game was ridiculous, allowing them to get Leafeon, Glaceon, and Gyarados on the same team, plus Lobo. Absolutely insane. Because the action's been so good, we have our director, Zenith, sitting in the background. We're going to bring him in to chat about the draft, and then he's going to join us towards the end, give us his highlights of the match, and he's also going to give us an MVP for the match out of all 10 of the participants here. But right now, we've got Bubba Believers going up against the Furious 5, Zenith, Tano, Tyranitar, and Tree banned straight away.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's interesting with this no Umbreon ban for the first time.
I mean, I'd probably say Trevenant and then Godzilla are the strongest ones in the game right now. Very surprised not to see the Umbreon ban. You get the Sylveon ban, which is interesting because both movesets are so strong on that one that you must have something in mind when you go for that ban.
What I find interesting, guys, is that leaves the gate wide open. Not only the Beyblade, not only the big fish, but the Leafeon as well. And there is the big fish.
Imagine getting all three of those mons. That would be amazing.
And then if we see another, if Furious 5 is going to go for it, if they give them the Glaceon and the Leafeon, I'm going to question things. Then Gyarados is a new Pokemon to Unite. What do you make of it?
Well, honestly, I love watching it, and I hate playing against it. That's my kind of opinion on it. It is just so frustrating when you're playing against Gyarados with the kind of movement options that they've been giving it, and then the raw attack power as well. So it's going to be interesting, especially with the school from the Hoople Turtles as well. Or even the trick Gyarados. I imagine that trick bounce Gyarados.
It works.
They've given it. They've given Furious 5 the Leafeon and the Gyarados once again with Blastoise to support it. Now, I want to pick on that just a little bit later, but for me over here in OCE, and I don't know what it's like for you guys over in the UK, but we are seeing Cramorant every single game. Why do they like it over here in Asia?
I mean, we see a lot of Cramorant over here as well now. We didn't used to do, but we do now, and I think it's because Cramorant does a surprisingly huge amount of damage, right? And not only that, but the Unite move is very strong, Lobo. So especially if you pair that with an eject button, it's such a massive AoE is that Unite move that you can also eject position yourself even further into the team fight. So I just think it's a huge mon right now.
Absolutely. Zenith, we're seeing Mimikyu go up against a Blaziken and a Buzzwole. First Buzzwole of the day for us. What moveset do you think we're going to see? I feel like Layrock is coming this way. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's been the popular pick, hasn't it, in these kind of competitive matches, and it's just it's the way to escape for Mimikyu. That's the way it's been. That's the way I've been seeing it used, as well as obviously deal damage. So it's a really good kind of maneuver to pull off when it needs to pull off it as well. But then it's got an arsenal of weapons that Mimikyu as well.
Absolutely. What I like to see is they play with the Unite move. It's a great counter to the Golden Gatling Unite move from the Cramorant. But Zenith, before we say goodbye to you and say hello to you again at the end of the match, give us your prediction of who's taking this game out.
I honestly, if I look at these two teams, I'm after last match as well.
Furious 5 Ice. Our stream has closed.
Yep, it's coming right now.
Is coming back, and here we go. Both teams are ready to go. Bulba Believers and the Furious 5. Tano, what do you expect we're going to see? We've seen some Eldegoss invades. Do you think we're going to get an invade this time around?
I mean, it looks like Hooper is trying to yeet themselves over there in the current moment, and it will be a... your Magikarp an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. That Eldegoss is coming in to help the Combustion get on, but can Eldegoss steal it? Yes, it does. The Hooper managing to get away with the red buff, and that Torchic is just on its own, and Eldegoss is going to try and get it, but the Hooper's not going away, Tano. Is it going back for the blue?
I think it's going to do. The Torchic can't
no.
leave their eyes. Are they going to secure the Glossifer here?
No,
They're gonna
no.
do Hooper with that red buff. You cannot get away from it. But as you can see, Lobo, the Mimikyu was going to go into the jungle. They've seen the Hoopers going back in there. They don't need to worry about that anymore. They're going to stop that Buzzwole up in that top lane.
What is this random craziness? There is a Leafeon online. There is a Hooper out securing in the middle of the central lane. That Solar Blade is just going to eat up all of that farm. The Solar Blade, the Umbreon not online, the Whirlpool only on the Cram. This is crazy. What a crazy start. The Furious 5 coming out against Furious. They are not happy. And it looks like there's a team on a Rampage. And Gyarados online again early, Tano. What are Boba Believers going to do?
It just shows the power of the invade there, right? That Gyarados has now managed to get online at 8:30. The Buzzwole does have level 5, so it does mean they are quite strong up in that top lane. But in the meantime, we've still got this Glossifer trying to do whatever they can to get an Evo. They're not going to do much against a War Turtle. They're going to get spat back to the Pokemon Center. And it seems like it is all Furious 5 right now.
Absolutely. We see a mean look being played. The Buzzwole just has to run the eject button from the Gyarados, trying to chase it down, but it does not. It does manage to get away and pick up a Citrus Berry. The bounce Gyarados. Is it going to go on in? It sees the Leafeon! The double combination! And that Buzzwole got eaten. Oh my god.
Boba Believers are having a hell of a hard time up in that top lane. It might be time to just accept the fact that top lane has gone. Let them break that goal, try and get some XP. They are concentrating on this bottom lane right now, Lobo. They're trying to get some points and XP in, but there is a huge defense from the Hooper and the Mimikyu. They've picked up the Blaziken, which is the majority of the damage there, and they're going to be able to defend and push Boba Believers back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for the first time, we are seeing a Surf Hurricane Cram Buzzwole kind of pick up the big fish, but it just did nothing. It shook it off. And there we are. We're seeing a play rough Mimikyu come on and is just eating up anything that moves. We could see another repeat of what we witnessed Furious 5 do. They cannot let them have this Leafeon and Gyarados in the same thing. And Gyarados has just kept his Buzzwole completely occupied in that top lane. One of their highest level mons, Blaziken, is online. The player off going to secure that Regirock. Shout outs to Regirock. But now Boba Believers have to get some momentum on their way. But Gyarados has its Unite move, Tano. It has its Unite move, which could steal this Regieleki.
Yeah, it's a very good secure. The mean look coming in. The Blaziken secures the Regieleki. If it wasn't for that mean look, Gyarados would have had a hell of a go at getting that. They do take down the Umbreon, the Buzzwole, and it's going to be the rest of Boba Believers. Literally just the Eldegoss and the Umbreon spawn in there, Lobo. But Furious 5 are on a furious aggression streak here.
The Rampage cannot be stopped. They don't even care that the Regieleki walked into their own top base. They are just going to fight and fight and fight and fight. Mimikyu hopping off those Shadow Sneaks. The Solar Blades are coming off. Leafeon has to be very careful here, but he's going to stack some points in to just get a hold and get some health back. But interestingly enough, this is a trick Hooper? Am I mistaken? I have not seen a single Hyperspace Hole come out from this Hooper. I believe this might be a trick Hooper, Tano.
Yeah, and you know what? It is a hell of a shout. The Gyarados is very strong with a trick. The Leafeon having the trick as well. You know, you've got some really strong mons to trickier. So I like that. I love that choice from Furious 5, and it's showing with the aggression that we're seeing here. They try and pick up the Hooper with the Buzzwole. The Meanlock is going to lock it down. They are going to be able to secure the Hooper there, but it doesn't matter. Furious 5 have backed out. They've grabbed XP. They've scored more points in that T2 in that bottom lane, Lobo. It is all Furious 5 this game.
Absolutely. We saw a 300-point lead come out at about the 3-minute mark in their previous game. They are now almost 300 points ahead at the 5-minute mark. We've got a level 11 Gyarados. We've got a power spiked Leafeon. It is at level 12, Tano. The Surf coming in from the Blastoise. It does get mean look, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Boba Believers cannot do anything here. Blaziken gonna go in, gonna get stunned, gonna get Leafeon, Solar Beam. The Midnight Prance coming in from the Umbreon. The Gyarados is coming with the bounce. Solar Beam going in. Bigger Buzzwole Slam comes through. Dragon Current just gonna chase it out as the Hoop goes unbound. And I'm speechless. What is going on with Furious 5? They were 2-0'd by Secret Rare before, and now they are just back with a vengeance. They are out-drafting these teams, Tano.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who Bubba is, but they don't seem to have believed in them enough because they are getting annihilated currently right now. But Bubba believers, as we say, when there is a race, there is a way. I feel like what they need to do at the moment is just concentrate on farming. They do want to go for this Regieleki. They want to put up these team fights. You can get XP from the KOs, but I feel like you just need to get those levels. We've got a huge bounce coming in from Gyarados there. The Hydro Typhoon, they have wiped out the majority. They have a team wipe from Furious 5 there.
They have a team wipe, but the Regieleki was one hit away from being taken. But they decide, Tano, they're stalling the Regieleki. They've seen the time. If they hit the Regieleki now, and if Boba Believers manage to take it, it's not going to do anything. They're stalling it. They know they've got.
Oh,
we have a surrender.
I mean,
we have a surrender.
I mean,
wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
I understand the surrender there, Lower, but the thing is, right, there is a lot of mind games when it comes to this game. And when you are so ahead, it is so often that teams can make mistakes. They can get really confident. They can go push lanes that they shouldn't usually push. So there is always an opportunity to come back. I mean, the levels they did need to catch up on. We have a level 14 Gyarados when that surrender happened, and it is tough, but when there's a raid, there's a way. They were 300 points behind. Those T1s were up. You know, if they farmed, if they got some lucky KOs, they could have been back in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Unbelievable. Like, it's unfortunate we got a surrender there. You never want to see a surrender that early on because, you know, the comeback experience is so huge in this game, especially after that 2-minute mark. Obviously, when there's a raid, there is a way. But let's bring back Zenith, my guy.
Wow. Look, I said trick Gyarados earlier. That trick bounce, it was amazing to witness, and some of the maneuvering for the objectives. That Gyarados was such a good godfish dog. It did really well to zone out everyone, and I think there's too much respect, quite rightfully, given to the Gyarados. Everyone, even the Buzzwole, is worried about the Gyarados. But you know, this is where we're at right now, and that end game as well with the Regieleki, that was really smart. I think that was just. I've never witnessed that because this is a different level of domination here, but it's very, very strategic. And there are members of the Furious 5 that are actually part of the India regional finalists as well as any game squad. So they are very, very well versed, and we might be seeing some of these players at the Worlds next year.
Okay, absolutely. That is an insane. But Zenith, I gotta ask you for your pick of the game, and then I gotta ask you for that MVP, even though it was a short game.
Yep. I think I am gonna give the pick of the game to. You know what? This is tough because I'm gonna give both of them actually to the Gyarados.
It's really hard to not give it to the Gyarados, but I like. When we talk about it though, the Gyarados and the Leafeon, such a good combination. We never saw the Gyarados engage without the Leafeon. We saw the Dragon Current, Unite move being used in conjunction with an Emerald 2-step Unite move from the Leafeon. Tano, how important is that synergy with teams?
That synergy is enough to wipe a team. And, you know, when you come down to these team fights, that's where it's important. Now, Leafeon's Unite move is very, very strong, but it is vulnerable during that Unite move. It can be KO'd in that Unite move. So when you're pairing that with another Unite move that is capable of not only doing damage, but CC to enable you to get that Leafeon Unite move off, it is huge. And we've seen that with the domination that we just witnessed.
It's so interesting. If you're a Pokemon that is able to sustain yourself against a Leafeon, against a Gyarados, a tanky mon like the front line of the Trevenant was doing, you still have the Mimikyu that completely takes you out of the game with Play Rough. I hope attackers and defenders of Oh my god, I forgot the name. Kaitong. I hope they were watching that game, and I hope that they don't let Furious 5 have that what seems to be their core arsenal of Gyarados and Leafeon, which, if you play this game, it should be your core arsenal no matter what. But unfortunately, we're going to go straight to the grand finals this time round. Bulba Believers are having a few technical issues coming through. So Furious 5 are going to go and take on Attackers and Defenders of Kaitong in our grand final. We are going to take a short break, and we will join you guys back real soon. Don't go anywhere. The grand finals are coming up. Tano and I are going to be here the entire time. Zenith is going to be here to give us his highlights of the game. We'll see you guys real soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hey there, Pokemon Unite trainers! Engage GG is currently hosting the Master Series, which is a series of competitive events to support the grassroots scene of Pokemon Unite, as well as involving some of the biggest pro players and team names. With an exciting daily ladder round for both the EU and the NA regions, teams are able to practice, strategize, and improve their gameplay before heading into the group stages. For those that are not able to join the ladder rounds, fear not, as you can still qualify for the finals through the open qualifiers. There's over a $500 prize pool up for grabs, with a free invite to both the Engage podcast in London and the esports event they're hosting in April 2025 in London as well. On top of all of that, the winners will receive a 12 months free master subscription on the Engage platform, which will support the growth and portfolio of each user and enable them to earn without having to pay any money at all. Join in on the fun by either visiting the Engage Discord for the ladder rounds or by signing up for the open qualifiers on the 15th of June. We're excited to see you there. Hey there, Pokemon Unite trainers! Engage GG is currently hosting the Master Series, which is a series of competitive events to support the grassroots scene of Pokemon Unite, as well as involving some of the biggest pro players and team names. With an exciting daily ladder round for both the EU and the NA regions, teams are able to practice, strategize, and improve their gameplay before heading into the group stages. For those that are not able to join the ladder rounds, fear not, as you can still qualify for the finals through the open qualifiers. There's over a
Best of 3. Welcome back, trainers, one and all. I am joined by the wonderful SpartanTano, and after what we had just witnessed, I'm even more excited for this grand final. Tano, we have the Furious 5 taking on attackers and defenders of Kai Tong. Now, two really strong teams, AKD, attackers, defenders, ADK. Sorry, my bad. Letters doesn't work for me. ADK versus the Furious 5. They had a really strong showing in the winners run, whereas Furious 5 turned on the Fury, as it would be, and came back through the losers bracket. We saw the devastation that is Gyarados Leafeon combination. Do you think ADK are going to let them have that combination this time around?
This is it, Lobo. So it was won in draft for Furious 5 there, and I feel like if they are watching the games, the attack and defenders, if they are watching the games, they will know you cannot let a team get those mons. They are so all 3 of those were picked for Furious 5 there. You cannot let that happen.
And we are getting right into the action with game 1 of this best of 3 grand finals. If Furious 5 managed to win 2 out of these 3, we are going to a bracket reset. Tano, we could be here for a while with these teams slugging it out, but we are seeing the Beyblade and Godzilla getting banned straight away, plus the Hooper. I am not seeing bans this quickly. These Asian teams know exactly what they want going in.
A Dragonite ban is also a very interesting one there, Lobo. Unless they know of a player that is pretty strong on it and they're targeting, or I can't think of why you'd want to ban that with any comp that you're running into at the moment.
Well, I think I saw ADK use a Dragonite earlier on. Maybe they just want to take away that secure. Dragonite Hyper being probably one of the best secures in the game. It could force ADK, if they go for the secures instead of the team fights, it could force them onto a mon like Inteleon. It could force them again. Leafeon such a good secure with the Solar Blade. Blaziken such a good mon with the secure. Other mons that aren't as threatening as Gyarados with that Hyper Beam secure.
Yeah, and what I do love is that both of these teams are very aggressive and team fight very well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do that with going for the objectives. We see the Sylveon locked in very early over there, which is an interesting pick. It works in both ways. It's a very strong pick. Not usually one that you do see go first. But with the Umbreon and the Trevenant already picked, it's kind of one of those where most of the good defenders have already gone. They're not going to pick another one, so you can pick that a bit later, as we see there with the Slowbro and the Gyarados getting locked in there, Lobo.
But I like this choice. I like this Pikachu choice pickup to counter the Gyarados. The Gyarados is so strong, but being able to lift it up, sustain it with that Volt Tackle. But also, what a lot of people don't realize is when you click that Pikachu Unite move, the Thunderstorm, and you Volt Tackle a target, it targets the entirety of that Thunderstorm onto that target. So that could be specifically there for the Gyarados. But we saw Mama so good and so clean with those telekinesis grabs that Cramorant was not able to move at all and just be able to be shredded down. But look at this, Tano. We have gone an entire draft without Leafeon getting banned and without Leafeon getting picked up.
I can't believe it. That is a shock, Lobo. But I very much enjoy the pick of the Blaziken. Now, over on the side, over there, they don't really have much range or poke, shall we say. It is very much a brawler team. But what I like about the Blaziken is that with its moves and the dashes it has, it will be capable of running in and trying to take out that Cramorant. It's going to be good to try and get in those back lines to do that, but it just needs to get in there and be in the face with it as it does it.
Absolutely. Look, I could be proven completely wrong, and you made a great point about the range. We could see a Thunderbolt Pikachu come out as well. I've also seen very recently that we have seen the Electro Ball Thunderbolt combination. Electro Ball causing a bit of a slowdown, allowing an easier stun for Pikachu to pick up. So this is a very CC heavy team because we've got the Trevenant Woodhammer. We've got the Snarl Mean Look combination from the Umbreon. Both movesets from Pikachu able to deal CC damage, as well as if we see a Cramorant Surf Hurricane, that's even more CC. So This is going to be very interesting for the side of ADK versus Furious 5, but we know Furious 5 like to be aggressive. We're probably going to see the Eldegoss invade once again. It does look like we're seeing the Eldegoss invade go through, and we are seeing a Cramorant central area, Tano.
That's interesting. I actually really like that, to be honest, Lobo. I mean, it's really good to get that damage going straight away, but a Glossifer is a pain in the butt when it comes to invading. They haven't been able to get there in time to be able to take the red buff because Cramorant does a lot of damage, but with a Mimikyu being quite strong anyway in this top lane, they're going to try and take on that Magikarp and grab the XP and get those stacks early.
Yeah, absolutely. We already saw the Cramorant had its air slash move done, that Natu giving it big damage, but that Magikarp effort Gorge is already at half Gorge, and that is going to be dangerous because we've seen this Gyarados get online at minimum 830 as we have the experience share helping that Mimikyu possibly get to that Shadow Claw or to that Play Rough, whichever one it's going to go to. Mystical Fire Sylveon coming down in, but the Glossifleur still in that central area. Pikachu having to use its eject button, Electro Ball going on through, but Mystical Fire Sylveon has come down, taking down the Pikachu. We're going for a fight here inside the enemy team's central area as we got a mean look popped off. Phantom taking down the Blaziken. Furious 5 are being very aggressive as Gyarados is online, Tano, and it is going to go one-on-one versus this Mimikyu, and the Mimikyu is going to take down the Gyarados, but oh, Eldegoss takes down the Mimikyu.
Oh my god, Lobo. I honestly thought Mimikyu was going to take out Eldegoss there. They had like 5 HP and they took down the Gyarados and nearly the Eldegoss. That was huge. That just shows why Mimikyu is so strong up in that top lane. But Furious 5 do not want to let up. All these invades that are coming in, the aggression that's coming in, the rotations to the bottom lane, they are just keeping that aggression on. But it does feel like they're really wasting a lot of Adoc's time with these invades. They've got 3 Mons having to defend the jungle right now, Lobo.
Absolutely, they are wasting time, but this is just allowing the Gyarados to get its stacks on. The Shadow Sneak onto the Gyarados with the Shadow Claw. It's managed to go onto the Sylveon. Volt Tackle, Shadow Claw combination, managing to do its work. Furious 5 have gone down, and now Blaziken's going to go down as well. This is the problem that I envisioned with just invading that jungle. They've now given ADK a lot of levels. No, actually, I'm mistaken. The levels are quite even across the board. But the distraction tactic you were talking about, it just lets the Gyarados level up and get its stacks. And I think that's what Furious 5 are all about.
Yeah, not only that, as you say, the Gyarados managed to grab all that farm in the top lane because there wasn't anyone to stop them at the 720s, but the Mimikyu and the Umbreon are turning out to be quite a good pairing up there. They take out the Gyarados, but it is a Mystical Fire Sylveon. They're just going to be able to dive around, do a lot of damage with that slow road there as well. Cramorant is currently ripping the bottom Regirock. They do manage to secure that, so level-wise, it is pretty even at the moment, but with that T1 being down already for Furious 5, they'll have more XP in that bottom lane.
Unfortunate there. The Mimikyu finally ended up going down. The Shadow Claw combination so good. Pikachu going to try and stop these scores from going in. Volt Tackle on the Eldegoss. Telekinesis hitting the Umbreon. Regieleki is going to reset itself. And now the Trevenant about to go down here. No, it does not go down. Gets pushed out. The Horn Leech, the Mystical Fire does end up taking it down. Cramorant is back in with the Dive Air Slash. And now the Eldegoss is chasing the Pikachu. This Eldegoss, so aggressive. Cramorant could go down here. It does go down to the Mystical Fire. And now we've got a game on our hands. Umbreon coming in with Moonlight Prance. Gyarados going in with the Dragon Rush. But, oh my god, the Mimikyu just picking up the 2 KO streak. Again, Tano, this Mimikyu's on a roll.
It is. This game really feels like it's Mimikyu v Gyarados at the moment, and Mimikyu is the one coming out on top right now, purely because that Umbreon is being such a good support with that Mimikyu. They're just being able to set themselves up to drop that damage, get that healing. At the moment, this Regieleki is getting ripped. Mimikyu, just to prove my point, secures it there as well. They're going to be able to put a lot of pressure up on this top lane at ADK at the moment, but Blaziken doing whatever they can to pick up the squishy Cramorant. It's not enough. Mimikyu with a triple KO. Cramorant securing the Blaziken there. 4 KOs and a hell of a lot of XP in that top lane for ADK.
Absolutely. This game does feel like the Mimikyu versus Gyarados show. The Mimikyu, however, 3 levels ahead of this Gyarados. The plan by Furious 5 not working to get that Gyarados even further online than it needs to be. They are just taking this fight. But you pointed out something absolutely correct. This Umbreon has done a fantastic job supporting that Mimikyu. And look, they're in it together. Again, the Wish, the Snarl, they stun, allows the Mimikyu to get an easy Shadow Sneak and go in with the Shadow Claw resets. Unfortunately, on the other side, the Eldegoss not coming through for the Gyarados, but there is the Slow Beam on the Cramorant. The Mimikyu has Shadow Clawed in. Slowbro is just going to get annihilated here, and it is just the support of both of these mons. I think Furious 5 need to start playing together. Big Dragon Breath coming through. The Dragon Current's going to go on. It does get Mean Look running out. And unfortunately, the Trevenant does go down to the Eldegoss. Dragon Gyarados is going to get Play With Me by Mimikyu. Blaziken, Fists of Fire on top of the Mimikyu. It does go down. Furious 5 have now taken down 4 members of ADK. And this is just back and forth. I'm tired just watching this one.
And with a huge 40 overcap in that T1 there, Lobo, that might end up being the thing that determines this game, because it's 231 points to 204. It's actually anyone's game, but there is a massive amount of XP on both sides of the field here. I think you are 100% right. You mentioned earlier that Furious 5 need to concentrate on fighting together. That's something that ADK have done extremely well in this game. Even if it's just duo pair-ups when they go into these fights, that is what needs to happen for Furious 5 if they do want to win this game.
We saw that the Gyarados was 3 levels behind the Mimikyu now. It's only 2 levels. It got to that level 12 very quickly, but 2 level 13s on the side of Furious 5 as Blaziken is just going to use Overheat to secure and walk this Regieleki down. I don't know if Furious 5 want to be pushing this. They are super aggressive. Mimikyu possibly getting caught out here. Gets caught by the Surf, and the Blaziken Fists of Fury decide to take out the Mimikyu, and that is going to be huge experience for the SpartanTano as Regieleki is just walking it down, and Sylveon trying to get a 45 cap down bot side.
Yeah, that's going to be cheeky if they do manage to get that in. It seems like they've decided not to. At the moment, though, I feel like it's just going to be better to just back up and grab your XP. We are 1 minute away from this Rayquaza spawning. Getting these levels is going to be the most important thing for both of these teams to do right now. As we can see, the Sylveon, instead of going for the back cap, has decided to go back and get that XP. It's all going to come down to this Rayquaza. These teams have managed to keep themselves in it really, really well. 40 seconds away from the Rayquaza, there is literally just less than 30 points between these teams. So grab as much XP as you can, get those levels as much as you can. Level 14 on the Sylveon and the Blaziken there, Lobo. Level 15 has just been hit on the Mimikyu.
Unbelievable. Level 13 on the side of the Gyarados, 14 Cramorant, 12, 11, 11 for the rest, and 11, 11 for Slowbro and Eldegoss, respectively. 2 level 14s and a level 13. Wow, it looks like the Engage is coming in early. Slowbro going to go down early, having to use the Slow Beam on the Trevenant. Eldegoss keeping it alive. It's going to use the Cotton Cloud Crash, and one able to keep the Play With Me onto the Gyarados. Just managing. Dragon Current is going to come out. The ults are flying, and the Rayquaza hasn't even spawned yet. 1 member down for the side of ADK, 3 members down for the side of Furious 5. Fairy Frolic coming up for the Sylveon, and it is going to be game over for Furious 5 as Slowbro and Eldegoss are going to come back in, but never deny the Slowbro is there. Oh!
I envisioned it, Lobo. I thought the Slowbro was going to be able to get it, and we were going to be screaming into the mics, but Pikachu manages to get the secure there. That was a very premature Rayquaza fight. That was crazy to see. Rayquaza hadn't even spawned yet, and most Unite moves were gone. I mean, they've not managed to score a massive amount of points, although with that 100 burger going in, that is 431 points to 204. Does look like that is going to be it for the game, chat. We have a minute left in this game, but a huge push a huge push from Furious 5 here could be enough to win it. They only need the 230 odd points to win it, but there's a lot of defense capability on the side of ADK right now.
3 level 15s on the side of ADK. Mimikyu is gone for another 14 seconds. Cramorant has lost its shield. It's going to go down. Oh my god, 2 members down for the side of ADK. Could we get another push coming through? We have a Slowbro Unite that could be coming through. There it goes once again. There's the drop one, and Pikachu is going to crash on in with that Thunderstorm. Gyarados is going to bounce anywhere it can. They're just going to retreat. There is only 200 points in this game. The Dragon Current's going through on to the Pikachu and the Umbreon. They just have to scatter. Can they do the math to get the points in? Pikachu's gonna go down. Mo possibly to the Gyarados. Unbelievable. This is still anyone's game. 17 seconds. The Wish popping on the Pikachu. Double scores incoming, Tano. 4 members down for the side of ADK. What is going to happen? We saw the 100 go in, but I don't think that's enough time. I'm wrong. Oh my god.
Furious 5 with a massive 300 burgers in that final 2 seconds of the game, Lobo. That is insane. That's the craziest game I have ever witnessed in Pokemon Unite chat. Holy cow. I'm speechless.
Hang on. Take a breath. Let's just take a breath. Oh my god. Let's just recap what we saw. ADK took the Rayquaza. They decided to only score 100. That put them 200 points ahead. They lost the Mimikyu because it lost its shield at the central area of the farm. At Team Furious 5's, they got some. Oh my god! And then the Cramorant went down, so that was 3v5. The Pikachu and Umbreon support survived, but then Pikachu gets taken out. They crash into Tier 2, and then they take out the final stand, which is Cramorant, and 300 burgers went in. Can we get a look at the battle report on Spot? Like the graph, please, if that's possible. Can we get a look at the graph? Just to have a look at these scores. There it is. There it is. Can you switch to the opposing team, please? Oh my god.
Wow. What a way to win a game. That is this is exactly why we say you should never ever give up in this game. It didn't look like they were going to be able to do enough to win that game, but not only were they not letting up on that T2 there, Lobo, they also managed to get some really pivotal KOs enough. It did look like ADK were going to be able to do enough to keep bouncing onto that goal. We saw the Umbreon retreating back, going on that springboard, jumping back onto the goal to try and stop the scoring, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. Breaking that and then going and getting the 300 points into that home goal with 2 seconds left in the game. They have just clutched victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, absolutely. Unbelievable what I just witnessed. And that, Tano, was game 1. That was game 1. Unbelievable. We're going to let the teams reset. Furious 5 is going to take the first game. Tano, I'm going to let you speak for a little bit because I'm a bit lost for words.
Valid, buddy. Honestly, that is the craziest ending I have seen to a Pokemon Unite game in a very, very long time.
Such a long time.
Worlds included. That is insane. And the thing is, though, when you come into this next game, right? So that was a really good opportunity that they seized. But it didn't look like they were going to be able to win that game. There was a huge fight at Rayquaza coming in there from ADK. It was really, really well done. So coming into this next game, we've got the Hooper available. We've got the Umbreon and the Sylveon picked straight away. It's going to be interesting to see how they adjust their tactics so that the next game they're in a better position at that Rayquaza.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to go straight into game number 2. Tyranitar and Dragonite being banned, and the Gyarados. The Gyarados was a problem. It's being banned on the side of ADK. Unbelievable. But Solo is going to pick up that Leafeon this time round. Are we going to see... I've still lost the ability to speak, Tano. Mamo doing such a good job with the Slowbro. We thought that Slowbro was going to possibly steal the raid, but it did such a fantastic job pinning down that Cramorant with those Surfs and the Telekinesis. Such a good combination. Again, we're seeing 2 EVs on the side of ADK. We're getting the Umbreon, the Sylveon, but look at this time round. Even without the Gyarados there, we're going to see the Mimikyu being played by Furious 5, and I actually really like this. Tano, I actually really like this pick into the Delphox. The Delphox Fire Spin is going to stop any chance of that Sylveon just using its dashes to get in and around. And any attacker that they decide to pick right now, an Urshifu. This is a great pick. A great pick to counter that. If this is an E-Speed Lucario, I think it's going to be a problem for Furious 5. But again, Mama's been so good with that telekinesis.
Yeah, no, you are 100% right. I love the Delphox pick. I really like the Lucario pick to try and combat it if it is E-Speed. But even if it does go the pup moveset, right, it can still do enough to do a lot of damage, dive in and try and get out. But the thing is, like, they only have, realistically, the Slowbro to sort of front line for that Delphox. Now, unless they're going to go with the hyperspace hulls for Hooper so that they can send them back, they can heal them. It's interesting. Usually you expect to see a Delphox with 2 frontline on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see the Trick Hooper coming out before. We saw how much of a powerhouse that was with the Gyarados. It surprised us both because we're not usually used to seeing Trick Hoopers. But again, with Pokemon so strong like Leafeon and even a Trick Mimikyu, I couldn't imagine a Mimikyu getting a shields not only as long as well as with an X attack and the Shadow Claw resets. We could see a Mimikyu pop off if it starts to get rolling. That Lucario has to probably play get to that level 11 very quickly so it doesn't get stunned by that Shadow Sneak ability. But here we go. Tano, Mimikyu heading into that central area, and Cramorant once again going into that central area, but for a different team this time round.
Yeah, and the thing is this, we got the Hooper coming in for the invade, and almost as if they expected it, the evolution is there to meet the Hooper on the way, which means that it's this Leafeon left alone in the top lane with the Lucario. It looks like they're just going to shake hands and just go and get their stacks. Bit of a risky move because the Leafeon will be able to get evolved from that quite easily. Hooper's decided, I've had enough, I'm out of here. This Cramorant and this Eevee is too much for me. They might end up securing the Hooper there anyway. I think they do. Really, really good secure there from the side of ADK.
Oh, I thought if the Umbreon had just seen how low that red buff was going to be for the Mimikyu, it might have been able to steal it away. But this is a dangerous thing for Furious, for ADK to just let the Leafeon get its stacks up. Umbreon getting its attack up. Leafeon just managing to get out as Sylveon's Hyper Voice is going to come on through. Again, fast and furious action. That's why we've got the Furious 5. We've got fast and furious action coming from both teams. Mimikyu's going to go in. It is that play rough set. It does get mean looked, and Lucario takes down the Mimikyu as we've got a 4 top lane push with only the Hooper able to survive. ADK have learnt they are not going to let Furious 5 get rolling, and they are trying to crash that base, leaving it on 5 points, Tano.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, it's not a Solar Blade Leafeon from what I can see here, Lobo. So they've gone for the Leaf, what's it called now? It's not Leaf Blade anymore, is it? It's Razor Leaf, that's the one. So it is very good, is Razor Leaf, but the difficulty is there's a lot of CC on the other side, and that can make it a lot more difficult to use that move effectively. Look at the mean look. You've even got the Lucario that's able to do quite a bit of CC against the Leafeon. So it's an interesting moveset, and they're going to need to be really aggressive to try and make sure that they get some secures.
This is exactly what we said at the draft stage, where your ADK are they're just going to pin them down. If they can't out-damage them, they're going to pin them down. They're going to make sure that they can't move. And I think this is possibly a bad option for the Leafeon. Razor Leaf means you do have to get a little bit more in range. I think Solar Blade just has a bit more range on the Razor Leaf. And so he's going to have to get a bit closer. Cramorant is playing that dive moveset, so no Hurricane moveset, so going to go full damage. And the Trevenant has decided to lock in that Woodhammer combined with the Hyper Voice. But we are heading to that 720 Altaria's moment down. Wish Mean Look coming in through on the Umbreon. Shadow Sneak missing. I think going player off here was a little bit of a mistake for the side of Furious 5. What do you think?
I tend to agree with you, to be honest, Lobo. It's interesting the moveset that Furious 5 have gone with going into this game. They don't really have any secure. I mean, I know they've got the Delphox that can do quite a bit of damage, but the Solar Blade would have been the shout for that. The Mimikyu taking the play rough there. They are interesting movesets to pick. I mean, the Lucario has gone for the power-up punch, which means they not only are they going to have close combat, which is a pretty good secure, but it also means that they've got some CC that they can drop. This Registeel, though, in the meantime, is going to the Mimikyu. They managed to secure that that despite the amount of pressure from ADK there, they pick up the Trevenant as well. Screamion taking out the Mimikyu there and the Hooper. So even though ADK lose that bottom objective, they managed to secure the Lecky, which is currently going into the T2. The Lucario picks up the red buff, and they've managed to take some KOs to get aggressive in this bottom lane, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the Shadow play rough doesn't get any resets, Tano. So even though the Mimikyu was low, it managed to secure it. It got a takedown with the play rough, and there goes the Leafeon on a 2 KO streak. It's going to try and take on a Trevenant here, which is probably not the best idea for a Leafeon. The hype, the Fire Blast coming in from the Delphox as we're looking for a bottom lane push. Mimikyu is probably just going to go bot side, top side here to avoid all of the fighting, and the Trick Hooper just unable to set them back. Oh, the Telekinesis picks up the Lucario, and Hooper gets a kill on the Lucario as Furious 5 have just decided to push Trevenant low health here, as the Fire Spins are actually doing great work for the side of Furious 5.
Yeah, huge. But this Screamion coming in. Oh, but that Fire Spin again, stopping that Screamion from being able to pick up any KO from their Hyper Voice there. Now, the thing is, the Unite move on Delphox is so important in this game, chat, because it not only does it do quite a lot of CC, you are very slowed in it, it does a decent amount of damage, but it also does some anti-healing, and on top of that, it has it very, very often. It's a very low cooldown for that Unite move.
Absolutely, one of the lowest cooldowns in the entire game, probably second only to, I think, even lower on cooldown than Pikachu's Thunderstorm. But again, you're right, Delphox such a good hindrance here. But look, the Hooper Unbound has decided to come up. They're just going to crash into the topside pad as the Play With Me comes out onto the Lucario, and this is just going to, no, the beautiful jumps coming through from ADK. They saw it happen instantly. Phantom Forest comes down, great defense there by ADK. I thought that was going to be a crashed pad. We would know that at that 5-minute mark, that is exactly what Furious 5 like to do, but great defense by ADK.
Yeah, really, really huge. And in response, they're going to go get that Lecky in the top lane. They know they don't need to worry about that. And they're going to have a nice, tasty fight down here. The Hooper no longer has their Unite move, using it just then. So they know they can come down to this objective and not worry about that getting popped off. Some really good zoning coming in here from the Trevenant. They've managed to zone out the Leafeon. Enough for Lucario to secure that Regirock. And they've got the Lecky as well. So ADK have managed to secure both objectives here, Lobo. And they've got some huge aggression coming into this T1 down here. They're going to be able to score some more points there.
Again, the play rough hitting that Cramorant. It was able to dive out of the way, but no resets once again. Cramorant getting out on low HP, and Mimikyu is just left by itself. The Hyper Voice coming out, but the Fanciful Fireworks does allow a good defense of that top tier 1 pad as ADK just have to back off. Again, Tano, we keep talking about, I hate to keep banging on about it, Shadow Claw was the way here, especially with the anti-healing of the Fanciful Fireworks. You drop that Delphox Unite right onto a team fight, and that Mimikyu is just going to clean up here. But I think they've decided that they just don't want their team to get away. Here we go, 3.5 minutes left to go. The levels look even, the scores look even. Are we going to get another ending like we had before? I don't think my heart can take it.
Especially not if it goes to the side of ADK and we end up in a game-free situation. But yeah, I'm 100%. But I feel like the synergy for Furious 5 at the moment is just lacking a little bit with those mons. I feel like this Delphox has been a vital Pokemon in this game at the moment. But ADK do not want to give up. Oof. They are keeping the aggression on. A nice pick up on the Umbreon there. They managed to score even more points in that T2 with the Lucario. It seems like whatever's going on, there is always a mon for the side of ADK to just put some aggression on into the opposite lane. They're going to get the Trevenant here. They do pick it up and they can try and push in to the T1 here, but they've got the Cramorant there. They're going to try and do whatever they can. They pop the Fireworks there from the Delphox at 237. They may still have that back though. As we said, it is a very low cooldown, but it's not enough for them to be able to defend the goal. They're going to be able to put some pressure on here at Furious 5. Can they pick up the Screamion? No, they can't. The Screamion comes in. The Hooper is very low. Oh my god, we have a Sylveon Unite move there, Lobo, at 218.
Unbelievable. Sylveon Unite, the Delphox Unite, I understand, but Mimikyu is just going to go down swinging here, reset that death timer as it comes back. It's going to be gone for a little while. Furious 5 are not going to be going full force, but they have a Regilecky moving into the top side of the base with the Rayquaza having spawn. Slowbro popping that surf does get mean. Look, it's going to get crunched down here, and if they can take out that Slowbro, there goes that Slow Beam. Slowbro is just going to make its way out, and what Oh no, the Leafeon was found. Emerald two-step onto the Cramorant. The Cramorant just survives using the Gulping Gatling gun. And now it's just hitting the Rayquaza. And here we go, Mimikyu is back on in. It's still, oh my god, the Hyper Voice going down. The Fairy Frolic's going. And Luke Delphox secures with the Unite move. That's it. This could be a 2-0 if they can get some scores in. But the Regieleki went in topside, Tana. They got a 50 cap inside the top base. Another one going into the bottom base with a Slowbro without a shield. Furious 5, a 2-0. And do you know what that means, Tano?
Oh my gosh, it means they are going to have the opportunity to final this game. Oh my god.
We are going to a bracket reset.
Insane. Furious 5. Oh my god. It did. I mean, most of this game, it felt like they were on the back foot. ADK was so aggressive. The moves that Furious 5 went with seems like they weren't quite the synergy that they were looking for. But if you are capable of getting a secure on that Rayquaza, they played the Regieleki absolutely perfectly as well, chat. And it's enough. They are 865 points to 285. There's no way they're going to lose this game. Furious 5 with a bracket reset.
Absolutely. 925 points going in, and they have hit the 1,000 mark against ADK, one of the strongest teams in this competition that we've seen so far. 13 seconds left to go, and Furious 5, Tano, they 2-0'd. They 2-0'd Secret Rare. They 1-0'd Bulba Believers, and now they have 2-0'd ADK. That is...
And what I
that is
find,
a
like
5-match win streak. 5 match.
What I find the most exciting about that, Lobo, is that, and I hope they don't mind me saying, it did not look like they were going to win either of these games.
Absolutely.
They didn't give up. They had the most insane comeback I've ever seen in the previous game. In that game, it did seem like the Delphox was just managing to keep them in it, but it didn't seem like the synergy was quite there. But wow. Instead, they managed to secure that Rayquaza and score over 1,000 points to actually win the game. If we had a conversation when that game was at 5 minutes in and said, yeah, they're definitely going to win this game by over 1,000 points, you just wouldn't believe it.
No, absolutely not. How are you supposed to believe that? That's unbelievable. But I want to point this out, and it's just been pointed out to me as well. Look at the damage taken on the Delphox. 17k damage taken on the Delphox. Nobody could get to that Delphox, which means Mama, with the 87k damage tank, 38k damage healed. Unbelievable. Mama was doing their job for the Furious 5. And again, whether you take out the Gyarados, you take out the Leafeon, take out the Mimikyu, what do you ban as ADK? What do you ban? It is now a bracket reset. We are at 0-0 for both teams. So it is now another best of 3 situation with both teams having, of course, Furious 5 had to reset the bracket. And so now we are even. We are even Stevens, and I am so curious to see what is going to happen in our next match. Do we see the Gyarados come back?
I think they will. The thing is, I don't know what you can target as ADK there, because it was all going well and it was all going your way until, that Rayquaza fight. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, the Delphox was really, really vital. That it's a mon that is very, very strong. They managed to defend it really well. It only had the 17k damage taken. It was dropping a hell of a lot of damage on the other side, but it's not typically a mon you want to ban, right?
No.
It's one of those where I don't know what else they can do to kind of shake up that team.
The best part about Furious 5 is that we're not seeing the same combination of 5 every time. We're seeing a core. Seeing a core. There, obviously, the Mimikyu is a core. It looks like multiple people on Furious 5 can play Mimikyu. That is such a good combination. And again, I was not a believer of the play rough, but that Mimikyu went on a roll, getting those resets. It was actually very patient, allowing that cooldown to come back for play rough and being able to take down whatever they could. And it is, again, we might see the Mimikyu come back. We could see a Mimikyu ban. That could be something that we could see, because it's it's something that's proven very strong for Furious 5 at the moment. So I'm not sure. As we are just been informed, there's going to be a 2 to 3 minute break as some of the players are resetting their Wi-Fis and making sure, again, this is a bracket reset of the grand final. So we want to make sure that everyone has their great connections. But Tana, talk to me. Tell me about your thoughts. Tell me what do they have to do? Because ADK is on the back foot.
They are. And the thing is, both of these teams are very aggressive. ADK did have more of an advantage with their aggression in that game, but I feel like it's a tough one. It's a tough one. You really need to level out your team with your earlies and your late game mons. Really take that advantage where you can, but you've just got to make sure that it doesn't get in your head. You've lost both of these games. You're going into a reset situation. You just want to look at it as a fresh start. Here we go. We're going into this 0-0. Let's not let it get into our heads too much. We need to go into this game as if it's the first game we're having against this team.
Yeah, absolutely. A fresh restart. But what we're going to do, whilst the teams get reset, you and I just had to watch 2 insane games. You and I are going to go take a little bit of a break as well, get some water. We're going to go to the bathroom. We've got the bracket reset grand final coming up for you guys. Do not go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, grab some water, go to the bathroom, grab a pillow, hug it tight, because oh man, I feel like these next couple games are going to be insane. But we are going to be right back, and as soon as the teams are ready to go, we will be right back with you with the action. So see you guys very, very soon.
Guess who's back? Back again. Lobo and Tano are back. Let's get into another game. Wow, what a game you have just witnessed, chat. I mean, this bracket reset is going to be crazy. I mean, Lobo, what do you think the mindset is going to be for both of these teams coming into this?
Furious 5 are just going to be... They seem like a steamroll team. We didn't see it previously in that last game. They were a little bit held back. Delphox definitely the MVP for me. A lot of good defense being used with that fanciful fireworks. ADK did really well in that team to push them back. Again, we've seen this happen so often, but we need to see what they're going to bring out right now. Again, the T-Tar ban coming out straight away, Tano. What do you think we're going to see? Do you think we're going to see a Gyarados game 1 of this bracket reset?
I don't see why not. I mean, the Mimikyu getting banned straight away is completely understandable. It has been a very strong mon. I don't see why you wouldn't take Gyarados. If you are going to have a banned T-Tar or a banned Phalanx and a banned Umbreon, it is a hell of a mon to take.
Absolutely, but that leaves the window open for Leafeon. It leaves the window open for Gyarados. We're seeing the Trick Hooper coming out. It leaves the window open for Sylveon, Glaceon. Again, the evolution is just running riot in this current meta, and there it is, the Trevenant Sylveon, which, wait. They're baiting me, Tano. I don't like it when players do this. They bait me into these things. And there it is again. Oh, they just let them have it, Tano, with the Trick Hooper.
I'm not sure that's something they want to do. I mean, they've picked up the Dragonite, but I don't know. A Leafeon, the Gyarados with a Trick Hooper is a hell of a situation to give your opposite team. You must have a plan for dealing with that. These last 2 picks are going to have to be to try and directly combat that. We have the Blissey getting locked in there. I don't know, Lobo. It's an interesting strategy.
It is the exact same core 4 coming again. Oh my god. We're seeing the big blue button. This is the team that made Bulba Believers quit after the 4-minute mark. This is the team that made Secret Rare 2-0'd Secret Rare to get their revenge. And we are seeing an Urshifu. So I feel like, because we haven't seen too much of water Urshifu in the meta right now, I have a feeling this could be Dark Urshifu. So the single strike Urshifu, looking for that, possibly going for a more secure based comp is ADK. But what are you going to secure if this team just rolls through you again, like we're seeing Furious 5 do? And we're not being super biased towards Furious 5. We're just saying what we've seen on the screen, right?
Yeah, that's it, Lobo. We're just reporting what they've already done previously in games. I just think, I don't know. I mean, you'd never see Blue Bear anymore, especially not in tournaments. But if you're gonna go Hyper Beam on the Dragonite to get those secures, you can back it up with a Dark Bear to get even more secures. But then again, you're gonna need something that can really kind of brawl with a Gyarados, which is quite difficult to do. So an Outrage Dragonite, maybe, possibly.
Yes, exactly. Because this is a full heal. Like we usually see a full heal being run on a Dragonite, but maybe they've decided to go for the Dark Bear because they're running that Outrage Dragonite set, possibly, as well as the Extreme Speed Stun is going to stop a Leafeon in its tracks as well. But again, they're going to expect the Hooper invade. We've seen it in the last 5 games, and Furious 5 are deciding not this time. Nope. Again, I'm baited again. And but it looks like, look at this, Tano. ADK are not predicting the Hooper invade this time round.
No, but to be fair, Adratini is pretty good in this situation. So it's a pretty good mon to begin with. It has pretty strong secure. It has pretty strong damage. So maybe they've just thought of the fact that they're not too worried about that. But it has enabled that Kung Fu to be able to get a couple of stacks, which is going to be really important. The Solar Blade on the Leafy on this game, but they do miss it there. Although they are up there on their own, is that Kung Fu. So they may be able to push that goal and get a KO.
Absolutely, and if that Magikarp can get an assist here, that is going to be a huge step to getting Gyarados online. That Magikarp is not too afraid of sticking around to find out. It does get a secure. It's 3/4 of the way there, Tano, and it's only 9 minutes. Leafeon coming up to assist that Gyarados, but look at this. ADK are going for that top 4-lane push and trying to hold this Gyarados in its place as Solar Blade just secures most of that, and Magikarp is going to go down here, and Leafeon's just going to have to back away.
But this is the power, right, of these evolutions that Furious 5 have. So Leafeon has managed to pretty much stay in that top lane to try and assist the Magikarp where they can. ADK have had to send up 4 of their mons to do so, and it's enabled the Glaceon to really put some pressure on that bottom lane. So now they've got to the point where they're rotating through the opposite side's jungle. They might be able to get a couple of buffs, whilst in the meantime, ADK are going to have to back out of Furious 5's.
Absolutely, but Gyarados is online here. Glaceon just taking away any chance for that Dragonite to get online. Dark Bear versus a Gyarados. Who's going to win this? Gyarados is deciding to go away because Dark Bear has that healing from the Blissey coming on through. The Trick Hooper is going to make those Ice School Spears fly even faster. I cannot believe I'm seeing a viably competitive Trick Hooper in this day and age, and Gyarados is just going to take down the Urshifu, and it's just going to roll in a few more stacks. Again, ADK tried, but they just let the Gyarados do its thing, Tano.
They don't seem to know how to shut that down at the moment, which is going to be difficult. They really need to get this Dragonite up and running as soon as possible, because that's going to be the only opportunity they really have to try and brawl with the Gyarados. But, you know, currently Gyarados is just going to have a free reign up there. The Shifu's not going to be able to do much against it with the bounce that it has and the stun, along with the Dragon Breath. It's going to be a bit too much without using their Unite move. They pick it up there. 4 mons up in that top lane for Furious 5 means that they're just going to put that aggression there. 125 points, 155 points even. But in return, ADK are down here to almost alleviate the pressure in that lane by putting it down here. But, you know, Gyarados is going to get that Lecky. It's going to be down to ADK to come down to this Reggie.
Absolutely. Slowbro doing an absolutely fantastic job just stopping them from trying to break that pad. The Hyper Beam secure going on. Is it going to get a Hyper Beam secure with Hyper Beam versus Solar Blade? Hyper Beam does manage to secure even through the Slowbro Serpent. The Hyper Voice is going to just shred it down. Glaceon is just going to try and take down this Trevenant as we go. The Ice School Spear is not firing as Regieleki is just going to walk into that top side. 155 to 133. And again, it's such a close game. All of these games have been so close. It has got to be that misplay, that miscommunication, that misstep on what these teams are going to do next to see who's going to get the advantage. But we are hitting that 6-minute mark, and we have a level 10 and a level 9 and a level 9 on the side of Furious 5. It's the same old story once again, Tano.
Yeah, it really is. And we see the Dragonite here trying to take the opportunity of grabbing that XP themselves. They've managed to hit that level 10 mark. They do have their Unite move alongside the Shifu, so they will be able to do something if they do wish to take a fight. But currently, I feel like you just got to take the opportunity to try and push one side of a lane. I think the divide is going to be a bit too much for them at the moment. The Gyarados and the Glaceon is a bit too much. They push in. They do pick up the Glaceon with the Dragonite, though. Leafeon coming in to back them up. We have the Hooper rotating up into that lane as well, but with the Hyper Beam just missing. Unfortunately, the Trevenant pushed the Leafeon out of the range of that Hyper Beam. That would have been a really, really good KO for them there. They're going to try and shut down the Slowbro in the meantime with that Hooper there as well. Are they going to be able to do so? They do pick up the KO on the Gyarados with the help of the Sylveon. They take out the Slowbro. They're in a good position to try and push this goal with this Lecky popping up.
Absolutely great play by the Dragonite, getting those KOs with the Hyper Beam. What I did notice there is that ADK decided to completely and utterly focus the Glaceon in that engage, taking away the backline damage. And what's great about the Dark Urshifu, the single strike Urshifu, that ult, the Unite move from the Urshifu bypasses the Glaceon's passive, which means it's going to go straight in and do some damage, which means that's why they decided to target the Glaceon straight away, take it out at the knees so that Leafeon and Gyarados don't have any backup, but they have backup in another form as Regieleki is moving towards the tower. Urshifu is high-kneesing its way as quickly as it can all the way to the tier 2 pad. Glacial stage has been set. They do have jump pads though. Fairy Frolic's going to come out, but Glaceon's just going to stay at range. Glaceon injecting away, does manage to get the spears on. No, the Hyper Voice managing to take down. Lecky just needs to move a little bit of a step away. The Hooper Unbound tried to get its teammates out, but an unfortunate take. But Leafeon's still going to get some scores in down bottom as we've got 201 to 145 going into the 3-minute mark, Tano. Good push, good engage, good defense all around. These are high-level plays that we're seeing.
Yeah, they really are, and it's almost as if they accept the domination that's coming from both sides here. They're both doing such a fantastic job. They seem like they want to go and grab the XP. Whenever XP pops up on this map, both teams are trying to get there and get it themselves. So they're both trying to get a bit of a level lead over the other. 44 points going up in that T1 there from the Shifu. That's going to open up extra XP for Furious 5 in that top lane there. But they still seem to want to keep getting in each other's faces. Although, as I say that, they've now decided to go their own separate ways, grab a cup of tea, grab themselves a bit of XP.
Oh, that is the caster's curse, isn't it? When we say that teams are about to engage, that's exactly when they decide to disengage and tell us that we absolutely know nothing about this game. But here we have 3 minutes left to go. 2 level 13s on the side of Furious 5. Surf catching out the Blissey. Glaceon's going to throw those spears on. Try and get the takedown here. Blissey does go down to the Glaceon. The Solar Blade is going to take the Shifuda low HP as Glaceon's able to finish it off. There is 2 minutes left to go. There's a minute left to go into the raid, and these teams are just deciding to duke it out. The Icicle Spears are going to go through, and Slowbro is going to pop that XP to try and get out. But Gyarados is going to come up to protect it. But again, 3 level 13s now, Tano. 3 level 13s on the side of Furious 5. But let's not forget, ADK have 2 level 13s of their own, and 2 level 12s, one of those level 12 being a level 12 Trevenant, which is scary, scary.
Yeah, it really is. And with this Regirock going to the side of ADK, that Shifu's managed to hit level 13 there. In the meantime, though, Furious 5 have decided they want to go for that Lecky and put some pressure into the top lane with that Lecky instead. It's a really good call when you have this Rayquaza popping up, because now ADK have to make a decision. Do they defend against that Lecky? Do they defend for the Rayquaza? Most teams do leave the Lecky to go in. It gives them a bit of points there, but they have a fight going on at this Rayquaza at the moment. We have the Gyarados Unite popping out to go and take out that Dragapult, but the Dragonite even, but the Blissey Unite saves it there, and they do take out the Gyarados. That is a huge KO for ADK there. They are now just ripping this objective. Slowbro uniting the Shifu to try and make sure that they can stop them getting a secure, but they get it anyway. They did it a bit too early. ADK with a secure on that Rayquaza. They just need to get these Hundo Burgers in. It's a very close game at this point. They're going to be able to rain down fire with points to be able to win this game.
Absolutely, that was such a good play. A little bit too aggressive on the side of the Gyarados. It went in and got surrounded. The Bliss assistance was absolutely perfectly timed on to the Gyarados. The Trevenant could go down here to the combination of the Glaceon and the Gyarados. Sylveon still has 50 points. We still have 1 minute left to go. We know the Furious 5 have been in this situation before. There is 300 points between them, but again, if this Blissey decides to get this 50 points in, it's got shield, and if the Sylveon decides to get 50 points in as well, it could be game, set, and match. But we've got 4 members of the Furious 5 crashing down onto this tier 2. It's gonna be who can score more, but it looks like right now ADK have more points. I don't think Furious 5 have enough points to make up the difference here, Tano.
They don't, and hey, ADK have done the math. When you do the math, you can get that win, and they have done so. They know if they just go and score those Hundo Burgers in that home base, it doesn't matter what Furious 5 do. There is not enough points on this board. There is not enough XP for them to be able to get their points in return. So ADK, with a very, very smart play there, deciding we actually don't need to defend these goals. We can just get 3 of our Pokemon to go and score.
Yeah, absolutely. And the difference between this game and the first game, right, where Furious 5 lost the Rayquaza to ADK, ADK had no shields up. In that time, they were defending with shields, which means they get all of the buffs that Rayquaza provides with it. So in the bracket reset now, we've got ADK going up 1 game to 0 against the Furious 5. Now, if ADK take this one, they are going to be our grand finals champions. If Furious 5 manage to come back, we are going to go to a game 3 situation. But again, Tano, what I'm surprised about is the damage dealt across the entire 10 players. Fairly even.
It is fairly even, and considering the amount of brawling that we saw, Lobo, a lot lower than I was expecting. I mean, the most damage we see there is the 67k coming in from the Glaceon, but they were brawling a hell of a lot in that game with both sides of the team. So, yeah, really, really interesting damage numbers to see. It was a very, very close game, though. We saw that. There was only less than 100 points between them until that Rayquaza was scored, but really, really smart plays from ADK and Lobo. Not only have ADK done that win, but they've done the win with Furious 5 having the Leafeon, the Gyarados, the Glaceon, and that Slowbro again. So even though they've had those mons, they managed to overcome it.
They did overcome it, but I feel like there was a misplay. We pointed it out. We saw the Dragon Current being used to target that Hyper Beam Dragonite to get rid of the Secure. Again, Furious 5, they didn't need to do that. That Dragon Current is so much more effective when you're able to use it on a massive knock-up when that Dragonite is inside the team fights and can't Dragon Dance its way out. We are not going to take a break from this at all. The teams are going to be ready to go. Again, do you think... now that ADK have seen the fact that they can handle this comp with the Leafeon, with the Gyarados, and the Glaceon from Furious 5, do you think that they're just going to let them have it again? Because the great thing about these grassroots tournaments is that when you ban different Pokemon, you can now build up strategies against Pokemon like Leafeon, like Gyarados, so that when you get to that ban stage, maybe you take something else off of them. Maybe you have to change them up. You surprise someone by incidentally giving them a mon that they want to play.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, I think if you are the first pick here, which I believe they will be, why go for the Shifu if you can go for the Gyarados if it's not going to be banned, right? So I feel like you could have the option of banning the Gyarados because it is so strong in this game at the moment, and not necessarily give them all those mons. But if you're going to be first pick, it seems like they're going to try and pick the Gyarados because they played so well with it. Take that away from them. Take it. It is a better Urshifu to be able to secure objectives and drop that damage.
Absolutely. Also, people don't underestimate how much damage that Dragon Breath is actually doing in this current meta. It is such a good secure. It is such a good secure if you're able to time that Dragon Breath really well. Again, there we are. We are seeing the Mimikyu ban. I think that ADK figured out that Mimikyu was the linchpin to that Gyarados Leafeon combination because they can do the damage themselves, but the Leafeon getting those resets is just too good. And there we're seeing the Dragonite ban. They don't want that secure Tano. Hyper Beam doing so much damage when you get all of those Dragon Dances up. They just don't want to see it.
Yeah, 100% all the way. It's going to be interesting to see what they pick first. So they go for the Umbreon first, which is a very strong defender at the moment, but it does open Gyarados and Leafeon again for them over there on Furious 5.
Absolutely, and possibly they're looking... I'm guessing the reason they would have done that is they want the mean look. And I think this is a good swap in. The Hyper Voice Sylveon has been countering the Furious 5 quite a lot, especially with the damage output that it is able to bring. And the Gyarados coming on in, again, we expected that pick. Trevenant's coming back on in as well, so that Hyper Voice is going to be super effective unless it decides to go for the more maneuverable Mystical Fire, which also lowers the special attack of anyone that those Mystical Fireballs hit, which could be really effective in chasing down that Cramorant.
Yeah, 100%. And the Cramorant getting picked again, Lobo. I mean, Cramorant has had a hell of a tournament today. It has been picked in nearly all of the situations. So, interesting that they really do value that Cramorant. It does a lot of damage. In the meantime, though, we have the Hooper picked on the other side with that Slowbro getting picked again.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe I'm going to have to start picking up Cramorant. Maybe that can make the ranked experience a little bit more enjoyable for me, Tano. But we are seeing the Delphox get picked up this time around. It was really well used by Furious 5 in the previous matches. No, I keep getting baited into these picks. I need to just, But we are seeing a Venusaur. I believe that's going to be a Beamosaur, which is going to provide the range damage, which means we will probably see a Dive Air / Cramorant coming through, as well as a Blaziken. Really good, strong team from ADK. Really, they're set for a little bit more sustain. They're set for a brawl with the Wish mean look, can heal up that Blaziken, heal up that Cramorant. Trevenant's got that sustain, and you want to hope that nobody is going to hit that Venusaur. But this is a completely out of left field pick for Furious 5 with the Decidueye.
And to be fair, if you feel like the Venusaur is going to go Beamosaur, I understand going for that the arrows on the Decidueye. But having said that, Lobo, looking at the items on that Venusaur right now, they have a rapid fire scarf, which kind of says to me it might be more Petal Dance with that full heal that they've got as well. That's going to be interesting and exciting to see, because it can brawl, especially with the Giga Drain. So, yeah.
We are usually on a Beamosaur. I mean, usually you would see an eject button being run by a Beamosaur being able to reposition itself quickly because it is such a very slow mon. But seeing that rapid fire scarf, the focus band plus the full heal, I agree with you, Tano. I believe they want to have a Gyarados Venu brawl off. They want to have we saw the Mimikyu Gyarados face off before. We want to see a Gyarados Venusaur brawl off. But again, I think this Decidueye could be a very smart pick here. If Mama has done such a good job on this Slowbro with the telekinesis, if you're able to line up the telekinesis with that Decidueye Spirit Shackle, even then, I've seen so many things in this. Could we see a Razor Leaf Decidueye because of how much these teams like to brawl? I mean, it is anybody's game. But what is super consistent is that Hooper Invade.
Yeah, it has been super consistent, and it's done a super consistent job. Almost as if they expect it. We see that Eevee coming down to try and hit them, but they ended up going all the way down past the wall, maybe expecting the Hooper to go for the blue buff, but instead they've decided to go and attack that buff that they're currently attacking. They haven't been able to secure it, but it does mean that that top lane has got a little bit of weakness with just having that the Torchic up there with a Magikarp. The Magikarp managing to get nearly 2 half health. Are they going to secure that objective? Oh, they nearly managed to get that little bit of farm there, but it's an interesting one because Hooper has wasted a lot of time here, Lobo.
Absolutely, but Hooper wasting time there is pretty good for the side of the Furious 5. But if you notice, we are not seeing a dive air slash Cramorant. We are seeing a Hurricane Surf Cramorant coming out, which is going to be, excuse me, we're going to see that's going to be super aiding the Venusaur here, but the Trick Hooper is going to come in. It's going to try and stun Decidueye, just barely making it out as he tries to get it with the Hurricane. Decidueye making it out on nothing. This Gyarados is not going to be online very, very, very quickly, but Sylveon coming back to help as we've got the Battle of the Tanks in that bot lane, but Magikarp still very close. It just needs to flail these two, and we've got a Gyarados online again around the 8:30 mark, and this is incredible. Oh, we've got a Cram invade going on as the Cram wants to stop the Decidueye from getting online. Gyarados is online. Now it's going to be a problem. Now we've got the problem here. The Blaziken Blaze kicking away that little bunny, and it is still going to steal the farm, and now Gyarados has got a problem in a 2v1 situation, Tano.
Yeah, the thing is, you need to go all out on that Gyarados. As soon as you get that Evo, if it goes all out there, it's going to take out Umbreon, it's going to take out Combusken. It is such a valuable mon. You just need to be really aggressive with it. In the meantime, though, we have seen that Decidueye get that Evo down in that bottom lane while this aggression is going on up in this top lane here, Lobo. Hooper managing to escape with that movement berry and the trick again, but it does mean that all these mid-birds are going to go to this Venusaur that has just evolved now.
Absolutely, but look at the Hyper Voice combination with the Gyarados is a great counter into that Venusaur that's going to be doing that Petal Dance. Here it goes. It's going to go to the top side. No, it's just grabbing the Speed Berry. The Gyarados does find the Blaziken. Oh my god, the Blaze Kick managing to take it out. Beautiful mean look as Venusaur is going to go in. Gyarados is going to have to look to bounce out of here as it does, but it does get mean look, and I think this could be game over for the Gyarados. No, it uses its eject button. Blaze Kick away from its pad, and it bounces towards the Citrus Berry as the rest of the team are coming up behind it. Surf Telekinesis on the Venusaur. It does get caught out. Venusaur goes down. Blaziken is on low health. We need the Shadow Sneak. The Spirit Shackle does manage to take down the Blaziken, and Furious 5 have got a great counter to this Petal Dance Venusaur in this Decidueye.
Yeah, and even so, it is a very close game. They've only just managed to break that T1 up there in Furious 5, putting them in the lead only by a slight little bit, though. They will be able to secure this Lecky, but ADK are down there to secure the Reggie that is down there. Now, this opportunity that they have here, Lobo, they don't have Springboard up due ADK, so they can push this Lecky. They can get KOs, they can push this Lecky, they're going to grab the XP and put a lot of points into that T2. The Springboard being down for another minute means that they've got a lot of opportunity here.
But we've got the Sylveon does have its Unite move. Gyarados has just clicked on over to its Unite move. We could see a Dragon Current. There comes the knock from the Decidueye, but the Lecky has already gone down. Verdant Anger coming through to try and defend. Dragon Current has gone in as well. The Decidueye on a 3 KO streak. The Hyper Voice is going on in, and Furious 5 does not care that the Lecky has gone down. They are just going to push this objective as much as they can, but ATK still don't have their jump pads available, and now Furious 5 are just going to retreat 80 points to 133. Tano, I don't think these teams ever get tired of fighting, my guy. Like, can they take a break, please?
They don't believe in it. They want to keep on fighting until the cows come home. It is really, really strong coming from both sides here. What's interesting, though, is as soon as they mean look the Gyarados, they just have to deal with a Sylveon in their face, or, you know, the knock from coming from the Decidueye. So it doesn't seem like Furious 5 have any let up for ADK here. They have managed to score some points in that T1 and break it, so it's 148 to 133 at the moment, but you know, they have slightly level increases on the side of ADK, but it is still anyone's game here.
Absolutely, they're going to get a break here, but Decidueye Spirit Shackle is going to say nah to that. Blaziken does manage to get a very decent overcap, as ADK have decided that they are now going to push the objective here. Trevenant going down, and that is now a 80-point game between the two. Bounce loading on the Gyarados. It looks like Furious 5 really like this top Regieleki. They doesn't look like they've gone for any bottom objectives, but when they have, they don't really care about it. This top Regieleki is their best friend, and they're really enjoying just going for it, and now they're just going to shred it down, as Hooper does have its Unite move here. Hooper does have its Unite move, so if we get the shred, we could see the Hooper Unite move in defense of its pad, but this Hooper's been very intelligent. It could pop the Rings Unbound. No, it is just going to take that objective, but here we go. Everyone is reset. Hooper is the knock coming on in. Slowbro going down. The Dragon Current onto the Cramorant. Cramorant does go taken down, and Regieleki is still there, and it does. Dragonite Gyarados gets the assist, as they're just going to crash on into tier 2. What?
I mean, honestly, Lobo, I feel like today, not only have we seen a hell of a lot of Cram, I feel like Gyarados has been an MVP of the whole day today. It has been dominant in so many games that it's been in. They've managed to score so many points up in that T2. It's 268 to 206 now at the moment, but it does mean that home base is exposed.
Exposed it is. We could see another coming through. The slow beam that Decidueye took its time to line up that Spirit Shackle and just took out the Blaziken. Trevenant is going to get caught out here once again. That Hyper Voice just shredding it down, as well as the Spirit Shackle coming on in. Trevenant's just going to have to bow out of this one. Again, we've got 2 level 13s on the side of ADK. 1 level 13 on the side of Furious 5. The levels do go to the side of ADK, but the points go to the side of Furious 5 with 3 minutes left on the clock, Tano. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, a minute out of this Rayquaza spawning, and it seems like they're just going to grab whatever XP they can for Furious 5 here, try and catch up on those levels. It seems as though ADK are going to put a bit of a commitment on this Lecky in the top lane. They do have to go for it. If Furious 5 manage to secure that Lecky up in that top lane, it means it's going to go into their home base. They have no choice but to defend it and split their team between defending that and going for the Rayquaza. They know it, they are here, they are ready, but in the meantime, Furious 5 are here to back them up. They've thrown a lot of aggression into this fight. We see the bounce coming in from the Gyarados. They've picked up the Blaziken. They've got their 2 KO for Furious 5 there. It means that they're going to be going onto this Lecky. They're going to secure this Lecky. They have the damage to do so. What are ADK going to do? Are they going to be able to get a steal? The Venusaur isn't there. No, too much of a rip. Furious 5 securing the Lecky means they're going to go to this Rayquaza fight, and ADK have to decide what they want to do.
ADK have a win condition in play to secure this. Trevenant has gone down. Umbreon went down very early on. The Hooper's Rings Unbounds. The Dragon Current has just decided to find the Blaziken hidden in that bush. Blaziken heading on into the Rayquaza pit there. Verdant Anger is going to get popped. Sylveon managing to secure that with Hyper Voice. And Furious 5...
I mean, I gotta say, Lobo, out of all the Pokemon that were gonna secure that objective,
Sylveon was not on my bingo card for tonight. Oh my god. I feel like you and I have been left behind with some of this action going on. We have tried to keep up with every single bit of fast-paced action, words moving and spitting as fast as they can out of our mouths. But even before we could just call out the moves of a Venusaur Unite move, that Rayquaza was shredded. And it looks like Furious 5 are going to tie this grand final series one apiece. Tano, game 3 situation.
Wow. I feel like the Venusaur has accepted the fact that they've lost this game. They've now come back to the game. They're not going to be able to score enough points anyway. They are more than 500 points behind now, chat. But wow, what a way to take it to a game 3 situation. Again, both of these sides are so strong. It's not like one team gets dominated. It seems like one lane is really important to the others and the other side decide to go in the opposite lane. It's really strong and really powerful Pokemon Unite play coming out from both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. As ADK are just trying to pull a move, a replace. They're trying to do a reverse of what Furious 5 did, but that did not work. And now, I've never seen a Hooper in its unbound form move that quickly across the stage. It got from the central area. It got from the home base to central area so quickly. But it's trying to get 24 points in as if they needed any more points. Unbelievable. Just
what a game.
Ridiculous.
These games have been amazing. They've been really amazing to see. I am not surprised that we are going to a game 3 situation in a grand final reset, Lobo. That does not surprise me at all with the games that we've been seeing tonight. And as we have a look at these stats here, chat, I mean, a bit more damage that we see across the board. 85k coming in from the Decidueye there, 77k from the Sylveon. It was enough. I mean, look at the damage dealt on the other side, the damage taken, 80k for the Trevenant, 72k for the Blaziken. It's pretty even across the board though when you look at these stats, and you can tell with the game that we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I think once ADK locked into that Venusaur, possibly seeing that item build on the Venusaur, the Decidueye was such a good pick, Tano. Such a good pick, especially the accuracy of that Spirit Tracker. You can see the damage that the Decidueye was able to put out with the 85k damage. I think the Gyarados was a bait. The Gyarados was a bait. They're like, all right, you attack the big fish. I'll just shoot you with grass. That is exactly what happened in that game. It worked. It's ridiculous. Like, the thing I've been noticing is that, yes, of course, Furious 5 are playing some of the strongest mons in the meta. That's why these mons are played. That's why they're banned. That's why we're seeing Tyranitar banned. That's why we're seeing Phalanx banned. Could you imagine the level of damage that these players could do with that mon, with those mons? But again, Gyarados a strong mon, Leafeon a strong mon, but these mons have counters. These mons have counters, and the players that are great and players that are up and coming and players that want to play at the top level are finding those counters. But we're not messing around. It is the final. Game 3, Tano. Game 3, T-Tar Mimikyu banned.
Yeah, and one of these teams is going to win it. I mean, we expect the T-Tar Mimikyu ban straight out of the bat. The Dragonite ban is interesting. Furious 5 deciding they don't want to deal with the secure that they can do on that mon, do ADK. The Hooper ban is also a really good shout. Very strong, both movesets. We've seen the Trick Hooper be so important to the mons that they have paired it with tonight. But Hooper, even the Hyperspace holes are so important for rotations, Lobo.
Apologies for my laughter. I think ADK just got sick and tired of the Hooper invades. I think they got sick and tired of the Hooper invade, but that is not the only mon that we've seen Furious 5 invade with. This opens the gate for the Elder God. The Elder God's coming on in. We know how strong it can be, especially if it takes that red buff. But we've got the Sylveon being locked on in. They've done it again. ADK have done it again. They're giving Furious 5. Oh. I thought we would see the Gyarados Leafeon. But we're not seeing the Gyarados Leafeon this time round.
It's interesting.
This is very interesting. Maybe Furious 5 are thinking that they will take it in their last 2 picks.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, they know, they've used it already quite a bit. Maybe there's a bit of mind games going on here, Lobo, and maybe they think that ADK are going to try and respond to it with what they were picking. So we see that Zorak and the Comfey coming. Oh my god!
As soon as I saw the Zoroark, I knew the Comfey was going to be picked. But now, what ADK have done is they've taken the Slowbro away from Mama, and oh, hello. And this is a good counter. This is a really good counter. We heard you talk about Serena early on, how good of an all-rounder it is top lane. I am a big fan of Serena players as well. It does such good healing from Stomp and Triple Axel, plus the ability of Grassy Glide and Drop Kick. Kick to slow down their enemies. But Pikachu into the Zoroark is a very good move.
It is, 100% it is. My only thinking here is that a Zoroark with a Comfey on it takes a lot to KO Lobo, and I don't think that the Pikachu does, and I don't think they're going to be able to put enough damage on it with that Volt Tackle and the rest of the team hitting it to KO it with the Comfey on it. I think that's the difficulty that they've got at the moment. Obviously, we're going to see that Sylveon probably shout out with the hyper voice with the current moveset that it's got, but it's a tough one. Zoroark on its own, yeah, really, really set up. They can KO that quite easily, but with a Comfey on it, it's going to be a difficult, a tall order for them to do.
It's going to be interesting to see what moveset we get from the Blissey as well. I'm going to call it now, Tano, because I think I saw it earlier on. I think we're going to get a Blissey invade. Don't quote me on it. Don't, I'm putting my money on a Blissey invade. Furious 5 have invaded every single game, whether it be on an Eldegoss, whether it be on a Hooper. I am pretty sure that we have seen a Blissey invade. I've seen a Blissey invade at some point today. I'm almost positive of it, and I think I'm going to put... And it's very interesting that the Slowbro player, Mama, is actually the one on the Blissey this time round. So it's game 3, new look teams from both sides. Let's see where we go with this.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Zoroark going into the jungle rotation straight away there. That means it's going to be able to come into lane with that Evo and that power spike. It is such a good early game mon, one of the best in the game at the moment. The Rowlet up in the top lane, it looks like they're going to try and go and get some stacks, but even though the Blissey is there, they are going to be able to secure it with the Comfey to get those stacks. But the Sylveon is coming up with an early Evo, means that they can put some pressure on up there. Rowlet is very, very weak to begin with, and they're going to pick out the Comfey and the Rowlet, giving the Furious 5 the massive advantage up in that top lane.
Absolutely, and what we saw is we did see the split jungle, so Pikachu has that blue buff. It's got the Electro Ball online, and we might see an Electro Ball Volt Tackle combination, but like I mentioned before, we've seen an Electro Ball Thunderbolt combination. Electro Ball being able to slow, Thunderbolt being able to get another stun. We need to get that Serena online as soon as possible, because that is going to be a great hopeful counter if we can get the Triple Axel on top of the Zoroark. It's such a good stun. It's such a good placement. Here we go into the top side. Zoroark is just going to put on the damage, but it does. Oh, it illusions out. Mystical Fire almost going to catch it. Pikachu gets the takedown on the Zoroark. And your prediction, Tano, was proven to be just a little bit wrong, but I don't know if that's just the early game prowess of Zoroark being a little bit weaker in those early stages.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Kunpei hopping off it there. I mean, I know it used its move for the healing. It's probably looking at picking up some more flowers to be able to be strong there. But in the meantime, Furious 5 have decided, let's just keep the aggression on this Zorak. They need to keep that Zorak under level, because if it gets a level advantage, that is going to be a snowball from them. So they're doing a fantastic job to make sure that that Zorak doesn't get to that position. The Kunpei is currently on its own. They're going to pick up the Kunpei there. They need to make sure that they're staying to somebody on their side, because the Kunpei is an easy target to pick off.
Serena being online is super good here. It has its ability to sustain itself. Zorak is going to come on in. The Decidueye has not managed to get online yet. Levels across the board fairly even. Scores across the board fairly even. But look at this. Sylveon not afraid to go in. Mystical Fire on top. And the Cramorant's going to get picked out here as it tries to hurricane its way out. Zoroark going in with that Night Slash. It gets taken. It gets stopped with Volt Tackle. Here we go once again. Is it going to get out? It's Night Slashing its way through. And Pikachu goes down the 2 KO streak. There you go. A veteran Zoroark player is going to be able to get out of that situation very easily, Tano. And I think that Zoroark's going to start rolling. Nope. Ooh. Am I wrong again?
This is exactly what I was talking about, though, Lobo. So look at the way that just managed to pick up the 2 KO. The Volt Tackle from the Pikachu wasn't enough because of the Kunpei hitting that move at the right perfect time. It wasn't enough damage to KO it, to take it down. And in the meantime, Zoroark has just gone on an absolute spree with their Unite move as well. So they've now managed to pick up enough KOs and XP to get that level 9. They're going to be able to get this bottom Regirock, and now they can start trying to get a little bit of a snowball.
This is a little bit unfortunate. They were dealing with that Zoroark so well. They need, like you said, they need a lot of people to deal with it. Pikachu just not enough. It is a very, very squishy mon. Once it gets taken down, especially looked on by a Decidueye, a Cramorant, and a Zoroark. This Decidueye is just getting pushed away. It's going to try and eject button over. But again, I think this is really smart from the Cramorant, not going with the dive air slash build, because that Hurricane Surf provides so much more CC that the Zoroark can just dive on into with the Night Slash combinations.
100%. We have a level 11 Zoroark at 6 minutes. This is a pretty good position for them to be in at the moment. And with that Kunpei sat on them the entire time, they're going to be able to get quite a lot of damage if they come down here. The thing is, the Pikachu with the Volt Tackle is fantastic, but they need the people there to back it up. Are they going to be able to do so? We see the Pikachu Unite come in there, Lobo. That's going to be enough to at least pick up the Cramorant. But oh my god, the Zoroark dives out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. The Comfy had to pop its Unite move as well. Zoroark could go down here. No, it manages to take down the Trevenant as it manages to make its way out. This Zoroark Comfy is such a dangerous combo. Volt Tackle going on in. Electro Ball. Serena managing to pick up the kill, but it goes onto the Slowbro. Can we get another Volt Tackle going on? We need a Volt Tackle to stop. Serena picking up the 3 KO streak. Gatling Gun is coming on in. The Volt Tackle on top. It ejects to reposition, but great defense by the Cramorant, Tano. Comfy is a problem for teams to deal with.
It really is. The way that a Comfy can hop off a mon and hop onto the other one straight away, as long as you have somebody near it, if your mon gets KO'd, they're just going to hop onto somebody else and give them that healing. It's so hard to target the Comfy in those situations. And even with Slow Smoke popping out from the Blissey there, it's not enough to stop that Zoroark, currently running the Feint Attack and the Cut build, by the way, and it seems to be working their way. They're a level 12 at the moment. They're down there with the Cramorant, they're down there with the Decidueye. Slowbro putting on some zoning in case anybody wants to come in. They secure the Regirock for their side.
This is a lot more even game than we're used to seeing than with Furious 5 rolling away with it with the Gyarados build. The Zoroark is now the Gyarados in this situation with that heal and that sustain. The Mystical Fire Sylveon trying to do its best, but even a mon as tanky as a Blissey for a supporter is, there's the Volt Tackle on to the Zoroark, and it gets Thunderstorm, but it manages to Night Slash its way out of the Thunderstorm range. Wow. If you are a Zoroark player, take notes. This is Zoroark is such a good dive in, dive out kind of mon, but it knew the range of that Thunderstorm, and it's just going to get an overcap here. 12 points going in, and 38 points going in. They're leaving the base on 1. Great math by ADK. Serena's going to go on in. It does get slow beam, bliss assistance as well, draining kiss hip, and it's going to go with the queenly stomp. So Serena is just moving and dodging any way it can, but it has absolutely no support, and it's going to be taken down. Wow, this is the first time I've seen Furious 5 fully on the back foot with this Zoroark Comfy combination.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised to see them break that T1 up there as well, Lobo, because it was on 1 point. That is a perfect situation to leave a T1 in. You want to leave it there at this current stage of the game because you can score easily enough in it with Rayquaza if you do manage to secure it. Now you've given XP to Furious 5 that they can use to try and catch up there. So it is an interesting decision, but they are currently in the lead. The Zoroark has been absolutely vital in this game, but even so, they've got some huge damage coming in from the Decidueye and the Cramorant. They are rotating down to this Reggie that's going to be spawning down in this bottom objective. Are Furious 5 going to be there to stop them getting it? It doesn't seem like it. They're just going to try and get whatever XP they can and leave that objective for ADK to secure.
Yeah, absolutely. ADK is just going to take that, but that is why. That is why, even though there's 3 seconds, again, they were hoping the Regieleki might have spawned a little bit sooner than that because they like that Regieleki being pushed as well. 20 seconds left to go, Tano. A Rayquaza fight. This is the grand final. We've had a bracket reset. Both teams are 1-1. We've seen every combination under the sun that these teams can provide. We have a level 14 Zoroark, level 13 Decidueye, level 13 Cramorant. We have a level 13 Serena, level 13 Sylveon, level 12 Pikachu. And here we go. The big green lizard has spawned, Tano.
Oh, yeah. And it's interesting to see this Zoroark still trying to grab some XP up in those lanes. It's got its Unite move. Looks like it's just trying to farm a little bit more, maybe to try and get that level 15. There we go. Level 15 on the Zoroark. That is going to be huge, but they need to get it quick enough for this engage. If they take the engage now, Furious 5, they may be able to get a pick. No, the Zoroark has managed to come back in time. We've got some really good Spirit Shackles coming in from the Decidueye here, and it seems like ADK are just quite happy being on the defense. The Furious 5 have taken that advantage. They start to poke this Rayquaza to try and lead ADK to coming in, but it's not enough. They aren't falling for the bait at the moment. Oh, we got a Unite move coming out from the Zoroark and from the Cramorant and the Decidueye. That's going to be enough. Are they going to be able to pick up more? They pick up the Serena and the Trevenant. The Unite move comes from the Pikachu, but it isn't enough to get any KOs. That Comfey on the Zoroark is enough to take all that damage. They pick up the Sylveon there as well, Lobo. It's literally just the Cramorant that has fallen to the side of Furious 5. It is all ADK currently in this battle, although having said that, the Decidueye has just gone down. The Pikachu is not letting up. Slowbro coming in with some nice surfs there to try and back up away from the Decidueye, but it's still not enough. The Serena Unite move trying to take out the Zoroark, but again, the Comfey is there, but it has swung the other way now. Furious 5 are ripping this objective. The Zoroark is going to try and see if they can steal it, but with a Volt Tackle Pikachu that they have just managed to secure with the Blissey as well, Lobo. Oh my god.
Pikachu's going down. Mystical Fire Sylveon. Zoroark is down.
It's the Zoroark! It's the Cramorant!
It's the Cramorant! It's the Cramorant! It's the Cramorant! We thought it was done, but the Cramorant came in out of nowhere!
Oh my god, and with literally seconds left in this game, that's going to be enough for ADK to take the win. Cramorant managing to get back in time to actually get the secure on that objective. That fight was going on for so long, Lobo, that it felt like not only that I was going to run out of words to say, but it also felt like it went like a pendulum. So ADK were winning that fight to begin with, but then the resets came from the other side of Furious 5. They came in and managed to just do so much damage. But wow, what a secure from Cramorant.
Absolutely. The Pikachu fighting for its life, the Volt Tackles, the Electro Balls, managing to take down not only the Decidueye, managing to force the Slowbro back, taking down the Zoroark, the Comfey went down. I thought that was on the side of Furious 5. Like, where did the Cramorant come from? Also, what just happened in that match? I am so dumbfounded, but let's not take away from the fact. Let's have a look at these stats. 101k healing from Mama. who we have seen predominantly play Slowbro. What a Blissey game to have. Again, the damage, oh, look at the damage. This is the first time in this set of games that we've seen the damage swing so much into one side. 99k damage from the Zoroark, 88k damage from the Decidueye, Cramorant with the 79k damage. But again, what a well-played Ray fight by Furious 5. Cramorant coming out and sneaking that win is incredible. But Tano, we have our grand final champions. So congratulations to ADK for taking away our the Engage Protest Series 5. What an absolute fantastic series of games. Let me get your thoughts.
Buddy, after that, wow. I mean, these games have all been incredible. We've seen game 3 situations. We've seen 2-second buzzer winners in this tournament. It has been incredible. But Zoroark Comfy in that game, what an MVP. Not only did we see them do absolute bits, they took the most damage on the team. It was to the point where it seemed like Furious 5 didn't quite know how to deal with it. They got to the point where they were just uniting it with everything that they possibly could. You know, which is all you can do in that situation. But
the hardest part of dealing with Zoroark Comfy is that even with the Pikachu Volt Tackle, like I mentioned before, if you pop that Thunderstorm Unite move from the Pikachu and Volt Tackle onto the Zoroark, the Comfy just pops its Unite move. What are you going to do in that situation? It just goes back to full health. You have to bait out the Comfy Unite move first, I guess, but then you have to get the Zoroark to low health. Again, they managed to do it. Furious 5 managed to do it. They managed to take out the Comfy. They took down the Zoroark. They took down the threats, but that Cramorant that went down early came back and won it for them. Big congratulations to ADK. What a series. I love these grassroots events, Tano. And I really hope that we get to see more and more pop up, because it is such a good chance to see players, maybe not feel the stress of playing a UCS, a regionals, an NAIC, an EUIC. That takes a level of mental that I think, if you're coming up in the scene and you're wanting to learn how to play the game, being able to learn the game in a stress-free environment, I think is a very key thing.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right there, Lobo. This is why grassroots esports is so important, especially to Pokemon Unite. All I would say to every player that wants to take part, not just the APAC region, not just these regions that already have the tournaments that we are currently hosting, is just get involved. Have a look online at the tournaments that are out there. There are so many tournament organizers. There's so many people putting on such amazing shows for you all to take part in. A huge thank you to all the players that have got involved today. A huge thank you to all you that have been watching in the chat, hyping along at the same time. It does not put on such a fantastic show without all of you. And a huge thank you to my co-caster here, Lobo, and the previous co-casters that we had. We had JJ-kun in there. We had Newman in there as well. So, yeah, what a day.
What an absolute night. Please give a big shout out to Zen and One Spot, who are doing the production and stuff behind us. This is a new team that we're getting close together here at Engage, and we're trying to put on as many of these events. All of the guys behind the scenes, from our graphics creators, these graphics look absolutely amazing, to the music that we've been using. All of this stuff is coming together bit by bit as Engage is slowly building. We've got our Master Series coming up. We've got the ladders coming up, the opens coming up. Please go follow Engage at EngageG on X. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us over on Twitch. That's where we're going to be putting out some more content. Please follow my boy SpartanTano. I know he has some good content over there on those socials as well. Thank you, Zen. Thank you, OneSpot. Thank you, KNewum. Thank you, JJ-kun. Thank you to you, SpartanTano. This is the first time I've gotten to cast with you, and it's absolutely been a blast, man. I hope we get to cast together a lot more in the future.
Oh, 100%. We will. There are so many opportunities for Pokemon Unite across the board. Engage, Unite Battle Hub, Unity Clash, so many opportunities. I've loved it, buddy. It's been a hell of a blast today. You've been an absolute joy to cast alongside. So, yeah, thank you to everybody.
And I love the fact that our casting team is also cross-regional. We've got myself from OCE, Tano, we've got you from the EU, JJ-kun from APAC, I believe. As well as KNewum. I get the name wrong all the time. KNewum as well. We've got such a good foray of guest casters and guest content creators and other stuff coming forward to you Engage. But for you and me, Tano, I think that is time for me in the OCE. It is past midnight, so I'm gonna go grab a bit of a nap. I believe it is lunchtime for you over there, so we'll go get you some food. Thank you to everyone that was watching. Please go follow these players, watch them, because some of the players that we're seeing here are going to be big. And please watch this space for a lot more information on grassroots tournaments coming up. We will see you guys next time. And we are so happy with the state of our scene right now. We'll see you guys later. Bye, everyone.